Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, jetzt geht das Mikro an. Danke. Entschuldigung, wollte nicht ganz so laut zu Beginn in diesen interessanten Tagen und Stunden Sie begrüßen, aber die Verhältnisse erfordern auch eine Pünktlichkeit aus unserer Seite, weil andere Themen ebenfalls natürlich heute groß im Vordergrund stehen.
So the beginning of November has, in Germany, always been a point in time when new things have come up, a month full of surprises. And I'm not going to try and compare today's situation with the past, because such comparisons never work. I have a pragmatic approach, so I'm glad that you have come here, that you're participating in the NATO Talk conference. We have now the opportunity for a readjustment. This year, we are going to have interesting topics, excellent expert panels, but the keynote speech will, of course, set the course for the whole day. So, in spite of all difficult circumstances, I'm glad that you have come here. Parliamentary Secretary Siemtje Möller is with us today. A warm welcome to you.
Sie ist nun in der deutsch-atlantischen Gesellschaft ja nicht ganz unbekannt, ganz im Gegenteil. Ich freue mich,
she has been a good friend of the German Atlantic Association, and I love to welcome her in my capacity as the president, but she has some other business today, and I talked to Director Seguin, and we are going to give our presentations after Ms. Möller's speech. And so let me welcome her to the floor. Parliamentary State Secretary Siemtje Möller.
Moin.
Moin. That's how they say it in the north of Germany. Christian Schmidt, Excellencies, Generals, Admirals, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. I hope you'll forgive me when I'm not going to give a 15-minute keynote. I have a piece of paper in front of me, but it's really no longer up to date. Now we've had the US elections with an outcome which has been very clear and has come as kind of a surprise to us, that the vote would be so clear. Well, that came as a surprise to me. 5 million more, okay. And then last night, there have been other events in Germany, which makes my presence necessary today, later, in the Bundestag, which is why I'm going to keep my speech very short and limit it to 2 or 3 remarks. For years, I've been a member of the German Atlantic Association, and I'm proud of it. And I would like to start with the US elections and how they relate to NATO and peace and security in Europe. For the whole world, for Europe, for us here in Germany, the re-election of Donald Trump is another turning point. And I think this is a statement that most will agree with. When Trump was first elected, it took, of course, a couple of months until he got familiar with everything expected from him. Now he's ready to go, he himself and his team. He's got a majority in the Senate, in the House of Representatives, in the Supreme Court. He has a very experienced team working with him, so we can be sure that from the very first day on, with his inauguration, his guidelines will get implemented, and we will have to react to that. What does this mean for us in Europe, in Germany? It means a big challenge. After Trump's statement, when he was first elected president, he said NATO's obsolete. His statements at the Security Conference, he said Ukraine, that's a purely European problem. What does this mean for us? We have to strengthen NATO as a transatlantic alliance, which stands for security in Europe, and we from the German side will have to take up more responsibility within Europe and to support Ukraine. I think these are the two most important points. Rutte, the new NATO Secretary General, said that NATO needs 3 victories and can suffer 3 defeats. Now, what if Ukraine was defeated? You know that Putin's attack takes place in Ukraine geographically, but Ukraine is not the only country under attack. It's an attack against all of us, our rules-based order, and Putin declared war on the West. So whatever happens in Ukraine does have an impact on us, because it's also a war against us, which means we need to continue supporting Ukraine. Do as much as we can, really make sure that Ukraine can withstand and at some point in time start negotiations as a sovereign country at a point in time when Ukraine is ready. The second point, and this is a view supported by the Ministry of Defense, and now I'm going to continue at the operational level, so to say, the analysis that Donald Trump or the US as a whole of course, it does make a difference who the US president is, but both Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, both would have asked more of Europe. Europe must do its homework, must take up more responsibility, which is why the Ministry of Defense put this into its national security strategy, into the strategic papers, the defense guidelines, which states that the Bundeswehr will have to be reorganized with a focus on homeland defense under an operational command with new brigades, which will help defend our territory and serve as deterrence. Everything we have in terms of money and energy will have to be used to speed up processes such as equipment for the Bundeswehr, strengthening of the Bundeswehr. A strong Bundeswehr means a strong NATO, and this means more peace and security for NATO, which is why we have a new procurement law which accelerates processes, and the special assets which the Federal Chancellor made ready for defense spending too. 37 billion originally, and now we have more than twice this amount, at our disposal, money that can be spent for Europe's security, for the strengthening of NATO. This is the right way to go, and this is money wisely spent. The federal minister, and that's no secret, because within NATO we cooperate in the committees, and NATO is now revising its capabilities. And of course, Germany's share will get larger. So we need to make even more means available to the Bundeswehr, so we can close the capability gaps. We need new technologies, drones, defense against drones, as well as conventional forces. So this holds true for all three services. All three need more support in order to become more effective. At the same time, we've been supporting Ukraine with 30 billion, and this will have to continue. And even now that our government has changed, you are probably aware of the latest events. The Federal Chancellor said that a larger share of the money available will be spent on defense. Of course, there's always been such a large focus on the US side on domestic affairs, and that means that we have to adapt our policy while the US is refocusing its domestic and external policy. And as our Federal Chancellor stated yesterday, we hope that we will find a reasonable approach, will find a compromise on how to support Ukraine in the future to make sure Ukraine will not be defeated in this war and that Putin will not succeed in dismantling the order we have. It's going to be a long way, and some of the decisions will be painful, but it's the way to go, and we will have to do our homework. And we will have parliamentary elections this year, and the majorities, as far as I can tell you, are definitely in favor for continuous support for Ukraine. And I hope that we'll be able to join ranks and keep supporting Ukraine, because we are NATO's European pillar, with Germany as one of the leading nations. So this is our European and international responsibility, and our partners worldwide have their expectations, and we need to fulfill these expectations. And we from the Ministry of Defense are ready to go. With General Feuding, we have a very experienced general organizing the support for Ukraine. And of course, we are always glad for any support from the government, from the public at large, so we can continue to do our work. So I will now have to hurry up and walk over to the Bundestag. This will be a day full of surprises. So thank you for the invitation. Greetings from Boris Pistorius. He had opened the conference last year, and I have already been speaking on his behalf too. Thank you very much.
So, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, herzlich willkommen zum NATO Talk 2024, auch von meiner Seite. Mein Name ist Mariam Obraschwili von der Jungen Deutschen Atlantischen Gesellschaft und ich darf Sie heute durch den Tag führen. Ich begrüße ebenfalls herzlich unser digital zugeschaltetes Publikum, welches aus ganzer Welt unsere Konferenz verfolgen kann. Deutsch. Wir bitten allerdings eine simultane Übersetzung. Sie können im Saal die Kopfhörer nutzen und diejenigen, die uns über YouTube folgen, Sie können ganz bequem einstellen, in welcher Sprache Sie unsere Konferenz verfolgen möchten. Und noch ein Hinweis, wir laden Sie ganz herzlich ein, über unsere Konferenz in den sozialen Medien zu posten. Nutzen Sie dafür gerne den Hashtag NATO Talk 2024. Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, Weltpolitik im Wandel. Europa und die NATO nach den US-Wahlen. Unter diesem Titel findet die diesjährige Konferenz statt. Im Lichte des Wahlergebnisses wollen wir mit den möglichen strategischen Folgen befassen. Es geht vor allem um deren Einfluss auf den Krieg Russlands gegen die Ukraine und weitere Unterstützung der USA, um den Umgang mit China und natürlich um die Ausrichtung der USA selbst. Zudem steht die hybride Kriegsführung von China und Russland im Fokus. Und schließlich sollen die politischen Folgen dieser Entwicklungen für Deutschland und für die Bundeswehr analysiert werden, einschließlich der Rolle integrierte Abschreckung und Verteidigung. Und natürlich würdigen wir heute auch das Jubiläum der NATO-Gründung. Meine sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, jetzt können wir gleich ein kurzes Video zeigen für Sie und danach geht gleich mit zwei Begrüßungen weiter. Zunächst von dem Präsidenten der Deutschen Atlantischen Gesellschaft, dem hohen Repräsentanten für Bosnien und Herzegowina, Bundesminister AD Christian Schmidt, und anschließend vom Direktor des George C. Marshall European Center for Security Studies, der Partnerorganisation für die NATO Talk 2024, Generalmajor AD Barry Seguin. Nun schauen wir gleich das Video und danach bitte ich Herrn Christian Schmidt auf die Bühne. Vielen Dank.
Together for a secure future. Together with our NATO partners. 75 years of NATO. Four topics. The United States elections. NATO, Ukraine, EU. Hybrid warfare. The German contribution. Welcome.
Noch einmal herzlich willkommen, Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, ich darf Exzellenzen, ich darf die Kolleginnen und Kollegen des Deutschen Bundestages, die nicht in der erwarteten Zahl heute hier sind, sondern natürlich andere Fragen heute zu besprechen haben, doch alle die begrüßen, die aus dem parlamentarischen Bereich, aus dem politischen Bereich kommen. Für den militärischen und politischen Bereich erlauben Sie mir, sich stellvertretend für Sie und uns alle Herrn General AD Klaus Naumann sehr herzlich begrüße. Vielen Dank.
Naumann as a representative for the military that is present today.
Wenn es einen Namen gibt, der nicht nur mit der Geschichte, der operativen Geschichte der NATO, sondern auch mit Reflexionen über deren Zukunft und manches deutliche Wort verbunden ist, dann ist es Klaus Naumann. Wir freuen uns, von Ihnen heute auch das eine oder andere zu hören. Lieber General Seguin, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, ich begrüße Sie nochmal herzlich zur NATO Talk Konferenz der Deutsch-Atlantischen Gesellschaft. Wie gesagt, im November immer in diesem Jahr und wie immer an historischer Stätte in Berlin. Ich freue mich, dass Sie so zahlreich erschienen sind. Begrüße auch diejenigen, die unsere Konferenz am Livestream, am Bildschirm verfolgen. Das ist immer eine sehr gute Frequenz, die wir da erleben.
Usually we have a large crowd.
Die NATO-Konferenz der Deutsch-Atlantischen Gesellschaft hat bereits Tradition.
The NATO Talks
Der erste
are
NATO
a
Talk
traditional
wurde im Jahr
event. It all started
2008
in
auch an dieser
2008
Stelle von der damaligen Bundeskanzlerin Angela Merkel.
and was back then
Mittlerweile
opened by
hat er
Angela
seinen
Merkel.
festen Platz unter den
Now
sicherheitspolitischen
the NATO
Veranstaltungen
Talks have
in der
become
Hauptstadt.
a
Er
major
ist Teil
event
unseres Programms,
in
dazu beizutragen, das Verständnis in der Öffentlichkeit für die Bedeutung der transatlantischen Allianz für unsere Sicherheit zu festigen und ein Forum für den sicherheitspolitischen Dialog zu bieten. Und wir hatten prominente Hilfe und Unterstützung dabei. Nicht nur jetzt gerade heute Vormittag, etwas kürzer als ursprünglich geplant, parlamentarische Staatssekretärin Siemtje Möller und sie insgesamt für die Verteidigungspolitik in der Bundesregierung und den Verteidigungsminister, die NATO-Generalsekretäre Jabde Hoop-Skeppers, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, Jens Stoltenberg waren bei uns zu Gast, ebenso wie die Bundesminister der Verteidigung Boris Pistorius im letzten Jahr. Wir haben auch schon freundliche Signale vom neuen NATO-Generalsekretär erhalten, dass er heute in nicht ganz unkomplizierten, also in unfordernden Tagen, nachdem er am Montag ja bereits hier in der Hauptstadt war, dass er uns auf das kommende Jahr hin schon orientiert hat. Das nehmen wir mit großer Dankbarkeit wahr. In diesem Jahr also die Konferenz 2 Tage nach den Wahlen in den USA. Sie wird durch den Wahlausgang geprägt. Im Lichte des Wahlergebnisses werden wir den großen Herausforderungen befassen, die sich der NATO und Europa stellen. Russlands Vernichtungskrieg gegen die Ukraine, der Aufstieg Chinas zur Weltmacht, deren strategische Partnerschaft und nicht zu vergessen die sicherheitspolitische Lage im Nahen Osten, die in ihrer Dimension das Zeug auch dazu hat, auch geostrategische Fragestellungen mit aufzuwerfen. Ich will nur darauf hinweisen, dass wir zur Kenntnis genommen haben, dass die amerikanischen Partner mit Bodendefense, Luftverteidigung jetzt in der Region auch tätig und präsent sind. Das sind Hinweise für die Notwendigkeit, sich mit diesem Konflikt mehr zu befassen, als mit einer reinen regionalen Vorstellung und Fragestellung neben all den rechtlichen Fragen und humanitären Fragen, die evident aufgeworfen werden, und die uns eigentlich nicht tun lassen. Alle diese Faktoren haben weitreichende Folgen für die NATO, die Europäer und natürlich für die Sicherheitspolitik unseres Landes und auch die Bundeswehr. Ich will auf zwei Wegen dann zu den Fragestellungen kommen, die auch gerade schon angedeutet waren. Was erwartet uns Europäer von der neuen amerikanischen Administration, wenn sie denn im Amt ist? Man hat viele Erwartungen, soll ich sagen, Befürchtungen und Feststellungen. Es gibt eine gewisse Kontinuität. Die Kritik, dass die Europäer weder vom Volumen noch von der Effizienz ihrer Verteidigungsbeiträge den Vorstellungen entsprechen, die wir zu Zeiten, ich will doch nochmal weit zurückgreifen, als wir das 3%-Ziel in der NATO hatten, zu Zeiten des Kalten Krieges, uns schwer tun, das 2%-Ziel zu erreichen. Und nicht umsonst hat ja auch Frau Möller, glaube ich, zu Recht appelliert daran, dass wir jetzt in aller Ruhe und Vernunft überlegen müssen, aus meiner Sicht, wie wir sicherstellen können, dass auch die Finanzierung und Unterstützung von Maßnahmen in die Ukraine insbesondere auch mit dem hohen deutschen Beitrag, wie er bisher war, fortgesetzt werden kann und vielleicht noch mehr. Dabei ist überhaupt noch nicht beantwortet, wie das, wie wir nun dankbar hören, langsam nicht aufgebrauchte, aber doch verplante Sondervermögen mit 100 Milliarden, was denn
in order to make 2% possible. Now the question is, how can we continue to finance defense and support for Ukraine for the next few years and possibly even beyond 2028? Now, if we were to go back to a 3% spending, maybe that would not be in everyone's interest, simply because this would lead to many different questions. We need to find good arguments to support our spending intent. I think that the election campaign in the United States, although I have to say I am not an expert on this issue, but we can say that this type of robust campaign, if you will, has opened up a lot of discussions. And I think in Germany and in Europe, we also have to be very clear in our argumentation. I think a lot is being discussed, not only in Berlin, but also in the individual Länder. And for example, the Wagenknecht parliamentary group keeps talking about one topic like hypersonic aviation and drone warfare. Now it's now I have to say that in this entire discussion and this particular topic is being discussed and nobody is talking about it, that we have had hypersonic missiles stationed in Kaliningrad for quite some time. And these positions are even clear. It's clear where these hypersonic missiles are stationed. So when the Länder and when we discuss defense policy in Germany, then we need to actually discuss about the facts. Because we cannot leave out very fundamental questions of defense, security, and we cannot simply jump on the wrong train.
Ich bin auch sehr dankbar, dass
Also, as far as the current budget is concerned, I'm really happy to say that we have been able to promote an understanding of the turning point in history that we are experiencing. And I think we need to discuss security policy and security issues also more and more in the former Eastern Länder. Now, 35 years ago, we experienced the fall of the Berlin Wall, and I think it is important to remind everyone that we need to promote information about critical thinking. That doesn't mean that this is any form of propaganda, but cooperating with the Center for Political Education, for example, will help to make people aware of the issues at hand. By the way, this is not only something that needs to be done more and more in the former Eastern Länder. It actually concerns all 16 Länder, but I think the Center for Political Education and all together with the German Atlantic Association needs to do more to make sure that certain ideologies cannot gain the upper hand. Because it will lead to more conflicts, and no one wants that. And I think Ms. Möller said that as well. As far as the role of defense is concerned, we need to develop an integrated understanding between Germany, the EU, and NATO. Several years ago, during the NATO Talk, we discussed some sort of, we called it in German, Hirntod, mental death, if you will, of NATO. That is quite some time ago. This term is not being discussed these days at all. It led nowhere, simply because we need new proposals. In Germany, we also had discussions about strategic autonomy. By the way, this is a term that the French like to use as well. Strategic autonomy was always something that we are part of NATO, that we are part of the strategic link. And I do not think we should be talking about autonomy per se. What is more at stake is, and by the way, Volker Rühe, the former defense minister, said that, separable but not separate. So this is very important for our understanding. We need to define our priority list. Security policy is not something that you simply have, and it's nice to have, but it needs to exist. And what it means for Germany is that we need a strong public discussion about these issues. We also need to raise the question, what will happen in the future, and what will be the spillover from the Ukraine conflict for other NATO members. Now we are celebrating 75 years of NATO, and a few months ago, in April, Kaja Kallas from Estonia and Mikos Bajic from Montenegro were here, and we had a really interesting discussion. The representative from Estonia has now advanced to the head of the European foreign and security policy and is now discussing these issues in the European Parliament. So I think, especially coming from Estonia, you see what needs to happen, and you are in a position where you have an immediate impact. The new Defense Commissioner is a person from Lithuania, Mr. Kopilius. He is also a very experienced politician. He's a member of the European Parliament. He is the minister president of his country. And that means that very clear words will be spoken at the EU level. For the past decade, we have asked this question: what is the link between European security and NATO? Many seminars have been held, many opinions have been heard, but in practice, it's something different. We are lagging behind as far as theory and practice is concerned. Now, speaking in terms of General retired Heinrich Braus, on his behalf, I would like to say that Mr. Braus is someone who knows both sides, who has worked at both levels, and this is something that we need to further discuss in order to profit from the experience of both sides. We will also present to you a publication, NATO 75 Years of transatlantic security link, written by General retired Klaus Naumann, and he discusses in this publication not only the past 75 years, but also reflects on the future. Then another publication, NATO 75, by General retired Braus. It is based on his previous publication, NATO 2030. It's basically an update, because back then the NATO strategy was not developed as it is today. So many new elements are being discussed in this new publication, NATO 75, by Heinrich Braus. I think this book, this brochure, is going to be a guideline for our continuous work here at the German Atlantic Association and for all of us. We keep talking about a turning point in history, a turning point in security policy, and this is also being explained in this publication. Now, this is something that needs to enter the public discussion here in Germany, because NATO is for the citizens and it is not simply for military officers. Maybe that is where it is being developed, but it needs to be lived by the people and by the countries.
Politische Komponente in der Parlamentarischen Versammlung begleitet hat. Ich bedanke mich sehr schon jetzt bei allen, die auf den Panels mitgearbeitet haben.
Let me say a word of thank you to all our panelists today, right in advance. I think we are pretty much done with disruptive decisions at the highest level. So it would, of course, be nice if we could continue our work and then be able to make a constructive contribution. Maybe you remember back in '82 there was this letter from a liberal minister, Otto Graf Lambsdorff, where he complained that we are running out of commonalities and common issues within the federal government back then. And my impression is today that what we have in common in security policy needs to be increased, because economic aspects and other aspects are important and need to be included in the political discussion. So this is why I would like to say thank you to all of you who are doing an amazing lot of work in this context. And now I would like to give the floor to our cooperation partner, Major General Seguin from the George C. Marshall Center. Thank you so much for participating in this conference.
Give us some reflections about NATO now and the future month and years, especially the next 4 years. Thank you very much.
Grüß Gott, Servus von Bayern, ja. Letztes Jahr, ich habe gesagt, ich will Deutsch lernen.
Well, last year I was already speaking at this conference and I said I'm going to learn German.
Vielen Deutsch gelernt.
And I have made some progress, but not enough. So not enough to be able to speak in front of you in German, which is why I'm going to switch to English. I apologize.
Guten Morgen.
So, good morning.
Und für nächste Jahre, ich will mehr Deutsch lernen.
But next year I'm going to speak more German than this year. We will see.
It's an honor and really a privilege to welcome you and to partner once again with the Deutsche Atlantische Gesellschaft. I think we say when we do something one time, it's an event, and when we do it twice, it's a tradition. And so we're going to call this year a tradition of partnership between DAG and the George C. Marshall European Center for Security Studies, a very valued partnership on our behalf, and I thank High Representative Christian Schmidt, the president of DAG, for the continued partnership, for the positive words about the Marshall Center and what we do, and for the support continually provided by High Representative Schmidt to our Marshall Center and our programs. We're also very grateful to Johannes Ley. Where's Johannes? I saw earlier. Okay, sitting down. Chief Executive of DAG for the invaluable support in organizing this event. General Naumann, willkommen, and I look forward to your comments later today. Special gratitude, too, as already pointed out, Lieutenant General retired Heinrich Raus. I understand that he played a key role and was indeed the mastermind behind bringing together, doing the writing that High Representative Schmidt highlighted, but also bringing together the conference's concepts and content. So your contributions, sir, are greatly appreciated. Thank you. Recent history, and I'm not talking yesterday's results or what's going on today here in Berlin, but recent history in terms of our global situation in discussions on these critical issues facing the transatlantic community and the security architecture of Europe couldn't be more important, in my opinion, than the here and now. We see Ukraine continues to find innovative ways to repel Russia, but certainly cannot do it on their own. Russia's current war footing, as already mentioned, not only is an existential threat to Ukraine, but Europe, who will suffer grave consequences should Russia prevail in Ukraine. Their gray zone activity we see across Europe, but we really see it in the countries that are striving to more closely align with the West: Moldova, Georgia, the Caucasus, the Balkans. We do see some bright spots, though, and while today's discussion is meant to be a challenging one for us and meant to try to get at the questions that guide us into the future in terms of our transatlantic relationship and our focus on NATO as being the backbone of our respective security, we do see some bright spots. Moldova is a great example, with President Sandu winning a second term in an election that was marred by Russia influence, to include paying for votes, and they also narrowly won via a vote the incorporation of a cession in the EU into their constitution. This is indeed a bright spot right here in Europe, and Moldova is in great need of our continued support as they struggle with irregular warfare and hybrid threats presented by Russia and others in their own country and beyond. At the same time, we really continue to face an ever-changing global landscape. China's growing assertion of world power status and the increasingly complex situation we watch daily in the Middle East. But all these security challenges are certainly interrelated. We can get caught up in the here and now, but we have to keep a broader perspective across the many security challenges that threaten our common values. These challenges include terrorism still, cyber threats, and strategic competition, or as I heard recently in another forum, what's being now described as strategic conflict. It's through discussions like the one that we're going to have today at the NATO Talk that we can develop and build on effective strategies and strengthen our alliance. We can ensure the preservation of democratic principles that underpin and always have our transatlantic relationship. Today's challenges, I would argue, make the transatlantic relationship all the more important and all the more central to our collective security. At the Marshall Center, I would argue that we are the example of the transatlantic relationship. We are a unique German-American partnership, celebrating 31 years this year. We continue with our mission to educate, engage, and empower security partners to collectively affect regional, transnational, and global security challenges. We represent, I believe, the best of the transatlantic relationship, and that which we must maintain. As a unique German-American partnership and trusted global network, we must promote common values that we, the United States and Germany, share and are committed to, regardless of political change. The values of democracy, freedom, good governance, rule of law, peace and security, conflict prevention and resolution, and yes, human rights. We are one of 6 regional centers, as we call them in the United States, is the part of the Department of Defense, but we're also part of the Federal Ministry of Defense in this German-American partnership. And we're very unique in many ways. We are the only center that's partnered with another country. We're the only center that's not on U.S. soil. We're the largest, the oldest of the centers. And for the youth in the audience, we offer a master's program as well, the only one of the centers to do that. To date, we have approximately 16,500 alumni. We call them our trusted global network of alumni and beyond, and we leverage them toward collaborative, cooperative geostrategic solutions and continue to nurture that network. We call them our greatest outcome. Some of you in this very room are alumni from our many programs. This conference itself will serve as a crucial platform to examine the potential collaborative geostrategic solutions in the midst of what was described by the State Secretary and the High Representative as a time where Russia not only seeks to defeat Ukraine, but Russia and China both seek to alter in their favor the international rules-based order. This crucial platform will get at many of these challenging issues and some of the politics associated with the recent changes in both of our countries and indeed within NATO. I want to express our sincere thanks, and I told her as we walked in together to State Secretary Möller, very difficult this morning of all mornings for her to break away and be with us to share the thoughts that she shared that will help to frame our subsequent dialogue as we go throughout the day. Very gracious with her time, and I think her words certainly framed what we need to be discussing. Looking around too, I think mostly in this area and beyond though, I see a lot of youth. And anytime I see young people in forums like this, it truly inspires me. It inspires me that our youth are interested in the world that they're inheriting and that they're going to be the leaders of, enough to spend the time to listen to the experts that we're going to hear from today. I think it's the Youth Atlantic Treaty Association, or the Junge de AG. Welcome to you all. Thank you for the priority you place on the important issues of our day and not on self. And thank you for the time that you're spending with us. Finally, to conclude, I'm very confident that this 2024 edition of NATO Talk will make an important and lasting contribution to the discourse that we're all grappling with, both in the United States and Germany, in the direction our respective countries are going. I assure you, as an organization that is the epitome of, the representation of, the best of the transatlantic relationship, that we will remain committed to the transatlantic relationship as foundational to our collective security. Together, we are stronger. Together, we can and will address the complex security challenges of our time and work toward a safer and more secure world based on our common values. Thank you all for your presence here today. It's great to reconnect with old friends. I look forward to meeting many new friends and to engaging in this valuable discussion that lies ahead. Vielen Dank. Thank you very much.
Sehr geehrte Damen
Damen und Herren, wir machen direkt weiter. Wir bitten nochmal um Verständnis, dass wir aufgrund der aktuellen politischen Entwicklungen unser Programm etwas anpassen sollten.
We have adapted our program, and I'm looking forward to welcoming the members of our first panel.
In diesem Panel besprechen wir das
What are we going
aktuellste Thema
to discuss? The
nämlich die strategischen Folgen der US-Präsidentschaftswahlen
the strategic consequences of the latest US elections and the foreign policy course of the US government. Nora Möller, who is going to lead the panel, is the head of International Politics and Capital City Office of the Körber Foundation.
So that we can start together. Bernard, maybe you may want to have a seat right here. We'll take Ambassador Haber in our midst and our Polish and French colleague on this side.
Far left, far right.
Perfect. Only geographically, yes. So once again, a very good morning to all of you and welcome to our first panel here. Let me say by way of a preface that yesterday presented us with an overdose of disruptive political news, both internationally and also domestically, I would say, and some of us are still in a bit of a hangover mood this morning. But let's take a step back and let's take a sober look at where we stand and at where we are headed in the coming weeks, months, and years also. So, looking towards the other side of the Atlantic, I would say that this time around, Donald Trump's victory has come to us here in Europe probably as less of a surprise. But at the same time, the international landscape is different, and it's dramatically different. We already heard that the world has become a much more dangerous place with two wars going on, one on European soil, the other one in the Middle East. We have the West being confronted with an ever more assertive China, and we have coalitions of autocracies that are increasingly challenging what is called the rules-based international order. On this panel, we will try to zoom out of domestic politics in our respective countries and try to take a look at the bigger strategic picture. And I am very happy to be joined by a truly stellar panel here, and also a truly transatlantic panel. Let me start by introducing Ambassador Emily Haber. She is a former German diplomat, as you know, and her last posting was in the US as German ambassador to the United States until 2023, meaning that you, Ambassador, served both during the Trump and also the Biden administration. And we're very happy to have you here this morning. Warm welcome. Also with us is Michal Baranowski. He's the managing director of GMF East. He's also the regional director of the German Marshall Fund, based in Europe's new center of gravity, I'm tempted to say, in Warsaw. Michal, welcome to Berlin.
Thank you, Nora.
To my left is Dr. Bernard Fennell. He's the new Dean of the College of International and Security Studies at the George C. Marshall Center for Security Studies in beautiful Garmisch-Partenkirchen. Before he joined the Marshall Center, he was a professor at the U.S. National War College in Washington, D.C., and his area of expertise is strategic competition, terrorism and irregular warfare, and military history. So that's quite a broad spectrum. Great to have you with us this morning. Welcome.
Thank you.
And then, geographically, on the far side of this panel is Camille Grand. Camille is a distinguished policy fellow at the European Center on Foreign Relations. Before that, he was a NATO official. He served as Assistant Secretary General for Defense Investment, and in his previous life back in Paris, he had different distinguished positions both in the government and also in the academia. And very importantly, he's also an alumnus of the Munich Young Leaders, a joint program of my organization, Körber Stiftung, and also the Munich Security Conference. Camille, fantastic to have you here in Berlin on this very eventful morning. So how are we going to do this? We have, I'm told, a bit more than 90 minutes, which is fantastic because we have a lot of issues on the plate that we need to talk about. And I thought we'll divide our time into two parts. The first part being dedicated to the consequences of the US presidential election on European security, because we sit in the heart of Europe here and because the implications will be felt so strongly here. Then we will take a break for you to jump in and ask your questions, make your comments, and then we will go to a second part, which then will broaden the spectrum a little and have us take a look at other theaters like the Indo-Pacific and also the Middle East. So I thought, Ambassador Haber, that maybe we could start, and it's very easy to be gloomy on a morning like this, but what is the one thing that makes you optimistic about the future of the transatlantic relationship?
It exists. Well, let's start like that. It's true, in the previous Trump administration, we have seen a number of patterns that will recur. That's certainly the bilateralism that is trying to manage any situation in bilateral terms because of the relative asymmetric American power in that case, his disdain for institutions of global or regional governance, that includes the EU, his transactionalism that ties topics which are completely unconnected, security, economy, and so forth. His personalizing attitude, which means that he views his partners in terms of how he thinks they relate to him. It was a very important factor in the German-American context during those years. But things have changed too. You have mentioned the geopolitical upheavals that we are witnesses to. I think in the world of today, where we see that the growing adversity in the American-Chinese relationship and the wars in Europe and in the Middle East have changed the attitude among many countries in the global south for whom these changes have opened spaces in ways that was not the case during the first Trump administration. The relevance has grown for both superpowers. And it is very clear that they intend to exploit that. They intend to use the options they now have, and which they didn't have to the same degree in the previous administration. By the same token, things have changed for Europe as well, because the war in Russia has reminded American and German audiences to a degree the American security guarantee is important for Europe, and that President Trump, if he chooses to, has now an instrument that he can use to leverage political outcomes in ways that was not the case during the first administration. So much has changed, and I would advise all of us not to simply extrapolate the experiences we have made during 17 to 21 on decisions and developments that we see today, because you have to factor in the changes that have occurred in the meantime.
And just to get you wrong, where was the optimism part?
I'm always a great friend of soberly analyzing situations and then deciding how to cope with them.
Thank you so much. Now the optimism part falls to you, Bernard. No, I should have started this question differently. On the campaign trail, Donald Trump has given us, I think, some indications when it comes to his foreign policy agenda. There is the issue of a potential peace deal to end the war in Ukraine. I could solve that in 24 hours. There is the continuous criticism of NATO, coupled with a threat not to defend those members who don't pay their dues. So if we look at this, what contours do you see of Trump's vision for America's role in European security?
Okay. Easy question. I'll try not to speculate too much and try to ground it in, I think, what are some broader dynamics and trends. So let me take just a moment back. NATO, one of the most successful alliances in the history of the world, 75 years. And yet it's been often challenged, right? I mean, we can go through NATO's history and it's an endless series of crises, whether it's Skybolt or forward defense or nuclear command and control or the Vietnam War, the Iraq War, and so on. But nonetheless, there was always an ability, I think, to deal with the core issues because there was a shared sense of the external threat and a shared sense of values that bound the alliance together. And so that meant that issues that were about burden sharing, right, could be dealt with as internal bargaining kind of issues. The challenges that occurred from the United States, because the United States sometimes goes through periods of more commitment to multilateralism, sometimes to unilateralism, right? Those were also things which could be managed because they were about leadership structures and who would follow, who could set the agendas going forward. Nonetheless, in a shared context of external threats. I think one of the challenges that we run into in the present era, and it's not just in the United States, it's across Europe as well, is that there's a very different threat perception from people in this kind of a room, this kind of an audience, people who are focused and committed to the transatlantic relationship, who have the shared values of the alliance, and many of our fellow citizens who, when they look at their daily lives, don't see Russia as the primary threat, right? They see immigration as the primary threat, deindustrialization as a crucial threat, the fact that they may not be expected to have incomes and careers that match those of their parents. First generation United States, right, where our children are probably going to be not as well off as their parents were for a variety of reasons. But the long and short of it is that it was always possible in the past to think about there being a political West in contrast to a political East. And we were organized around that. I think now the challenge is that there's a cross-cutting set of political debates. And what Donald Trump on the campaign trail, and what I suspect his administration will do going forward, is be focused on a different set of cleavages, less the political East versus political West, and more the political right and the political left. I don't know actually how that resolves itself into a NATO or transatlantic debate. It depends, of course, on what happens here in Europe. I don't want to get too much into domestic politics, but let us just posit for a moment that in the parliamentary elections that you're going to have here in Germany coming up, there was a similar result to what we saw in the United States. And now perhaps right-wing parties have a strong lead. Imagine if the elections in France had gone differently as well and the Rassemblement National, the Le Pen party, had won. what would that look like? Well, I mean, one could imagine a Republican Party in the United States, a Le Penist party in France, and AfD, right, doing quite well as a shared values. It would be very different to have shared values. But of course, if we end up in situations where the left becomes dominant in Europe and the right in the United States or vice versa, then I suspect we'll see a great deal of tensions. And so I think we are in a new world where it's no longer just about how we deal with this shared set of threats, but it's about the fact that there's fundamental debates over what we ought to be frightened of and dealing with as a community.
Thank you so much. I can very much relate also to your point of kind of the collapse between different policy fields. There is no longer only foreign policy, and there is no longer only domestic policies. So these two are interconnected, and when we follow along that train of thought, it all boils down again to the issue of transatlantic burden sharing, right? If one of the defining traits of the Trump II administration is again the issue of transactionalism, I think we as Europeans have to think hard what kind of offers we can put on the table. So I wanted to ask you, Bernard, what your advice to us Europeans would be. I mean, what could this package of offers look like, and what could be attractive to a Trump II administration?
Yeah, I see, this is where I'm not sure I have an answer. And the reason is because I think this is a more fundamental issue. This isn't just a burden sharing issue. I think this is the way it's been understood in Europe very much, that the Trump critique of the alliance is that the Europeans don't spend enough, and that has certainly been a major theme, no doubt. But I think as it's emerged over the past several years, there's a more fundamental critique, which is that there's questions about the values. And I think it's very hard to imagine what kind of concessions one might choose to make, if they are concessions. Again, I think there's room for a healthy dialogue, because what's true is that even though it's not clear what direction either the polities on this side of the Atlantic or on the United States will pursue over the next decade or more, we have shared sets of issues which bind us, right? And these shared sets of issues remain, both the ones that we in this room share, but also that our political communities share. And I think that that's going to be where the real value would be to have a broader discussion about things like globalization. Has it gone too far? How would you manage a certain degree of deglobalization? How does it impact things like population movements? How does that limit or constrain or shape trade? And I'd say that instead of thinking about narrow transactions, here's a bargain, here I can give this one thing and get this one thing, I think there needs to be a broader rethinking of the foundations on which we want to build the next 75 years of transatlantic relations.
Thanks very much for this thought. So it's not only about transactionalism, but what you're saying is we also need a new transatlantic dialogue about the fundamental values. I know that Ambassador Haber wants to jump in very quickly, and then I want to move over to Camille and Michal.
Yeah, I apologize for that. I really want to jump in because I'm very blunt now. I feel very uncomfortable with a discussion that is being framed in terms of proactive offers or concessions. I think what we need to do is think new and hard and afresh about how many resources need to go into the security sector because it is in our interest. That's how we should frame the discussion, and how we should lead the conversation in the transatlantic framework as well. What do we need to do because it needs to be done, and not in terms of what can we offer, creating rewarding systems and incentive structures for a disruptive behavior that we want to prevent in the first place. Sorry for that.
Thanks very much for this interjection, Camille, and that's the perfect lead over to you, I guess. I mean, when we look at the European state of preparations and preparedness to a Trump II administration, where do we stand? How do you assess that?
Well, it's a little disconcerting and disheartening to note that the most important and consequential election for Europe took place 2 days ago in America. And that, we had European elections, we had French snap elections, we had the change in the British government, but still for our security and the future of European security, what has happened is more important than whatever we voted in Europe. So from that perspective, that's really something that we should probably learn from as well. And there I'm very much with Ambassador Haber on the fact that we have to think really hard of what we are bringing to this conversation. I had the privilege with some others in the room of being at NATO during the entire first Trump term. I think to be blunt, as we've decided to be, I think that we shouldn't be rereading this through rosy lenses of saying, it ended up well, so that's what we're going to have again. It was very complicated. It was extremely difficult. The 2018 summit came this close to being a very dreadful summit for the alliance, and that was a time when there was no war in Europe, when there were adults, so-called adults in the room, who were really making lots of efforts to counter the instinct of the president, and we don't know whether that's going to happen again. And when the core priorities of US security policy were only starting to shift towards the Indo-Pacific. So those are some of the issues that we face today. We have to get used to the fact that even if Harris had been elected, Europe is theater number 2 or 3 in the list of American priorities, and maybe for a good reason. And I'm not challenging that. Of course, the Chinese challenge is of a different magnitude than what Russia puts on the table in global terms. But that is not true for the Europeans. So in this environment, the scenario of we're going to muddle through versus it's much more fundamental. I tend to be on the much more fundamental part of the conversation, which doesn't mean that there can't be a conversation with the Trump administration. And there I come to your point. I think the Europeans really need to think hard on what are they bringing to the table. I wrote a short paper on what would it mean in last summer defending Europe with less America. And the list is known. Many of you in the room are familiar with that. It is about being less dependent on American assets because they might simply not be available. It's not only an issue of political will, it is the fact that the US military has also its own resource constraint. And there might be some of the critical enablers, as we say in the military, that are not simply not available for a European contingency. So for me, the core issue is to think really hard on what do we bring to this conversation. How do we rebuild readiness and mass in the military domain so that we can deter and defend Europe against the temptation by Russia to take advantage of a success in Ukraine tomorrow? How do we make sure that we buy and develop the critical enablers that we need to be able to do these operations with less American support than today? And those things, in my view, are the things that are going to enable us to keep America in, because we're going to demonstrate that we're in a good relationship, which is not going to be only about burden sharing in terms of money, but also burden sharing in terms of responsibilities, in terms of core roles in the alliance. And let me end with one thing, and there I want to maybe add a little bit to the doom and gloom, but also by saying that we need to do something about it. I think Ukraine will be a very first critical test for the relationship. I think the majority of European governments and populations mean it when they say that Ukraine is existential or at least critical for their security. That might not be the case seen from Washington, and again, not only in Trump's circles. I wish the Europeans had a very clear plan for the support of Ukraine today. I'm not sure it is the case. I wish it had been there 6 months ago, to be honest, but I think we need now to be very clear on what is it that we want to do. That's how we're going to be at the table of any future negotiation. Our interest with the US might be different. They might also be slightly different from those of the Ukrainians, but we need to have this conversation. There's going to be a panel on this, so I don't want to dive into this, but I think this is the first biggest test for the relationship there. And I think the Europeans need to be very, very clear on what are their expectations on that.
Thanks so much, Camille. I wanted to come to the issue of Ukraine, and I'm glad you touched upon it right now. You said we need to have a plan B for the support of Ukraine. Give us a sense of, from your point of view, what the sort of the cornerstones of such a plan B should look like.
So first of all, I think that we need to recognize and sink in Washington the idea that the Europeans are already carrying the largest share of the burden for this. I was quite struck during the supplemental debates talking to American press and very good journalists from very good media who were discovering that Europe was paying more than the US for Ukraine there. So I think that we need to be very clear about this, and that is now more and more the case also in the military domain. It's still only half of that. So what I would like to see is a European message that is crystal clear on we're going to support Ukraine for all part, and we're going to do more. And by the way, the European Union can play a very important role in this. Andrius Kubilius, the new Commissioner designate for Defense, has made clear that Ukraine was one of his priorities. I think we need to be sending a very powerful message of support. By the way, this is not to carry on an endless war. This is to enable the Ukrainians to come to the negotiating table with a much stronger hand than they have today by changing the calculus in Putin's mind, who for his part has really no interest in a negotiation today, which is important to keep in mind when we talk about that. The second message is then on that basis to be able to, from a transatlantic perspective, say, we are ready to do our share, we hope you will do yours, and we need to have a shared understanding of what the future is. Because make no mistake, if Ukraine was to fall into Putin's plan, the cost on our security would be massive, including on our, but from a budget perspective, from a fiscal perspective, because there, 2% will certainly not be enough, and there will be an enormous nervousness on the whole of Europe. So that's it. Maybe one last thing, which is what should can the Europeans add something to this conversation? Of course, some of the most critical weapon systems were delivered by the US. But it is true that the Europeans have also sometimes helped open this. The jet fighters that are coming to the Ukraine are not American jet fighters. They are American-made European jet fighters. Some of the long-range strike systems are French and British, and they are being delivered. I think we need to be able and willing to take a little more risk, because this is how you change the calculus for Vladimir Putin.
Camille, thanks very much. Michal, let's move over to Warsaw. I would imagine that in Warsaw, the conversation about the results of the US presidential election is a bit more different and differentiated maybe than in other European capitals. Give us a sense of what people say about the risks and challenges, but also the opportunities potentially.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Narayan. It's wonderful to be here on this very interesting morning in Berlin. You would think so, and I would say not so much. I think that's the striking element of this election, and perhaps the understanding of Tusk's government, that on the surface the response is very calm, predictable, diplomatic. We'll deal with whoever is in charge of the next administration. We have contacts on the Republican side. The previous relationship with the previous Trump administration was good. We are spending 4.3% on defense. We'll be spending 4.7%. We are all fine. This is not what we are talking about behind closed doors. Behind closed doors, the concerns are frankly similar to what I hear in this room. And I will go into details. There is, of course, Trump's approach to Ukraine, Trump's approach to European Union on trade, Trump's approach to NATO. We'll unpack all this. But the biggest message, and frankly a message that I would love to engage the audience here, our panel, is from this election, is that Europe needs to grow up geopolitically. And not grow up geopolitically because we need to trade something with Trump. And here I again very much agree with you, Ambassador. We are not doing this so we are nice to Americans. We are doing this because we need to take care of our security, Ukraine's security, in this totally new moment. Now, even if it's not as fundamental as a change as many of us worry about. And then the question for Warsaw is actually, and this is strikingly, Prime Minister Tusk is talking about this on Twitter, which is a bit of a new quality in Polish foreign policy communication with US, when it was all very nice, very packaged in niceties. But the conversations in also behind closed doors is about what can we do as Europeans. And you very nicely pointed on the center of gravity moving to the east, maybe, hopefully, certainly when it comes to understanding the threat and understanding that we need to step up. And in security terms, we are. And then the question is, can we do this Europe-wide? I'm struck when I hear Camille and frankly other French colleagues. I would agree with everything Camille said. Not
That's
only
a rare
because
moment.
he's a brilliant colleague, but the view is becoming so similar. I don't come from a region or Warsaw where strategic European autonomy is the most popular concept, and we would still not frame it this way, but the answer we think is very much in the European pillar of European defense, European pillar of NATO, and something that we are working on even together. The question then from Warsaw is, frankly, do we have other partners? Do we have Paris with us, London, and what about Germany? What about Berlin? When I was arriving last night, before I read the news, I was hoping that we would be talking here about what Germany can bring into European leadership. There is certainly a desire for it in Warsaw. And I think we need an answer, frankly. And the time is short. You know, Europe needs to grow up, and quickly, I would say. I also agree that the tests will come very, very quickly from Trump administration. And let me just close this by saying I'm now representing a view of the governing, and I'm independent in that sense. I'm a think tanker, also one of the organizations that has Marshall in the name, but I'm plugged in. So this is the view of this government, and of course there is the opposition in Law and Justice and in President Duda, who are very happy with Donald Trump, so who see him as both someone who is ideologically close, but also someone who was good to Poland in the previous term. But even that camp, when they are honest, they are very worried about especially Trump administration action vis-a-vis Russia, vis-a-vis Ukraine.
Super interesting point. Let me follow on that point a little further, Michal. So we heard a lot of convergence from you. European convergence, I mean. Now, as we speak, European leaders, not only EU, but European leaders, are meeting for the EPC summit in Budapest. Yeah. So I think the question on the table is really, will a Trump administration really kind of serve the function that you just mentioned, kind of being the glue that keeps Europeans together? Or isn't there also a scenario in which it is a wedge that drives, talking about the European Union now, that drives this already divided union farther apart? And we've seen that, we've been there, New Europe, Old Europe. So how do you see that?
I see little evidence that Trump administration can be a glue that brings us closer together, unless we, Europeans, choose to do that. Ambassador Haber knows this, I'm sure, the best, but it's the bilateralization of relationship is another very clear element. There are also, you mentioned that the EPC will be meeting in Budapest. There are colleagues in Europe that are so happy with this election, and those
big
are not
plans for the future, we read on Twitter.
There you go. And that's not the voices that drive for European unity. We also have, there will be, I think the impact of this election on European security will be not only in the policies, but also both in the quality of American democracy and in its relations with our right-wing, perhaps somewhat populist parties. So I think we stick together only if we choose to stick together. And frankly, I think we need to be, I don't see this division into New Europe, Old Europe. I worry that if we don't very quickly coalesce on a group and European response, there will be a pressure from various capitals. I think President Macron was one of the first European leaders to call Donald Trump, to build relations bilaterally rather than collectively.
Camille wants to come in very quickly, then I want to go to Bernard, and then I would like to open it for your questions.
Just to add to this, one thought. I think the issue is, it's going to be extraordinarily difficult to have a single European response, and if only, Viktor Orban and a few others will not allow a powerful single EU message or anything of the sort. Having said this, I think it is really important that it is a coordinated approach from the like-minded countries.
Exactly.
And this is, it was very good that in spite of the busy political days, Chancellor Scholz and President Macron spoke yesterday. I wish they had been also speaking with with Prime Minister Tusk, with others. I think there are a number of key players. The UK is now back fully into the European conversation, and that's really important to have them part of this conversation. I think there are countries in the north, the Nordics, are jointly doing more for Ukraine than France, and they should be part of this conversation. I think so that really makes it really important. And we also have new leadership in Brussels, and I land on that, both with the new NATO Secretary General, a new leadership in the EU. That is an opportunity for having, if not a unified, at least a shared message on some of the core issues that are in front of us.
I take that this is a Franco-German issue here, because Ambassador Haber wanted to jump in as well.
No, I totally agree. I just want to say the pattern during the first Trump administration was a permanent competition of European member states in Washington to be in the limelight. And I don't recall how often I heard from my American interlocutors in the administration, well, that's not what the country X or country Z says, because they're lobbying against that. So I had assumed, after having been thrown out to some extent out of the comfort zone by the first Trump administration, that the European mindset would actually alter. But it has not. And I must say this year, the number of abstentions that I see on issues in the European Union, German abstentions, are not indicative of a changed mindset in Germany either. So the lack of a changed mindset, which would allow for a critical mass of European countries that would then dominate the dynamic of the conversation within the transatlantic relationship, that has not taken place, but we need it.
Yeah. Ambassador Haber, you're the one responsible for optimism on this panel once again. But now, before we open this for questions from the floor, I wanted to ask you, frankly, if you look at our conversation so far from the perspective of an American observer, what is your main takeaway from this?
Well, I mean, on one hand, I'm impressed by at least the degree of consensus, at least elite consensus, I would say, on a path forward, on the importance of thinking at least of a European foreign policy, which may be in partnership with the United States, but isn't fully reliant upon the United States. And I think that that's sort of an interesting kind of dimension. What I would say is, as someone who's now lived through a relatively momentous series of elections in my own country, I'd say we all do need to take some thoughts about where our collective politics are going and what the driving factors and forces are, because this elite consensus is only as good as having a certain set of elites in the room and in charge are. And if those change because of structural dynamics, broadly we might call sort of the failure of neoliberal economics, right? Those are structural challenges that we're all facing, and they're creating cleavages which are exploitable by adversaries, but aren't just exploited by adversaries. They are genuine policy dilemmas. We have some issues that we just haven't addressed collectively in the West for the past 25 years. And if we don't, it's going to blow our societies apart.
So it's the issue of putting our own houses before. Yeah, thanks so much for that important reminder. With this, I would like to open this and bring you into the conversation. We will have now 15 minutes or so for this part of the Q&A. I would ask you to quickly say who you are and who your question is addressed to, and please do remember that every question should be crisp, concise, and end with a question mark. I'm looking against the light here, so I don't recognize all of you, so I'll just point to the lady who raises her hand over here. You want to ask a question, or the mic is here. You can just come up to the mic.
Hello, thank you very much. Is this on? Yes. Hi, thank you very much. My name is Natalia Möller. I'm with the Young German Council for Foreign Relations and also with the Hans Seidel Foundation. And as someone who is speaking from the youth perspective and who's, well, actually all collective futures are being decided today, I just want to know, why have we failed to achieve this change of mindset that has been mentioned on this panel? Because I, as the youth of tomorrow, am getting tired of politicians fumbling our collective futures with the policies that are affecting our futures today. And I just want to know, what more will it take? We have seen Donald Trump won for 4 years, fail to address our security issues. We have seen Vladimir Putin attack our very values for more than 3 years, I would say now, because the war has not started in 2022. It has started in 2024. And I just want to know why our governments are still not decisive enough to actually address the issues that we are talking about today, and what more will it take for us finally to come together and address these issues as a collective. And my question goes to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Touche, I would say. Thanks very much for this question. Who feels empowered to respond?
No, I talk too much.
No, please. No, but no, I think we all have strong feelings about this. I mean, for me, the reality, and that is not, I think, specific to any country. I mean, some do a little better than others, but there are two things that I think are, for me, striking. How slowly we move away from old thinking. You know, it took 10 years to recognize that Russia was changing from, you know, we had a Munich Security Conference speech in 2008 or 7, if my recollection is correct, from Vladimir Putin, saying basically I don't like the post-Cold War order and it needs to be changed. We didn't pay attention. We had Georgia. We had Ukraine 2014. We had the unraveling of arms control. And we were still trying to sell the same narrative from the 1990s, not only in Berlin, but also in Paris, and to a large extent in Brussels, both NATO and EU, and in Washington. So I think that's a problem, because which is the heritage of the previous time, which we tend to like or hope to go back to. And there is no going back to the previous time. It might be different. We might try for a peaceful settlement and all of that, but that's not going to go back to the wonderful days of peaceful relationship there. So that's one element. And obviously politicians don't like those moments where things change very rapidly there. And the same applies to a certain extent to the transatlantic relationship. You know, the one thing I give credit to Trump is that he echoes a very strong feeling in the American public that many of us in Europe have failed to see, only wanting it to blame it on Trump, to say, oh, Trump is making all these bizarre statements, but he doesn't have a strong echo with the public. The public is concerned with the degree of American commitment, with American taxpayers' money being spent on things that are not a priority for them, and so on and so forth. So I think that is, I think if we could be much more honest about what the state of play, then we could start a much more honest conversation on how do we react to them.
Thanks very much. Professor Harbour, if you don't mind, I would also throw that question into Bernard's court, because you also touched upon the issue of we need to listen to the people's grievances. So what would your response be to our colleague's question?
Well, it's a challenge, right? Because there's all kinds of divides in societies, generational divides, young people feeling that they've been betrayed by their elders, which I think certainly is true. But it's also been by the number of citizens in our countries who feel left behind by changes in the modern world. And so the grievances aren't just generational, they are also urban, rural, they're in various job categories and things, people were being outsourced. And so I think it's a much more fundamental conversation we need to have. And I think it begins at one level by saying, why is it that we aren't unified on the Russian threat? Okay, so I don't want to speak for future President, former President Trump, and I can't anyway, but look at one of his largest supporters, Tucker Carlson, famous news personality, Fox News and so on, openly and eagerly pro-Putin, pro-Russia, right? I mean, he thinks that it is a superior model. Now, I may disagree with that vehemently, but understanding how someone who's not a stupid man gets that, and it's easy to say, oh, it's just venality, he's being paid, and maybe he is, maybe he isn't. But I think there's more to it than that. And having a sense of what is it that is attractive about that alternative model is the first step in being able to understand how one might mitigate some of the negative consequences associated with it. So again, I think there is a crisis of confidence in elites. Some of it is quite well earned, and it behooves all of us to be creative in thinking about how we deal with these challenges.
Thanks so much. If you agree, I would go back to the floor to collect some more questions and then bring you into the conversation again later on. So who wants to ask another question? Let me not disadvantage and disprivilege this side of the room. I think the lady in the third row was first. You go ahead.
I suppose us youth has a lot to say.
That's good.
I'm Eline. I'm a master's degree student from the Hertie School, originally from Denmark, so I appreciate the mention of the Nordics. As Michel said, we in Denmark also, we have a really strong alliance with the US, and following these discussions on maybe having a stronger European front, discussions that I've here in Denmark are also looking towards German leadership in taking the torch in this so-called European security project. What my question is that I would like to ask to whoever wants to answer the question, whether this is something that we could see Germany do, and what kind of government should we expect if this should take place in the elections? What kind of resource would be needed? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, Ambassador Haber, what about German leadership?
Next question. Things are unfolding as we speak. I haven't seen the news for 20 minutes. That may be bad news. So I really can't respond to that. But it's evident with what happened yesterday in Berlin that there is a very strong reaction to the tectonic shift that people see in the election of President Trump. I assume that our complacency over the past 4 years was also linked to some implicit assumption that the Trump years and the disruptive modus operandi and the geopolitical focus were an aberration. We know now that they're not an aberration. Actually, he's got a much stronger mandate now than he had during his first presidency. There's a triple shift, and we've seen a pretty massive realignment, much more than I had expected 2 days ago, even in democratic districts such as in New York or in New Jersey. So something is really underway, and it relates to what you said before. I'm a historian, so in historical terms, I would say what's happened yesterday is the final implosion of a consensus on foreign policy and on principles that governed the post-Cold War years in terms of globalization. The first Trump years showed us that the thinking on free trade and open markets, open borders, was over. And there was a new convergence emerged among Democrats and Republicans on really turning away from globalization and the globalization principles. And I've seen that extend in the end of Biden years, even on migration. I predict today that we'll see a migration legislation in the next Congress, and it will be bipartisan because the legislation is there already. And now the Trump year, the second election of Trump, tells us that this old foreign policy consensus, which assumed or departed from the assumption that the investment in security, including in the security of partners, would serve America and would serve the American global role. That foreign policy thinking has been buried yesterday. And when the State Secretary talked about eine Zäsur, a deep, shall we say, turnabout, I'd say it's the end of a tectonic shift that started probably with the financial crisis that President Trump and his movement have grasped and that has now entered into the center of American thinking on foreign policy and economy.
Nora.
Well, Camille, I promise you'll answer the next question, but I wanna take on one more question because otherwise we'll completely lose track of time management here. I'm looking at this side of the room for a change. Is there any question here? Oh, over here. I'm sorry, I almost overlooked you. Go ahead.
So I wanted to ask about climate policy because nobody brought it up so far, and I'm not an expert on it either, but we all just kind of implicitly agree that it's dead in the water and he's going to try to kill the EPA again, leave the Paris Climate Accord, and there's nothing we can do about it. Tough luck, and this time he's going to basically dismantle the entire administrative state so that even if there's another change in administrations, there's nothing we can do about it.
Thanks very much. Important question. Camille, I promise you to be the next answer.
No, but I'm not an expert on climate, but it's clear that it's going to be one of the big dividing lines there. And it's clear that the American people have voted very firmly on this, and that the narrative about fracking and shale gas and so on has traction in especially some of the key swing states. And that is something that Kamala Harris struggled with, and that's going to be a very complicated one. There was a big effort there. I just wanted to pick up the issue of leadership, just because there is a temptation to say, okay, if there is less US leadership or more complex US leadership, who's going to lead? And I think it's the wrong approach, honestly, because I think it's misleading to assume that there would be a German or a French or a Franco-German leadership. B, it's not recognizing that things have changed. There will be soon more tanks in the Polish army than in the German, French, and British army combined. The 4 Nordic air forces are larger than the Luftwaffe, the Royal Air Force, or the French Air Force. So we have to, and I'm speaking only about the military stuff, but the same applies to assistance to Ukraine, to a lot of things where there are different groups that are playing a very important role there. And that's why the sort of shared and joint approach is so important, rather than sort of turning and there I really don't want to sort of sound like I'm putting the blame on Germany for not exercising leadership. I think Germany needs to be part of a broader effort, so they definitely exercise leadership, but it's not an issue of replacing one by the other, because we are sort of missing something if we go in that direction.
Michal, very quick point, because we have 2 other theaters to cover, the Indo-Pacific and the Middle East, so we need to, speed up.
Very quick point connects with what Camille said to the very first question about why didn't we wake up. And on domestic terms, Tusk's victory last year showed that if you go outside of the bubble of liberal policies and you push smartly into the other territory, you can win. You can win also people who are uncomfortable with the globalization. We would have to unpack it. On the Wake Up to Russia piece, it's very easy for me to knock it out of the park. Of course, there was a part of Europe who has been saying this for a very long time, and I think that connects to what Camille said. This, we can fancy call it architecture of leadership, but it's basically you have chunk of countries who are seeing the threat, who are communicating this also to their societies, and that are standing up, and we need to include them, not to say include us, into the European leadership much more strongly than it is right now. I still feel like it's a lip service being paid to this idea. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Now, one more question before we then finally move over to the second part of this conversation. Please remember to be crisp and concise.
Thank you. I'll try to be concise. My name is Lisa Szczerbakova. I'm from Ukraine originally, and my question is, I would like to turn back to Ukraine and talk about the recent news that are arriving from the States. They're not yet confirmed, and there is no clear decision on the part of the, there is no Trump's administration in the first place to make the decision, but there are voices saying that the potential plan for Ukraine might be the freezing of the active phase of the war, including forcing Ukraine to give up its ambition to join NATO for at least 20 years, and creating the demilitarized zone, which is, and it is important, is not going to be overseen, is not going to be secured by the American forces or any forces that are affiliated with organizations financed by the US. And I would like to hear your thoughts on this potential solution of the Trump administration, and maybe your hypothesizing about the role of the forces of the European countries in securing the demilitarized zone. Thank you.
Lisa, thanks very much. Bernard, would you like to give it a try?
I don't think the Trump administration or Trump himself has made any secrets of his general hostility to Ukraine and to funding the Ukraine war. I think his concerns stretch over a number of different areas, and I think it's not clear to me whether he has a majority of support in the United States on this. I think that actually there probably is a majority in support of continuing to support Ukraine, but I don't know there's a majority or any willingness among the Republican Party to buck or push back on the president if he were to make a clear statement that he doesn't want to support the war anymore. At that point, whether the Ukrainians then choose to try to continue to maintain the conflict or succumb to blandishments about freezing it and negotiations, that's obviously a Ukrainian decision to make. But I have to say, just reading the tea leaves, and which I don't want to do too much of, it's going to be a hard road for future significant American aid to Ukraine, unfortunately. Unfortunately, from my perspective.
Thanks very much. Very briefly, Ambassador Möller.
Well, can I just point out, he's got a huge mandate in Congress too, much bigger than he had the first time, which means that within the Republican party, although they are still Reagan traditionalist Republicans, he will have, there's no really space for dissent anymore. There was dissent on these issues during the first administration. There will be very, very little space for dissent in this next administration. And my next point is, there is a lot of chatter of how the war could end. But it's chatter. What he has publicly said was he wants to end the war on day one. And by saying that, he clearly, he made it very clear that he will prioritize the end of the war over the question what the content of the ending will be, which of course is something that will play into the cards of the aggressor and of the rule breaker. So I think, as opposed to you, I don't think that communication of what we are doing is going to alter this calculus. He simply, Trump and his people, simply don't believe that what happens in the Ukraine will have an effect on other theaters of conflict in the world, and that is making our case a very difficult one.
But
That's
if I may, then if that, taking your analysis, which I unfortunately share, then the question is still to this room to ask, what do we do about it?
That I'm constantly saying that. Let's not speculate about what's happening there. Let's ask ourselves what we can do and how to do it and what resources would be required to do it.
Absolutely.
And we should do it in the best case as part of a transatlantic endeavor.
Sure.
But the question is, first, what's our interest and how can we achieve it?
I think that's a good point to start our conversation now, or to broaden our conversation geographically. Ambassador Haber, you said that in the Trump administration there is no awareness of the fact that the European theater and the Indo-Pacific theater are actually interconnected, which I think they are, but nevertheless, let's talk about sort of the elephant in the room then, or maybe the dragon in the room, and that is China and the Sino-American rivalry. China and sort of China policy is probably the one thing where we do see a degree of continuity between the Trump and the Democratic administrations. I mean, the CHIPS Act of August 2022, I think, was a pretty draconic measure with the aim to sort of contain China and its technological development. So that was a measure by the Biden administration. Maybe a question to all of you. What do you think? Where will the Sino-American rivalry? In which direction is it going to evolve? That's the first part of my question. And the second part is, how great is the risk that economic tension might spill over into security tension or even into kinetic confrontation? Maybe that's a question for you, Bernard, to start with.
Okay. So a few thoughts about this. There's, again, this is a case where there's a bifurcated debate. And there's a debate which is held in rooms like these where there's sophisticated arguments that are made about the interconnection of the European and Pacific theaters. And so you have some people who will say we absolutely have to remain firm in the European theater because if we give up on, say, Ukraine, that's going to be giving a free hand to China vis-a-vis Taiwan. Other people make the argument, no, that they're irrelevant, and the resources that are being spent in Europe could be better spent in Asia. And so these are kind of conversations that you have at the Council on Foreign Relations and the big think tanks and so on in Washington. Is that the broader sort of dialogue that I think is resonant with the American public that is voting for a Trump administration? I don't think it really is so much. Again, it gets back to sort of these more amorphous kind of sensations, right, about lost economic opportunities. We still talk about the China shock in terms of deindustrialization, which is a major factor. There's a generalized, I don't know, I'm not sure it's strategic, but it's distrust of China, which almost has, an orientalizing kind of sensation, right? The secretive Chinese who are undermining things. But anyway, the long term is that I'm not sure that these debates are purely policy debates to be resolved in this kind of dialogue. They're also political debates. And so I'm not sure I understand what the future of the U.S., the Sino-U.S. competition is. I mean, people talk about strategic competition, but whenever I say, what does that mean? What does it mean to compete? Very few people can give me a coherent answer. Is it mirror imaging? If they build a shoddy dam, should we build a shoddy dam as well? Or I mean what's the argument here?
But isn't it also about technological superiority, military superiority?
Sure, but what does that mean? Are we ahead, behind in AI and quantum? These are these amorphous kind of concepts, right? And so I don't know what you do about it anyway. I mean, more AI, right? I mean, you can wag your finger at the problem, but how do you actually solve it? So I don't actually think that these are really well thought of strategic debates. There's more like this incoherent sense of concern, of anxiety, and the policies which deal with those kind of group psychological dynamics are not necessarily the ones that we can craft in a public policy kind of setting. And so again, I think that in some ways we're missing the boat on the nature of the problem, which isn't so much a technocratic problem, but a political psychological problem that is across the set of issues.
Following that logic, what then would be a sound American-China policy from your point of view?
So let me just note that my point of view is a bit of a minority position. My general perspective is we need to look at countries' national interests. On the whole, the Chinese have an interest in some sense of world order. They don't want us to be leading the world order, but they are a connected trading nation. They have a stake in order. The Russians, I'd argue, do not. The Russians are a chaos agent. They benefit from disorder. And so I think that that's my starting point, right? That we want order, we like order, the Chinese want order, they want a different order, but there's probably some place where we can find a common ground. I think that's much less the case with our friends in Russia. And so my general perspective is that we shouldn't be looking for more things to compete and conflict with the Chinese about, but rather should draw some very clear red lines and then be willing to accept a certain degree of ambiguity on broader sets of issues. So, especially domestic Chinese politics.
Well, thanks very much for that clarification. I think one assumption, and it's probably a fair assumption, is that under a new Trump administration, there will be more pressure on us Europeans to choose sides in that, Sino-American rivalry, what is by many in your country perceived as a fully fledged rivalry, I think. So my question to the Europeans here on that panel would be, what do you think likely expectations are in very concrete terms, and how are we positioned to deal with these expectations? Camille, maybe you can come in on this.
Well, first of all, I think indeed we have to understand what's the specific about this competition. It applies to America, but it applies to Europe as well, and therefore to our role in this. It's a pretty rare to recognize both a country as your main strategic challenge and your main trading partner, even after restrictions. So that makes things quite complicated. It doesn't mean it's reassuring. I mean, there was one previous case, which was Germany and the British Empire in 1914, that didn't end well. So we shouldn't assume that trading will guarantee peace. Having said this, the point there for the Europeans, I think it's a bit of a two-way street. I think the Americans need to be much clearer on what are their expectations. Because for the time being, my sense is that America, both Biden and probably the Trump administration, has been saying pay more attention to China. I think it's the case now. You know, it's maybe not the case 10 or 15 years ago, but it's the case as a strategic technological challenge. So the Europeans are more cautious on what sort of technology they share. They are more cautious on the partnerships they establish with the Chinese companies, blah, blah, blah. And they are paying more attention to the development of the rise of China as a strategic player. Second thing is it about a quid pro quo, about you take more care of Europe and we take care of so that we have more resources available for the Indo-Pacific? That brings us back to the previous conversation about what do we do. And I think there is a fair demand to the Europeans to say you have to be more responsible for the European theater, so that we have more resources in the military domain, but also in some of in a way in the political thing. And that is an answer to the question about in this settlement about Ukraine, what's the specific role of the Europeans, and that is something that we have to really think hard about. And then there is finally an issue of, is it about Europeans being involved in the Indo-Pacific more directly in the military realm? And that is a very demanding scenario. Most Europeans don't have the resources, this type of military resources, to be even present there. There are a handful of exceptions. The French, because they have overseas territories, but that's more in the South Pacific than in the core area. The Brits, because of a tradition of presence there. And then sometimes a German ship or a Dutch ship to show the flag, but that's not going to be a game changer. So I think on these three sort of types of demands, the Americans have not been super clear, and for that reason, the Europeans have not been super clear in their response. So they're saying, yes, we're paying attention, but we want to continue to trade with China. So could we clarify what we mean by we want to continue to trade with China? What does that imply in terms of technology transfer and so on and so forth? Yes, we recognize that China is a military challenge. And by the way, also in the vicinity of Europe, there has been Russian-Chinese exercise at sea in the Baltic Sea. That's interesting. Or in the Mediterranean. How do we look at that? That's not something that we should not pay attention to. There are domains of operation, cyber, space, where the rise of China as a superpower is having an impact on European security. So we need to pay attention to all these things. But thinking through all of this is demanding. And this is typically one case where the Europeans have been behind the curve in trying to think through this. So we're just moving out of the naive moment, but we're not quite there yet in the strategic moment. But I would say that maybe one last thing which is important, and that's throwing the ball back to the Americans, is also be careful if you throw Ukraine under the bus. The enthusiasm of a number of European countries to demonstrate leadership on being tough on China, will it vanish? Will the Lithuanians continue to take the heat for being at the forefront of being tough on China in the European debate if Ukraine has been thrown under the bus?
That's a very important point. And Michal, I wanted to ask you about NATO and the Indo-Pacific and how China sort of comes into all of this. Camille already touched upon it. I think it was in 2022 that NATO for the first time defined China as a potential threat, and then it has also designated China as a decisive enabler of Russia's war effort against Ukraine, which it certainly is. So where do you see NATO's role evolve when it comes to that competition between the US and China?
Camille is perhaps even better person to answer, but I will try. Clearly, focus of NATO on China has grown, and in the last communique, the language is even more pronounced, where we have no clarity. We are clear on Chinese increasing role in impacting European security in Europe, looking at their investments in our critical infrastructure, monitoring this. Where it's much less clear is what Americans expect of us militarily in the Pacific, and especially that many of us don't have the capabilities. I think one thing is very clear, though, and I would expect this from the Trump administration as well, is that until a few years ago, Europe had the reliance on Russia to a great degree when it comes to energy. And I mean, of course, it's Germany, but not only Germany. And we're now repeating the same mistake vis-a-vis China. And I think they will call us on that piece. I think they will call us on this piece, and that's fair point. And something that is going to be difficult to deal with. One slightly separate point I would make on the American debate, because we are probably all in this very well-read room familiar with arguments of Rich Colby and others who are Asia first, or perhaps almost China only. There is a spectrum, even in the MAGA world, on this. And I think here we need to be making factual cases about the connections between the theaters that are really there. I mean, North Korean troops are fighting Ukrainian troops. North Korea happens to, before they came, North Korea happens to be the biggest supplier of Russian 155, I think 52, there you go, 52 artillery, by far. So these theaters are connected, and on top of it, for Americans, there is the third theater that is already on fire, which is Middle East. So I think there is the intellectual case for Asia only, and that's what I hear also from my Republican friends, often covers the more isolationist tendencies within the Trump's team. But there are other voices also that Europe can pull on.
We'll come to the issue of the Middle East in a moment, but before we do so, Ambassador Haber, I wanted to come back to one point that Michal made on have we learned the lessons from Russia's war against Ukraine with regard to China. And I wanted to ask for your take on how you see Germany's position on that front. Have we learned the right lessons? Because that will also play into our relations with the Trump administration, the new Trump administration.
I think no one in the German context would deny the fact that interdependence doesn't naturally and inevitably deliver security, transparency, and predictability. It does if both sides agree on the goal of interconnectivity. But if one side decides that strategic, political, territorial aims are more important than the rational trade-off of interconnectivity, then the calculus is neither here nor there. And I think that lesson has been learned in Germany. But again, adaptation to it takes time, especially in the context of an economic recession. I'm not defending something, I'm stating the obvious. Can I turn to the American angle? Because I don't think that NATO will be center stage on the discussion on China. It will be the EU. And while both parties, well, there's a significant convergence in both parties on the nature of the challenge that China is, there's really, they're quite different strategies. The Biden strategy was clear. It's called small yard, high fence. That's not a static concept. The yard was constantly widened and the fence became higher. Like when I left Washington, the argument was we must make certain that that China does not have access to ultra-advanced technologies which would facilitate the Chinese race. Now, a couple of months ago, I talked to the same person that I discussed this with in my last days in Washington, and now even dependencies in legacy technologies would constitute a threat because of the possibility to leverage the sheer numbers in terms of dependence. So that has changed. Okay, so the Biden strategy was small yard, high fence, plus creating a floor to the relationship which made it stable. Now, let's turn to Trump, because I would not be in a position to tell you what he's going to do. Some people talk about decoupling. He has incredible Chinese hawks in his teams. But personnel matters. In his administration, there were always camps that were pitted against each other, and I assume this pattern will recur as well. So I think as disruption for him is not the strategic objective. Disruption is a means to produce a strategic outcome. And I think deals were always what he aimed at. And I wouldn't put it past him that he will combine tactics of escalation in order to produce a deal that actually undermines the risking. But we don't know. What is certain, and what Germans certainly need to expect, is that he will pressurize European countries, especially vulnerable European countries in terms of security, in order to mirror American steps and policies and decisions if the lack of mirroring them would undermine either American national security or undermine competitive economic interests. And there, Germans will be center stage because we're much more interconnected. And here the argument of your dependency on China or your access to Chinese markets or the role of the supply chains, that can be leveraged in the security context and Eastern, European vulnerability. So that's the real risk. And we're in a new game here. It's completely different than it was during the first administration.
I have a quick housekeeping remark to make. I was just handed a note that we have to end earlier than we thought. We have 10 minutes to go. That means we will have to defer the third theater of our conversation, the Middle East, to our Q&A part, which is terrible, I know. But before we go to the Q&A, Bernard, I want to give you the floor again, because you also had an additional thought about Europe and the Sino-American rivalry.
Yeah, and I just want to share, I mean, clearly, it's not clear what we're asking, because the whole concept of strategic competition is at some level fundamentally incoherent, right? So is it about not trading at all? Is it about trading to specific technologies? Is it about preventing espionage? Is it about defending Taiwan? Any of these, all of these? I mean, which ones are separable from the rest? I mean, some of the hawks want everything to be strategic competition. And if you do that, then it loses a coherence. And so when we saw, I mean, think about the first Trump administration and their dealings with China, which were very focused on the issue of trade. We had a trade war with the Chinese that then we solved by an agreement for the Chinese to buy more American soybeans, which, by the way, they didn't. Yeah. But how was that an example of strategic competition or leveraging the American position in the world? It wasn't. It was just, we got the Chinese to do something that they wouldn't otherwise have done, and therefore we can claim success. We were tough on China. That's not strategic, that's political. So your plea is we first of all have to wrap our heads around the question of what strategic competition really means. I feel in this part of the conversation we've only scratched the surface somehow, but I still want to make good on my promise to bring questions from the audience in. I think we have time for 2, maybe 3 quick and crisp intervention, and I'm turning to this side of the room for a change, and I already have a first candidate for a quick and crisp question.
Thank you very much. My question is, do you see any issues with the way we discussed Trump's victory in the US election, and what opportunities do you see to bring some positivity in the discussion for the cooperation between Europe and the US?
Here's the optimism part again. Thank you so much. I'm tempted not to call on you, Ambassador Haber. Camille, you want to come in?
I genuinely think, and this is, we've all been discussing with some Republicans that are going to join the administration. Some of them are very reasonable, traditional Republicans. Others have a strong agenda, but are also very interesting to speak to in many aspects. I do think there is room for a very direct new transatlantic bargain in a way, which is about rethinking what NATO will look like, probably with less America, but still with America involved. Rethinking how we approach some of those big strategic challenges, whether it's China, Russia, and trying to have a much more direct conversation. So I think if I want to give a sense of optimism, I would say it's very much in the hands of the Europeans. If we do what we've been doing way too much, which is sitting on our hands and waiting for the outcome of the US election and then panic, and then waiting for what the administration will look like and then panic again, and then wait for the policy and then panic again, that's wrong. If we do come up with what are our strategic interests, what are our core economic interests, what are our core, and forcefully demonstrate that we are ready to take our responsibilities, not to fight America, but to take our responsibilities, then I think there is room for a slightly different conversation than the one we had during the previous term, or the one that we all fear we would be having.
Thanks very much. And we have a follow-on question right away.
Thank you so much for your kind insight today. My name is Henry. I'm an independent political commentator. Within the Chinese policy circle, over the past 10 years, there's the talk about the Thucydides trap. It's still been talking about it even just a few weeks ago, even within China. And me as a Chinese myself, I see there is still space between NATO and China to cooperate, especially in anti-terrorism perspective. So this is a question to all the panelists here. With us, with the current situation going on, how can we, both sides, both NATO and China, do to avoid this Thucydides trap? And where is the future of the potential collaboration between China and the NATO states? Not only with the member states, but with NATO as an organization as a whole. Thank you.
Henry, thank you very much for a straightforward question. Are we going to end up in the Thucydides trap? That's a question for the strategists here on the panel. Bernard.
Okay. So first of all, I'd say this is a good chance for me to pitch reading Thucydides as opposed to just reading people writing about Thucydides 2,400 years later, because Thucydides was much more subtle than the current debate is. Look, from my perspective, sort of notion of rising power of China as a fundamental threat in of itself, separate from Chinese behavior, is problematic, because how do you engage with that, right? Other than finding some way to contain or restrain China, put them in a box. If that's the concept that we have, that China should not be powerful or influential, then the risks are quite high, because that's not achievable, I would argue, and puts you into an inherent conflict situation. On the other hand, if you draw clear red lines and say, for example, that the Chinese attack on Taiwan would be, would violate fundamental norms of international order, and that's not tolerable. If you say that Chinese behavior in the South China Sea is clearly and unambiguously illegal, and they need to reverse their 9-, 10- line policies, again, I think those are things that you have to stand for, and you have to make those demands. The question then becomes, do you have to continue to push on everything else, being concerned about Chinese purchases of farmland because they happen to be within spitting distance of an American military base, all kinds of legacy technologies, because taken together they might create some capacity for the future. I think once you begin to broaden the notion of competition out so that it includes everything, it becomes unmanageable and very dangerous. And so my recommendation is to focus on the things which are really important, core violations of international law, black letter law and order, refusal to accept arbitration agreements, and those kind of issues, I think, are the ones that we should be focused on. And if you focus just on those, I think there's a hope that you can avoid conflict?
Well, thank you so much. The clock here right in front of me says we have a bit more than 1 minute to go in this panel, so apologies to those who wanted to chime in. Maybe you can speak up in the next panel. This leaves me enough time to thank my fantastic panelists here for a great conversation, very illuminating, sometimes pretty sobering, with some glimpses of optimism, I would say. So thank you very much. Thank you also to a great audience for very good questions and for actively listening. So the next challenge of this conference now will be to guarantee also a smooth, hopefully peaceful transition to the next panel, which will start momentarily. And with this, I will hand over to Mariam, who will introduce us to the next panel. And while she does so, we will move off the stage and welcome the next panel to come up.
So. Und allen Rednerinnen und Redner dieses Panels. Ich freue mich, das nächste Panel anzukündigen. Und bis dahin hätte ich noch einen kleinen Hinweis. Diejenigen, die noch stehen, wir haben in der ersten Reihe noch freie Plätze. Kommen Sie gerne nach vorne und nehmen Sie den Platz. Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, seit knapp 2 Jahren und 9 Monaten läuft der Angriffskrieg Russlands gegen die Ukraine. Die Ukrainerinnen und Ukrainer kämpfen für die Sicherheit und die Freiheit ihres Heimatlandes und auch ganz Europas. Liebe Freunde in der Ukraine, ihr seid nicht allein. Die Ukraine ist uns wichtig, wir stehen an eurer Seite. Ukraina для нас важлива, ми на вашому боці, слава Україні! So, unser zweites Panel beschäftigt sich daher mit der Strategie der NATO und der Europäischen Union im Blick auf den Angriffskrieg Russlands gegenüber Ukraine und dem chinesisch-russischen No-Limits Partnership. So, ich freue mich jetzt, das nächste Panel ankündigen zu dürfen und Theresa Winter auf die Bühne einzuladen. Liebe Theresa, komm gerne auf die Bühne. Theresa Winter ist Leiterin Sicherheits- und Verteidigungspolitik bei der Friedrich-Naumann-Stiftung für die Freiheit.
of Network Security and Defense Policy with the Friedrich-Naumann Foundation for Freedom.
Herzlichen Dank, Mariam. Ich möchte gleich mein Panel auf die Bühne bitten. Herzlich willkommen auch von meiner Seite für alle, die gerade noch in den Raum reinkommen und vielleicht auch Online-Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauer, die sich neu einschalten. Ich möchte diejenigen, die gerade im Raum geblieben sind, einladen, wenn sie möchten, sich ganz kurz hinzustellen für eine Sekunde, während wir auch das Panel hier auf die Bühne holen und sich dann wieder hinzusetzen.
Stand up for a couple of seconds because this has been a very intense program. So if you stand up, even if it's just for a few seconds, and sit down again, that will be like a mini stretch. It will do you a lot of good. And now we will take a deep breath and be ready for the next panel. So let me welcome Dr. Anna Wieslander, former Ambassador Martin Erdmann, and Yevgenia Gaber. I will be sitting up front, so Dr. Wieslander will, if you want to take the seat next to me, Yevgenia in the middle. We are still waiting for Dr. Ulrich Speck, but we'll get started anyway, because, yeah, we were given green light a couple of minutes ahead of time, but I'm going to wait until the doors are closing. So please, let me repeat, move up front, but if you wish to remain standing, of course, feel free to do so, depending on what is best for you and will help you concentrate. In the last panel, the focus was on the impact of the US elections. What will this impact be on geopolitics in general? And this panel will shift the focus to Europe and Russia's war against Ukraine. So what needs to be done right now? So what will the Europeans or the European Union be doing? How will they coordinate their efforts with NATO and across the Atlantic? How can European deterrence and defense work? We will also touch upon the subject of the Middle East, China, the axis of evil, always relating to Europe. What is it that Europe needs to do? Well, things have been changing within Germany too, as of last night. So what kind of role will Germany play in Europe? Then we will move on to hybrid threats. In the afternoon, we will shift the focus to Germany in general and Germany's role within Europe. So we have an excellent expert panel here, and Ulrich Speck will join us. And before we get started, just an overview so you know what to expect. I will ask each of the panelists to give a brief statement. Then we will start discussing. And the last 20 to 30 minutes are reserved for your questions. You are already familiar with how we are doing this, that we are using these microphones. So this is a German transatlantic talk, which is why this panel is both English and German. German will be translated into English. So everything that is said in German will be interpreted into English. So that means for me, when I ask my question to the panelists, I will do so in English, so we won't have any interpretation-related time lag. Yeah. Did you hear the interpretation? Good. Okay. So let me introduce my panel. Dr. Anna Wieslander is the Director for Northern Europe at the Atlantic Council and head of its office in Stockholm. Ulrich Speck has arrived. She also chairs the Institute for Security and Development Policy and serves as Secretary General of the Swedish Defense Association, and she's an adjunct professor at the George C. Marshall European Center for Security Studies. And she is a member of the Royal Swedish Academy for War Science.
It's an honor to have you. Thank you for being here.
And on the far left, former Ambassador Erdmann, until 2020, Germany's ambassador to Turkey, and between 2010 to 2015, NATO ambassador Anta Rupp-Descheffer, and also the representative of Germany in the international staff of NATO in Brussels. Dr. Ulrich Speck is a foreign policy analyst, author, and consultant. Since February 2022, he's been writing analysis on foreign policy for the Neue Zürcher Zeitung. He was a senior visiting fellow at the German Marshall Fund in Berlin and has held numerous positions, including at the Real Instituto Elcano, the Transatlantic Academy, Carnegie Europe. He's particularly interested in transatlantic relations. Thank you so much for coming. And Dr. Yevgenia Garba, foreign policy advisor and also deputy director of the Diplomatic Academy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, professor of regional security studies with the George C. Marshall Center. Thank you for coming. Now, let me start with the initial statements.
Given the ongoing critical impact that we're seeing with the Russian war in Ukraine, we discussed in the previous panel a little bit on the urgency of measures that Europeans should do. I'd like to go a little bit further in that. So how does one, the recent re-election of Trump as president, but also turbulences within, German policy, but in general the European political setup, how does these elements highlight vulnerability and maybe strength we will see within liberal democracies concerning Europe and NATO defense? And what are common misperceptions in your view and your recommendations on a theory of victory? Thank you for making me aware that 2 days ago, who hasn't read it yet, there is an open letter in the Financial Times that actually looks into either or Trump or Kamala Harris being elected, what that means for a path of victory for Ukraine. So thank you, over to you.
Thank you so much, Teresa. It's lovely to be here. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me. Delighted to be here in Berlin on a very special day. I didn't know that, as no one did when we accepted the invitation. We even flew here, but as it developed, very interesting to be here for those reasons as well. So what I wanted to address, or start with, I mean, we now have this context that the previous panel also discussed, and I will go back to that, is that I've been fulfilled by impressions that I've had throughout conversations this year on a couple of beliefs that I think are widespread but are misleading when it comes to dealing with Russia. And we can actually find one of those, I think, also in the Trump administration. So I will come back to that with what we can see coming from President Trump. These beliefs will not bring peace, they will not bring prosperity, they are devastating for European security, and that's why I think it's so important to kind of grasp this thinking. First, there is a widespread but mistaken belief that Russia is a local problem, a local issue, but in reality, Russia poses a systemic threat, a broader threat to the international order. It's not just a regional threat. I admit that quite often, to be honest, on discussions here in Germany, I spend time with the Marshall Center, talk to Germans. Many say, well, the Russians would never come here, or the Russians would never attack, and so on. But this is not the point. This is not the point. The point is that Russia is a systemic threat, which is demonstrated by its global ambitions. We find Russia not only in Europe, they are active everywhere. Military buildup, we've seen that sustainably done by Russia since 2011. Hybrid warfare, I will come back to that. They are really skilled, it's been going on for more than a decade, targeting us every day. Nuclear rattling and alignment with China, I think we'll come back to that. In my view, it's an alliance on the verge with China, and we need to address this. So it's in all aiming to challenge the international order beyond Ukraine. And the geopolitical reality for Europe means that we can never dismiss Russia. We have to deal with Russia. We cannot choose. We are just situated neighboring to Russia. We must face Russia's ambitions to be a great power in what they want, a multipolar world, expressed by its strive to expand both its political power and its territory. Both political power and territory. Secondly, the other misleading belief is that inaction or a wait-and-see approach towards Russia promotes peace. And on the contrary, it encourages aggressive behavior, it undermines security. And the reason for this is, again, that Russia is a systemic threat, because the systemic threat is not interested in remaining within the status quo boundaries. It wants to shift the status quo. It wants to expand its power. It wants to expand its territory. And then to apply one-sided self-imposed restraints from the West is simply too risky in such a situation. And you refer to the Financial Times article where we warn about a Munich II situation, 1938, with concessions to Hitler on Sudetenland, which led to the start of the World War in 1939, 1 year later. This is exactly what we see when we look at Russia. We are 100 more signatories on this letter. Please read it. Instead, a threatening great power like this, and it's also, I must say, a lot of security policy literature on this. Robert Jervis, for instance, read it. If you talk about arms control regimes, this is the fundamental thing. But it's not possible. It's too risky if only one side takes on self-imposed restraints. Deterrence is key on the other side. Russia needs to be balanced by other great powers to restore peace and order. So far, Russia is not deterred by Europe. Its decade-long hybrid warfare against the West clearly illustrates this every day. It has just expanded. It goes now across domains. It goes systematically. If you add up activities all over Europe every week, you see activities everywhere, and also in the US. At Easter, Poland's President Donald Tusk warned that Europe is in a pre-war era, and the British Armed Chief Sanders did the same in January. So there is no time for a wait-and-see approach when it comes to Russia. Instead, I think we need to understand that the platform for Europe has to be defense and deterrence, and then we can build prosperity. So we have to shift this. It's not an option that can be added or not, or balanced against other interests. It has to be the foundation for where Europe is heading next. We also need to invest not only in military capabilities, but in hybrid warfare countermeasures to meet the scale of the Russian threat. It also will help us counter other actors such as China and Iran. But I wanted to just go on this. To conclude, Bundesminister Schmidt said that we had to be very clear on our arguments. Why would we need to invest 3% of GDP in defense? I think the reasons I just outlined are part of that. And I think that has to be the target. I foresee that it will be the new ambition for the Hague Summit for NATO next summer. It's definitely part of Trump's agenda. He has already mentioned it. Good thing is, US is now down below 3%, so he might push it above that, or I'm sure he will. Europe must also step up on its contribution to NATO. We discussed that, but a good ambition there would be to have 50%. It's Heinebrau's part of this work with the Alphen Group. 50% of NATO's designated capabilities by 2030 should be European. And those are the critical enablers and other things that were discussed in the previous panels. And then support to Ukraine. dedicated support to Ukraine, at least a minimum of 0.25% of GDP. That's not much. Sweden now supports Ukraine with 0.7% of GDP for the military, on the military side, and then adding up on other things as well, reaching up to 0.83. That's Sweden. I'm sure a lot of other countries can do it as well. On the hybrids part, we must develop a holistic and comprehensive security culture to counter hybrid warfare. This is a 360 warfare degree going on between the different sectors. We have to have a well-coordinated combination of civilian and military planning. So I would like to have resilience targets combined into the NATO planning process, for instance. We cannot work only with resilience in national silos. We need to see the cross-border resilience requests and how that is connected to the defense targets, what we need in order to defend Europe. I also want to underline, finally, the importance of joint threat assessments in this regard. I think EU and NATO can work even more closely on this. The strategic concept and the strategic compass are good starting points here, but we need to evolve and work on these much more closely. And I think I stop there, and we can come back to various decisions. But there is a lot more we can do.
Thank you very much. And we'll get back to that, especially because I want to talk a little bit later about leadership roles and what exactly that means. If we talk about 50% European, so how do we translate that into reality? Vielen Dank, Dr. Wieslander, für Ihren Input-Statement.
Thank you so much for your statement, Ambassador Erdmann. Let's continue aufgreifen, was wir gerade schon so ein bisschen gehört haben. I had originally had certain ideas of what to discuss, but we need to be up to date. So there are, of course, last-minute changes. So I had originally intended to ask you about your work in Turkey, and you're an expert, of course, on NATO. Now, with Trump re-elected, the political landscape in Germany changing. So from your point of view, what would be the German narrative as of today? Thank you, Ms. Winter. You said that the panelists would have prepared their initial statements, and I did so. However, I put it on the shelf last night. I mean, it was outdated. So I decided not to bother you with this. And instead, I would like to highlight 4 points which, after listening to what was said today and after digesting what had happened yesterday, well, these came to my mind. First of all, yesterday was basically a day of historical changes, more of a change than we can actually digest in a single day. So the changes in the US and things that have happened in Germany, of course not as important as US elections, they will be with us for a long time to come.
So yesterday, probably as many of you as well, I listened to the radio, I listened to interviews, and I realized during the day, and especially in the evening, when basically the second event happened, that more and more everyone started to understand that internationally and nationally there is a type of implosion that has happened. Now, internationally, we already talked about that in the panel before, but nationally, an implosion as well, because the idea of a traffic light coalition that we have had for the past 3 years, and that was really very central in the German public mind, had become the end of an illusion, if you will. And I'm going to talk about that in more detail later. Now, very often I talk to politicians, as you can imagine, and then I ask, well, what are people really interested in? And in a nutshell, I hear when talking about defense spending, then usually people leave and go drink a beer. If I start talking about the EU, then I realize that usually people come to the front and want to hear more. Why am I saying that? Because I'm under the impression that our defense posture, our defense posture is relatively immovable, if you will. It cannot be moved. It's very static, if you will. So that is my impression, that we live in a society that does not want to leave its comfort zone. And the comfort zone is a determinant for how politicians act. And it also determines those that decide the national budget. So that is the very first point that I would bring to your attention. And yesterday, I heard, and this actually is a continuation to the point on budget, it is always said that we need to do more for Europe and for European defense. But as a matter of fact, I have heard that for 40 years. The burden-sharing debate started in the 80s, and since then, not much has happened. Why am I saying this? I have great understanding for the people in the United States and also for the president-elect Trump, that there is a lot of taxpayers' money that guaranteed European security, whereas you Europeans were able to prosper and to build your social welfare states. And Trump is saying, well, this is over now. And so basically we are doing the hard work where you are going and enjoy a Robinson Club. That's over. Now, what Dr. Wieslander has just said in the context of Ukraine, I would like to continue on that. And by the way, I share all the points that Dr. Wieslander has just made, and she did so in a very eloquent way. So I totally agree. But my concern in the context of Ukraine is that the battle against Russia, the defense battle against Russia, is something that we are losing at home, at our home front. So the virus, if you will, of this idea of Ms. Wagenknecht and others that, yes, we should find a political solution, we should negotiate, that would be the right path forward. This seems to be a virus that is spreading into the middle of our society, all the way into a faction in the Bundestag that I want to even mention, and this virus there is spreading considerably. So this is my concern, that we are going to be in a situation as in May in 1939 in France, and we remember what happened later when Hitler attacked Poland. So my last point that I want to make is that all of us who are moving in this defense political arena, that we need to be more offensive in our argumentation. What Dr. Wieslander has just said about Russia, about the axis of evil, Russia, North Korea, also China, since China is delivering weapons as well. So we need to be very clear in the media, in academia, in civil society, what our arguments are, what is at stake. And this is something I think that has not been understood in the German public because no one wants to leave their comfort zone. I hope that the end of the current coalition and that the understanding that we have watched an implosion happening in the United States and also in Germany as of yesterday, that this will bring us to a better understanding about what is at stake. Thank you very much. In the next round, I would like to ask a question about narratives and what the public buy-in is, if you will, because you mentioned deterrent and defense. That's point number one. And secondly, only social welfare. So before we go into the second round, I would like to ask Dr. Gaber the following.
Do you anticipate European countries should take to support Ukraine in the very near future, especially now with what we've all been witnessing amid the potential changes in the US policy under a Trump administration? And maybe you can share also your insights into President Zelensky's recent interactions with Trump and how Ukraine has been preparing for this presidency, because it's not entirely unexpected, of course, and what the expectation is from the transatlantic relationship, from the US, but then also from the Europeans.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to join the conference. It's really wonderful to be here. I'll also make a couple of statements first, and I'll start probably with saying that I cannot agree more with Anne and Ambassador when you were talking about all these misperceptions and all the false narratives which are very often spread and informed by Russia and by the Russian or pro-Russian outlets across Europe about how we need peace, just forgetting to mention that we need just and sustainable peace. But I will get back to that later. So my first point is Russia. Russia is a threat to European security, to Euro-Atlantic security, to Indo-Pacific security. That was already mentioned. But just to give you a couple of examples, what we witnessed recently, it's not only North Korean troops in the middle of Europe, and I think that NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte was really very eloquent about this in his recent article for Politico, published just yesterday, saying that if there is a turning point in the European history, it's actually seeing the North Korean troops on the European soil. But then, if you look at the scope of cooperation between Russia and Iran and China and North Korea, it's not only about political or strategic cooperation, it's about very specific, very technical things. So what we see, for example, is how Russia supports regimes from Venezuela to North Korea with the grain looted from Ukraine and with the commodities looted from Ukraine, and the same ships and vessels from Red Sea to the Latin America to the Indo-Pacific. They bring the looted goods from Ukraine to support the friendly regimes and enablers of this aggression. What we see is exchange of technologies. Just a couple of days ago, I think the Russian rocket launched Iranian satellite into the orbit, showing that cooperation with Iran is also, and maybe first of all, about technologies, not only about buying some drones to kill Ukrainian civilians and attack Ukrainian kindergartens. What we see is obviously support from China, by China, and to China. So I don't really understand how we can divide European security from the Indo-Pacific security. But then again, if we talk about the Russian perspective and how it now looks from the Russian point of view, my question to you is, why would Russia stop if nothing is done by NATO and by the European allies? Because this is the ideal storm that Russia wants to see, that Russia very much contributed to creating in different regions of the world and that it benefits from. So the whole idea of just not doing anything and striking a deal and having a peace with Russia is so ridiculous to me. I'm sorry for using this word, because this is exactly what reinforces and emboldens Russia for more aggression. And it's very naive, at least, to expect that Russia will actually stop with what it has. Now, when it comes to NATO, I think we're now going back to the initial rationale and idea behind the creation of NATO, with a slight change there. So the goal of NATO for the future years would be to keep the Russians out, to keep the Americans in, and to keep Germans up. Because this is exactly what we need now, right? And I think it also shows how NATO is not only relevant now, but becoming more and more important. And I'm really proud here to be representing both Ukraine as my native country and German-American partnership, the Jersey Marshall Center, because this is I think what we see now at the core of the European security. Because Ukraine is fighting for European security, defending all the values, defending people here, but it can do it alone, it can do it by herself. There is very interesting research by the Kiel Institute just published recently saying that if you think that it's really expensive to support Ukraine, think how expensive it would be not to support Ukraine and to see what happens if Ukraine fails. 10 to 20 times more costly for Germany only, with all the defense investments, with all the refugees, with all the mess which can happen across Europe. So for NATO and for the European allies, for the European axis inside NATO, I think it's time to wake up and to be the adult in the room and to take the responsibility for what's happening here and to listen to countries like the Nordic, Baltic, who have been exposed to the Russian threat for years and decades and know what Russia is all about. And it's not teaching or saying what someone should do or should not. It's just a friend or meaning to Ukraine. So the expectation from the European partners would be, of course, to invest more in their own defense industries, but also in the defense industry of Ukraine. The expectation would be to lift any kind of self-imposed restrictions, including cognitive restrictions, self-deterrence, fear of escalation, because one of the results of what we can see now is that de-escalation or escalation management just had led to more escalation by Russia, because this is now a unilateral escalation. So allowing the deep strikes inside the Russian territory, providing long-range systems, strike systems, that is very important. But I think a last point here, what is most important is to keep this solidarity and unity and understanding that what we all need here in Europe is a just and comprehensive and sustainable peace, and not just a ceasefire which will just lead to another attack on the territory of Ukraine conventionally, but also attacks unconventional, irregular, hybrid, and maybe at some point conventional on the territories of our NATO members.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And actually, the current political context is, and we had that noted anyways, to discuss here also a little bit on self-restrictions, this fear of escalation that hinders us all, especially in Germany, if you talk about long-range capabilities, deep strike, and targeting Russian military targets within Russia, of course. Maybe that's something that we will bring to the question now in the next round as well. Herr Speck, ich würde einmal gerne zu Ihnen sozusagen überleiten.
Mr. Speck,
in der letzten Runde sozusagen der ersten Input-Statements.
To talk with you now and hear your input statement. After all, as far as the self-restraint is concerned, especially of the Germans, maybe you could say a few things about that, especially in the light of the new political situation. What are the opportunities for a new coalition maybe in Germany, also as far as Ukraine is concerned and supporting Ukraine is concerned, with the necessary means and funds? And maybe you could also give us a larger geopolitical context, because it is on the one hand about the war in Ukraine, but also there is a large geopolitical context in terms of Russia and China, the Middle East, tensions and war in the Middle East. I mean, those are all crises that Europe has to deal with. Maybe you could say a few words about this and give your 2 cents worth about it. And of course, as far as the re-election of Trump is concerned, and of course, as far as Germany is concerned, what can be done in the future and how this all can be put together. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much that I can be here. It's really difficult to talk about all these individual pieces of the puzzle. Everything, if you will, all these pieces of news are flying around. But as a matter of fact, Ukraine has always been at the focus because it's a battleground, and however European countries will behave in the future, that will lead to a new constellation of things. Now, we have heard about 1939, we have heard about appeasement, and I agree with Anna that we should really not underestimate the Russian Federation. It's a systemic challenge. But at the same time, I think there's a different quality than 1939, simply because of the technology that's involved today. And 1939, we had different times. There was no liberal democracy per se, not in Germany, but nowhere, as a matter of fact, if you will. So it's different. But we do want to act in the times that we live, and we have to be optimistic. And we are in a turning point. Maybe it is more comparable to 1947, when new constellations were crystallizing. The beginning of the Cold War, if you will, when the idea still was in terms of cooperation. The French and the Brits worked together, French and China. Also, Taiwan back then being part of the cooperation, so a multipolar structure, if you will. Schulz often talks about multipolar systems, but it's actually more multilateral. That should be the word that we use. And maybe Trump is a bit thinking in this direction as well. In the end, everybody wants a win-win situation, but we are still living in the ruins of the old world, if you will. Some of the ruins that globalization has brought to us. Now we have a new reality that is determined by Russia, by Moscow, and by Beijing. We see that with dual-use technology. We see that with all the meetings between the Chinese president and the Russian president, and we see also that there is an idea that also is shared by holding the status quo, as was the case with the Soviet Union. Right now we talk about expansion. Russia and China want to expand. Something is always happen every day in the South China Sea. So we see that there is an expansive tendency. Now, at the same time, we have the crisis in the Middle East as well. Maybe that is also going in this direction. So we have a type of hegemonial powers that think that they can subdue their neighbors. And now you have Now, the question concerning trial and error, can it be done quickly enough? Today on Twitter, I saw, after it was done that Trump is going to be president, and it says, is that going to be a wake-up call? So the question is, how many wake-up calls do we need in Europe in order to truly wake up and do something?
Already to the German government breaking up, if there's any debate in Sweden or also in Ukraine with a new government in Germany, with the implosion that Botschafter Erdmann just alluded to, if there's maybe momentum for exactly these decisions that you, Evgenia, mentioned.
Yes, thank you. Well, I came here last night, so I haven't had that much chance to capture. But I mean, it was we recognized the crisis talks that were ongoing. I had a little bit of contact with a few diplomats, experts on that coming here, and I think and especially also on Wednesday. Given the result of the US elections, the expectation, I believe, in the Swedish government offices was that the German government would not collapse. So I think there was, my understanding is that there was a bit of surprise last evening.
For Germans as well, some of them, some at least.
That might not be rocket science, no. And that's as far as I can say about that.
The question is, do we tie the decision to send Taurus or any other deep strike capability to Ukraine, to allow that from a German perspective, given that we're very hesitant on that? Has that been internationally tied to the position of, for example, Scholz as Chancellor? And is that something that this panel, and that's my question to all of you, would view as an opportunity now to really go deep into the victory path that you lined out that is necessary for Ukraine? Also Frage an das Panel.
So the question for the panel, we are living in interesting times, so this is the moment of change. A week ago, we were tired of ever the same subjects here in Europe, but maybe now the time has come where politics has to be activated again, and Zelensky's victory plan needs to be implemented. Now, is this a moment for Germany to seize the opportunity? Has the time come?
And it's connected to things that we have discussed already. Because what we have seen from Russia, we talk about escalation and we talk about deterrence, and those things are not really the same logic. Sometimes when Chancellor Scholz has talked about escalation or de-escalation, I think what he has talked about logic of escalation, it's not. It's the logic about deterrence or not deterring. And those are different things. I think the North Korean troops that now are fighting in Kursk are just one such thing. When did they arrive? Just a week or two before the US election. Wow, that's a coincidence. Biden reacts immediately? No, of course not. So, Russia is escalating. We are not escalating. Is that de-escalatory? I don't believe it is. It's lack of deterrence. It's lack of deterrence. We now, as soon as the elections are over and the collapse of the German government is over, or the reconstitution has begun, I don't see anything preventing either Biden or Scholz from changing this policy today. Why not? We should react now. That's how I see it.
Thank you. Botschafter, Sie wollten.
Ich sehe das genauso.
I agree. But, there's always a but. Looking at Germany, I'm afraid I have to say that German politics will be pretty much dealing with itself over the next couple of months to come. It will have to reorganize itself. Which party will take the leadership in this interim phase? And how will we get our economy going again? And third, how can we, in the future, organize so many things? Because think this is a slot which the Friends of Peace will use to dominate the debate. They will use the fact that the federal government is busy with internal things. They will use that to profit. It will appear that Germany does not have the strength for foreign politics at the moment. But whenever Trump should start making deals with Russia, it cannot be excluded. We don't know. But just in case he will, then we are the ones who will have to support Ukraine. So, Europe did have time, 2.5 years, when Biden basically as the president in the spirit of the Cold War, who had an attitude towards Germany like we hadn't experienced since George Bush Sr. He felt responsible for security in Europe. But Bush the younger and Obama had already been presidents of a different kind, and Obama up to 2013 hadn't been shown any interest in Ukraine at all. So we had this time when we should have increased our share and should have taken up more strategic responsibility. And in Berlin, what did they do? Instead, they would simply support an American-led operation, held regular meetings, a couple more weapons were being used, but we have never asked ourselves, what does Ukraine need now and how can we deliver? It was always done through the Americans, and now we're in a position of complete dependence. We've been passive for so long. We've simply followed the American lead and now remained passive. His position is being undermined, and März sounds like the month of March, might sound like a new beginning or not. So in every speech he gave, Trump said, I'm gonna make sure there'll be peace within 24 hours. He is an economic creature. He thinks we can make a... Then he will go to Paris and invite the Brits and the Germans, present them the results and tell them, okay, live with it.
If I make just one sentence on that, very often it's not only about the systems, it's also about the mentality. So for example, when there were these discussions about North Korean troops coming into Europe, why not say if we see North Koreans in Europe, then there will be training missions of NATO in Ukraine, in the western part of Ukraine. if you buy missiles from the North Korea, then we're going to let you...
Blinded by the light, so to say. So if you would please line up behind these two microphones, and then we'll take turns, left mic, right mic, and thank you very much. If you would start, please. I'm Victoria Lautzen. I study political science, and my question goes to Mr. Speck and the ambassador. You said that democracy had seemed like it was dying. But it seems there is a sign of vitality, the debates in the Bundestag. It seems that people are becoming a bit more aware of democratic values. Will that help to create a united front against Russia? How can we actually achieve this? Maybe we continue with the second question before we have the answers. I'm from Model Agent Germany, Johannin Pantok. Now, it seems Trump is trying to get some kind of peace at all costs, and the Europeans will just have to live with it. Are we going to say, okay? Main thing, we agree with the Americans, even if it's to the detriment of Ukraine, or we say, Americans, do whatever you want to do. We are going to continue our support to Ukraine, and then the Americans would react by saying, okay, seems like you don't need us, so we can as well go back home. Thank you very much. In the past, it seemed 1939, there was democracy on its knees. So we've had this experience in the past. So can we now concentrate on deterrence and defense, and how can we actually do that? Well, one of the big advantages of democracy is its biggest detriment as well. Freedom. Freedom to be creative, to be innovative. Freedom is also freedom of thought, but at the same time, it opens the door to all those who are against freedom. The autocrats, not aristocrats, dictators. And we notice this in Putin's hybrid warfare. He is so subversive. He manages to undermine our freedom-loving society through his propaganda by spreading hatred. So what can we do about that? That's the $1 million question. If I could give you an answer, I wouldn't be sitting here. We can only prevent this, I think, by closing ranks as peace-loving societies. And someone made the statement, we are more than 60 liberal as far as democracy is concerned. I think this comparison with the 1930s, no. Today,
What do we want? What do we need? We need to act and support Ukraine. I think my Prime Minister said yesterday this is the most existential thing for Sweden and for other countries in this region. So it should start today, I believe. If the US will do a quick deal with Russia, just at a time that suits the US President and Mr. Putin and not Ukraine, we will have a very dangerous situation. It's in all our interests to rally support now for Ukraine. If it can't be done within the institutional frameworks of NATO and the EU, because there is no consensus, there is nothing stopping a coalition of willing, which we are proposing in the Financial Times article actually, to move forward. There are a range of countries that are widely invested in supporting Ukraine militarily, financially, and human support. And those countries should move ahead. Who should lead that, you might ask? Well, I don't know yet, but I know there is a big group, the Nordic-Baltic, the Nordics, you have UK, Macron already called Trump, so he seems to be up and running. You have the Netherlands, you have Poland, of course, other countries that could unite around this and start working on it. And if you start working on it, others might follow. So it's not always that we should wait and see. We should definitely not wait and see until January 20th or earlier when this phone call is made. That's my firm.
Thank you. Thank you for that. That was actually also one of my follow-on questions on leadership, and I'm glad that you mentioned that yourselves, that Nordics, Baltics, France, UK, Poland, there's of course not Germany in there yet, but who could lead a coalition of the willing. Yevgenia, really quick before we take the next questions.
Yep, so I can say that Ukrainians are Europeans and Ukrainians will definitely not agree.
Yeah.
Answering to that question. And for Ukrainians, it's clear, yes, we are exhausted, yes, it's a war on our territory, but then we will fight back again. And the question is, if there is no support for Ukraine, at what cost it comes, what destruction we have, what happens to the refugees, what happens to the critical infrastructure in Ukraine. So imagine having this kind of a civil war / guerrilla war in the middle of Europe in case everyone abandons Ukraine, which I do not see as coming, and Ukrainians have to fight themselves. But then, I think if we look on the positive side, I don't think that President Trump loves Russia and wants to give Russia whatever it needs. I think now the understanding may be that it's easier to have this deal with Russia, and then that if we have this peace deal, going back to misperceptions and misconceptions, that would somehow help stop the wars and then going back to normal. So the expectation of Ukrainians from the European partners would also be to communicate very clearly what are the threats and what are the possible consequences of having this premature peace deal with Russia and how expensive that would be. And then if we have this division of labor, when the United States deters enablers of the Russian aggression, which are Iran and China, and we know that President Trump is very hawkish on Iran, for example, so that would help Ukraine a lot. And then the Europeans can take care of Russia itself, supporting Ukraine in this, and also using the Russian assets in Europe. When we talk about economy, there are still 300 billion of euros in frozen assets which are not used. So let's use those assets to pay for whatever Ukraine needs to deter Russia, and then that would work, because the different scenario would be a much more disastrous scenario.
Yes, thank you. Ich werde gerne noch 3 Fragen in der nächsten Runde aufnehmen.
We have time for 3 more questions.
Dankeschön.
Martin Jonathan Gavrisch, Doktorand von der Charité Uni Medizin Berlin.
I'm from Berlin. I'm in my doctoral studies.
Der amerikanischen Demokratie trotz aller Kritik ist es gelungen, viele Krisen zu überwinden, vor allem massiven wirtschaftlichen Abschwung.
Many crises
die
in the
junge
past.
liberale Demokratie der BRD.
And we should not forget that in the past, the liberal democracies have overcome many things. At the same time, we need to make sure that we can keep our prosperity. But as Dr. Gauber said, if we don't invest now, we will lose way more in the future. Thomas Schneider from the DAG. Now, it was said that China and North Korea here are working together. We are seeing that blocs are being formed again. We also see a strengthening of BRICS. I think we cannot compare it to the West, but nevertheless, Brazil and India see themselves as speakers for the global South. So wouldn't it be possible that China also tries to foster more support from these countries in order to withstand Western society? Thank you very much for this question, especially since you mentioned BRICS in this context. And one more question.
Sorry if I repeat a question, I can't understand German. My name is Anthony Roney. I'm from the University of Salzburg, but originally from the States. So I have a question, but also I have a dissenting opinion as well. So my question is Emmanuel Macron has been talking about putting troops in Ukraine for months, and saying that he'll put them in some sort of logistical guard in Kyiv or something like that, or saying that he wants to. I heard a quote the other day that they said, Macron has been talking about this for months while Kim Jong-un did it in a matter of weeks, actually did it. Germany has refused to give Taurus missiles. The US has refused to give long-range permission for missiles. It seems the concern is obviously escalation, of course. However, escalation on the battlefield has increased. Now there's troops from another continent, North Korean troops, and Iran has been backing Russia for a while now. So my question is, as de-escalation seemingly has not worked, and it seems that it's actually deteriorated the situation a bit, do you think that Europe needs to not just take a proactive approach, at proactive steps, but more openly stronger steps, such as troop deployments to logistical areas and a no-fly zone for missiles and drones in Western Ukraine or bordering along the areas of the EU? And my comment for Mr. Speck is that I would like to disagree that it's not 1939 nor 1947 to me. It operates under the assumption that there isn't going to be a major war or that we have imminent war right now. I see that in the years leading up to 1939, Nazi Germany was constantly taking advantage of the political weakness of its neighbors by taking a little bit more or remilitarizing the Rhineland, while France had what was thought as the strongest military in the entire world. So I don't think we're going to be in 1939 or 1947, but maybe somewhere earlier on where it could be. At the same time, we also don't know. We are living our current, we have no idea what is going to happen. So
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your question and also your statement. And just a quick reminder: there is translation in the back.
Yeah, I just left it.
Okay. Don't worry about it. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. So we have 3 questions. Wir gehen einmal auf die Frage, die erste Frage deutsche Führungsrolle.
Now,
und wenn ich die Frage richtig
German leadership and also the question about investments. Now, the person from the Charité asked this question, and I would actually adopt a policy that is for not making additional debts, which means that in general, in public, we are discussing always the debts of the country, and we cannot continue doing that because that is going to be a problem for the next generation. Someone at one point will have to pay the debt. That is why I would say that we maintain the debt brake. Now, the second question here, I'm not sure that I'm going to receive any applause for that, but I would say that in my 40 years of experience and also working with NATO is that Germany is not willing to take a leadership role. Why? Because our society, and that brings me back to what I said earlier about the comfort zone, because our society sees risks in being a leader, and our society does not want to take these risks. And that's why our politicians, basically, they do all kinds of verbal maneuvers saying, yes, we need to lead, we need to do this and that. But at the end of the day, you need courage, you need money, you need a vision for this type of leadership. You need also to reflect on things that are not within your comfort zone, and that is not something that is within the German mentality. Now, thank you very much, Ambassador, which brings me to the next question. Russia and North Korea and BRICS. So, now the axis of evil, is it going to expand? Is it naive to think that the axis of evil could not expand? Now, I would like to say a few words about leadership. For leadership, you need a strategy, and we have no idea what we want to achieve. So right now, we cannot even convince anyone of our strategy. Well, this is exactly what I meant as well, but probably didn't explain clearly enough. Now, it was said that 1939, 1947, and this is not what we are in at this point, but at the same time, if we were to look at a realistic scenario, China and Taiwan, Russia in the Baltic states, and Iran trying to defeat Israel, then, as a matter of fact, we would be in a 1939 situation. The danger does exist, and we live in dangerous times. But I think we need to manage it by using deterrence. I think all those are manageable challenges at this point. We live in a dangerous world, no doubt about it. It's not a multipolar world per se. So now, which brings me to BRICS. China and India, I think the contradiction between those two countries is really huge. They are not enemies, but per se, but India is only cooperating because India does not want China to be too powerful in terms of Pakistan. So I do not think that all of a sudden there would be some UN declaration in this respect that you were to send troops into the region. I do not think that this is even a possible scenario. I do not think that India would send troops. So I think we can pretty much remain relaxed about that. My last question for Evgenia and Anna.
You already alluded to the fact that inactivity is not de-escalation. Of course, that was repeated. But then the question is, what does activity mean and how proactive should and can Europeans be? So the example was, should Europe do troop deployments in Ukraine? Should they establish a no-fly zone in Ukraine as an example? So if you say that de-escalation is, of course, inactivity is not de-escalation, what do you think as very active measures is it that Europe should and could do?
Yes, so maybe I will start. Yes to all those suggestions. I think this is doable, and I'm sure this would not lead to escalation, because we've seen a lot of this and even kind of worse activities in previous times, when Ukraine attacked the Russian Navy, when Ukraine invaded the Kursk region, nothing happened. So all these Russian red lines, they are very much blurred now, and I think this is just a way to deter the Western partners from action. I don't expect it to be a NATO kind of operation or something, but coalition of the willing, something that we had in Ukraine on many different issues and questions before. I think this is doable. So those countries who are willing to do so, I think this is the time to do so. But it is also a comprehensive approach. It's not only about the military presence on the ground, which is very, very important. It's also about economic warfare, because Russian economy is now in a dire situation. Many assessments say that by 2025 it will be even in a more difficult situation. So more sanctions on Russia. Exports control, because we still see, unfortunately, these hundreds of different details and microchips and dual-use goods in the Russian missiles and drones. Diplomatic isolation and pressure. It's a comprehensive way to win this war of attrition. So it's both about being very tough and bold in how we react to what happens, but it's also about these very practical measures, because speaking about China and India, oil trade now, trade in oil and oil products, is what actually keeps the Russian economy afloat. 70–75% of their export revenues come from this trade in oil and also in gas to a less extent. So if we close those loopholes, it will be the situation when Russia would probably understand that it's too costly for Russia to wage this war, and that is the point when this peace through strength could be possible and could be more or less sustainable.
Thank you. Anna, should there be a European troop deployments and more?
I basically agree on this, and I would add that the no-fly zone for Western Ukraine, my colleagues at the Atlantic Council proposed it in 2022, as soon as this broke out, actually, because for other international mission situations, for humanitarian reasons, this could have been motivated already from the start. And I think that's part of the problem. You touched upon it earlier, that we waited and waited and waited. We incrementally provided things which messed up deterrence and limited our own space of maneuver incredibly, and we have to learn from those lessons. It's very important when we assess what we have done for Ukraine. I would only add one thing that is also in the victory plan, which we haven't touched upon, and that's NATO membership for Ukraine. Which I also think is a very important point. So why is Ukraine pushing this? Well, we now know from the negotiations that took place in March 2022 that this was actually on the table negotiating with Russia, that Ukraine would not join NATO. So even Ukraine twisted on this, and it reached nowhere. And as things have developed, there is no alternative security guarantee arrangement for Ukraine, because Ukraine is part of Europe, and the security arrangements that we so far at least have for Ukraine is NATO. So it doesn't make sense to have a separate solution for NATO. But I think we need to also discuss and argument that clearly, because this is not everywhere accepted yet, but it's a very important component of the victory plan as well.
Thank you. We ran out of time. I see there's one question you've been waiting for a long time. Are you able to have that very, 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 very short?
My very best, Yannick Hartmann, German Council on Foreign Relations. We heard the term wake-up calls several times today. I'm frankly at this point growing a bit angry at it. We saw Crimea 2014, we saw failed Minsk 1, Minsk 2, we saw Trump 2016, and not even full-scale Russian invasion in 2022 was enough for a failed German government to live up to a term called Zeitenwende, while we at the same time see the Nordics, the Baltics, we see Poland, and we see what it really means to act on strategic priorities. Mr. Botschafter, question for you. Judging from your experience, in your opinion, what do you think is at the epicenter of this reluctance to change, at the reluctance to act on these opportunities? And how do we turn actually the crisis we are in right now with the German government, concrete terms, to a strategic opportunity?
Vielen Dank für die Frage. Ich werde daraus eine
Thank you very much for this question. And this is going to be our last round of answers. 1 to 5 words each. Of course, that's a joke. But one more comment, and then we'll go for lunch and also give you the opportunity to network. So, wake-up call. What does that mean at this point in strategic terms? 1 to 5 words. What is the most important that Europe must do? It could be money, investment. Another answer could be cooperate, get together. Another answer could be just simply dismiss governments and sort yourself out in a different way. But if we look at the developments of the last 2 days, and if we see them as opportunities, then what would be your priorities? Priority number 1 for you. Well, do we have time until dinner to answer this question? Because it's more than 1 to 5 words. So, 4 words. Away from our comfort zone. Well, what does a wake-up call means? You get a call in the morning, your alarm sounds, and you basically shut it off. Or you put it on snooze. Now we need a government that has a chancellor that makes everyone understand that times have changed.
Yes, it's almost 1,000 days of the full-scale invasion now, and Ukraine is buying time. So my advice would be use it wisely.
Vielen Dank. Anna, last word.
Well, I would return to the fact that we should build a coalition of the willing and rally support for Ukraine so that we are not dependent on any decision of the Trump administration in January.
Absolutely. Many, many thanks. Vielen Dank an ein hervorragendes...
Thank you very much for the discussion. It was great. Thank you so much. And the floor has Mariam. Thank you very much. We are now going to lunch, and before I can say guten Appetit, I would like to tell you that someone has lost their ID card, and the technicians have it. You can pick it up there. Have a great lunch.
Atlantic Talk. Sicherheits- und außenpolitische Analysen, Strategien und diplomatische Optionen. Ein Podcast der Deutschen Atlantischen Gesellschaft.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen bei dieser 60. Folge vom Atlantic Talk Podcast. Ich bin Oliver Weiland und will mit Ihnen heute eintauchen in die Ströme der nördlichen Meere rund um die Arktis. Gemeint sind damit allerdings nicht die Meeresströmung, sondern vor allem die Datenströme. Denn der hohe Norden ist nicht nur wunderschön, sondern er ist auch ein potenzielles Gefechtsfeld. Informationen sind deshalb in dieser ökologisch, ökonomisch und geopolitisch heiß umworbenen Region besonders wichtig. Sie sollen uns ein umfassendes Wissen darüber liefern, was in diesem sicherheitspolitischen Hotspot unter dem Eis und um die Arktis herum passiert. Was wissen wir darüber? Was wissen wir nicht? Was sollten wir wissen, um unser Klima, unseren ökonomischen Wohlstand und unsere Sicherheit zu schützen? Eine zentrale Rolle spielen dafür die modernen Technologien der Ortung, der Navigation, der Kommunikation und der KI-gesteuerten Datenfusion. Unter Wasser, auf dem Wasser und über dem Wasser. Mein Gast zu dieser vielschichtigen Thematik ist Professor Dr. Wolfgang Koch. Professor Koch leitet die Abteilung Sensordaten und Informationsfusion am Bonner Fraunhofer Institut für Kommunikation, Informationsverarbeitung und Ergonomie FKIE. In dieser Funktion ist er eine Schnittstelle zwischen Forschung, Wirtschaft, Militär und Politik. Anfang des Jahres hat der international hochgeschätzte Datenexperte innerhalb der Deutschen Gesellschaft für Ortung und Navigation DEGON den Fachausschuss Unterwasserortung, Kommunikation, Navigation gegründet, deren Vorsitzender er ist. Sehr viel Wissen, sehr viel Kompetenz, sozusagen fusioniert in einem Kopf. Ich freue mich sehr auf dieses Gespräch und heiße Sie herzlich willkommen, Professor Dr. Wolfgang Koch.
Vielen herzlichen Dank und danke für die Vorschusslorbeeren, die ich mir hoffentlich verdiene.
Herr Koch, ich wünsche mir, alle Hörerinnen und Hörer hätten jetzt einen Globus vor sich und könnten mal für einen Moment von oben auf den Nordpol gucken. Oben um die Achse herum liegt die weiße Arktis, rechts der Osten, Asien mit der langen russischen Küste vom Beringmeer über Norwegen, Europas Atlantikküste runter bis Nordafrika. Da wäre dann der Äquator, den man von oben sieht. Links der Westen, da geht die Küste von Alaska über Kanada und die USA bis nach Südamerika. Plötzlich rücken dann Grönland und Island ganz ins arktische Zentrum. Kennen Sie dieses Gefühl, dass Sie mit einer so veränderten Perspektive mal auf eine scheinbar ganz andere Welt blicken, als man es so gewohnt ist?
Ja, Sie haben vollkommen recht. Wenn man von oben aus auf den Globus kommt, werden alle Nachbarn. Der gesamte, wie sagt man, globale Norden ist eng benachbart um den Nordpol herum. Und damit sind auch die Konfliktherde eng benachbart in einer Gegend, die auch zugleich der Hotspot des Klimawandels ist. Wenn man den Klimatologen glauben darf, vollzieht sich der globale Klimawandel am Nordpol in der Arktis mit erheblicher Geschwindigkeit, 4-mal so schnell wie anderswo, wenn man die Daten richtig interpretiert. Der Nordpol wird also eine Gegend, in der geoökologisch, geostrategisch, aber auch geoökonomisch viele Interessen aufeinanderprallen. Und wo Interessen aufeinanderprallen, da muss man gucken, muss man hinschauen, was da passiert.
Nun ist es ja so, dass durch dieses schmelzende Eis auch Seewege neu entstehen. Also mit dem Klima hat man natürlich immer das Gefühl, und auch zu Recht, das ist heute schon tödlich, die Meeresspiegel steigen an, aber es hat ja auch eine andere Seite. Die freien Seewege, das führt zum Beispiel dazu, dass sich die Schifffahrtsrouten um bis zu einem Drittel verringern. Wenn man von Japan nach Hamburg die Seeroute bedenkt, das sind 21.000 Kilometer, bei freiem Eis wären es nur noch 13. Wenn die ganze Flotte, der ganze Verkehr von China nach Europa sich um ein Drittel verringert, das hätte ja auch riesen Vorteile, oder?
Ja, Sie haben vollkommen recht. Und außerdem werden die traditionellen Schifffahrtsrouten ja immer problematischer. Der Panama-Kanal hat kaum noch Wasser und was im Roten Meer passiert im Augenblick oder wie eng der Suezkanal ist, das wissen wir auch. Und überall gibt's Piraterie, selbstverständlich. Die polaren Seerouten sind von großer wirtschaftlicher Bedeutung. Es gibt 2 Routen. Es gibt die Nordwestpassage nördlich von Kanada und den USA. Es gibt die Nordostpassage. Die Nordostpassage ist sehr viel einfacher zu befahren und ist auch schon in der ökonomischen Nutzung, aber natürlich von Russland und China hauptsächlich. Die Nordwestpassage ist weitaus schwieriger zu befahren, da muss man durch einen komplizierten Archipelago nördlich von Kanada fahren und es ist komplizierter, ökonomisch noch nicht von der Bedeutung, aber die Chinesen sprechen ja schon längst von den polaren Seidenstraßen, den Polar Silk Roads und sind auch dort sehr aktiv, begreifen sich selbst als ein Near Arctic State. Insofern, ja, die Schifffahrtsrouten sind von großer ökonomischer Bedeutung. Die Überwachungsfrage, die Sie am Anfang aufgerissen haben, hat natürlich auch die Konsequenz, dass es darum geht, Risiken abschätzbar zu machen und es möglich zu machen, dass Seeversicherungsprämien berechnet werden können, sodass das überhaupt zu handeln ist. Also das ist eine wichtige geoökonomische Dimension. Aber es gibt ja auch Rohstoffe, die ausgebeutet werden können. Mineralische Rohstoffe, energetische Rohstoffe. Und wenn da so viele interessante Dinge sind, dann ist es auch geostrategisch ein Hotspot.
Ja. Ich meine, wenn China sagt, dass es ein polarnaher Staat sei, der nächstgelegene Hafen von China, das wäre Dalian, der liegt 5.700 Kilometer von der Arktis weg. Kämpft da jetzt jeder gegen jeden?
Die Chinesen sagen das und sind auch sehr aktiv. Es gibt viele chinesische Polarexpeditionen und großes Interesse der Chinesen, dort zu agieren. Natürlich im engen Verbund mit Russland. Ob das immer so eine ganz enge Freundschaft ist oder eine lang andauernde Freundschaft ist, das weiß man gar nicht so genau.
Ich meine, es ist ja trivial, dass alle Staaten versuchen, ihre ökonomischen Interessen auch militärisch abzusichern. Für Deutschland gilt das ja immerhin auch. Also Verteidigungsminister Pistorius hat die Präsenz der Bundeswehr beim großen Manöver Arctic Defender 24 im Juli diesen Jahres mit der geostrategischen Bedeutung der Arktis und dem wachsenden Einfluss Chinas in der Region auch begründet. Hat sich da ziemlich weit aus dem Fenster gelehnt und davon gesprochen, dass die Abschreckung der NATO nicht nur an der Ostflanke, sondern ganz besonders die Abschreckung am arktischen Zirkel wichtig sei, sogar eine zentrale Rolle zukommt. Warum ist diese Region militärstrategisch so wichtig auch für unsere Sicherheit in Mitteleuropa?
Ja, wir erleben in gewisser Hinsicht ein Déjà-vu. Bereits während des Kalten Krieges hat ja die Linie von Grönland über Island zu den britischen Inseln eine große Rolle gespielt. Das Geo-Gap, um zu gucken, dass die sowjetischen U-Boote damals nicht diese Linie passieren und dann in den Tiefen des Atlantischen Ozeans nicht mehr ortbar sind. Und das ist nach wie vor oder wieder eine bedeutende Linie, dieses Gap zwischen Grönland, Island und den britischen Inseln.
Ganz kurz, entschuldigen Sie, wenn ich Sie da unterbreche. Das GI-UK, das ist quasi die Verbindungslinie, die man sich denken kann zwischen Grönland, Island und dem Vereinigten Königreich. GI-UK, nur zur Erläuterung,
genau.
wo die verläuft.
Also die Linie, die sich von Grönland bis nach Großbritannien zieht, das ist sozusagen das Einfallstor in die Arktis. Also da muss man durch, wenn man in die Arktis möchte, und umgekehrt, wenn man aus der Arktis heraus möchte, muss man da durch. Deswegen ist diese Linie auch zu überwachen, dass man auch in der Unterwasserwelt weiß, was dort passiert. Es ist ja aber nicht nur die U-Boot-Bedrohung. Sie wissen ja, die sowjetischen strategischen Atom-U-Boote für die Zweitschlagfähigkeit sind ja nun gerade in den Nordpolarmeeren. Es ist ja nicht nur dieser Zugang durch die U-Boote, es ist ja auch nicht nur der Zugang zu den Schifffahrtsrouten. Es sind ja auch die großen Rohstoffvorräte, die immer mehr erschlossen werden in der zunehmend auftauenden Arktis.
Auf der anderen Seite wäre natürlich auch China bedroht, wenn die Vereinigten Staaten hier mehr Zugang hätten, weil die Bedrohung auf Land wäre natürlich viel näher, als über den Pazifik zu denken. Ne?
Ja, Sie haben vollkommen recht. Um den Pol herum werden alle zu Nachbarn. Ja. Und durch die transpolaren Internetverbindungen und zunehmend eben auch Pipelines und dergleichen ist der Pol auch eine Gegend mit wachsender kritischer Infrastruktur, die es auch zu schützen gilt.
Ja. Hat sich eigentlich durch den Beitritt Finnlands und Schwedens zur NATO im hohen Norden und der Arktik geostrategisch viel verändert?
Ja, vielleicht weniger in der Arktis als vielmehr mit dem Blick auf die Ostsee. Die Ostsee ist ja gewissermaßen jetzt ein Meer geworden, das von NATO-Mitgliedstaaten umschlossen wird. Ein Meer, das eine große Rolle spielt, auch als Verbindungsweg. Also kritische Infrastruktur, das Stichwort ist bereits gefallen. Gerade in der Ostsee gibt es ja viele kritische Infrastruktur, die man bedenken muss, die man schützen muss. Und es zeigt sich auch in der Ostsee, nicht nur in der Ostsee, aber gerade in der Ostsee auch eine neue Dimension der Kriegsführung, die man Seabed Warfare nennt. Also der Seeboden ist beinahe schon ein Schauplatz kriegerischer Auseinandersetzungen. Insofern, als dort eben Installationen vorgenommen sind, die hier von großer Bedeutung sind. Und vergessen Sie nicht, wenn es zu einem Konflikt kommt, wird ja viel Verkehr und viel Logistik über die Ostsee abgewickelt werden. Also ich würde sagen, Schweden und Finnland, da ist die Hauptbedeutung für die NATO das Baltikum, der Ostseeraum.
Ja. Kommen wir zu einem weiteren und eben auch zentralen Bereich dieses Podcasts. Kommen wir zu den für die Kontrolle in den Nordmeeren relevanten technologischen Fragen. Was gilt es da überhaupt zu wissen, wenn es um die Aufklärung in der Dimension See geht? Früher hieß es Guck und Horch, glaube ich. Was ist da eigentlich, was passiert da?
Ja, die wissenschaftliche Community, die sich mit solchen Fragen beschäftigt, trifft sich jetzt schon länger und diskutiert das. Im letzten Jahr gab es auf Grönland eine NATO-Tagung, die das diskutiert und überlegt hat. Im nächsten Jahr wird es in La Spezia am NATO Center for Maritime Research and Experimentation auch so eine Tagung geben. Im Grunde ist die Notwendigkeit der Aufklärung, der Surveillance, Intelligence, Reconnaissance, so wie wir das nennen, mehrdimensional. Die Amerikaner sprechen von Multi-Domain Surveillance. Das geht from the seabed to the space gewissermaßen. Natürlich spielt Unterwasser eine große Rolle. Unterwasser ist das Hauptmittel der Aufklärung Sonar. Unterschiedliche Sonarsysteme, die es erlauben, mit Hilfe von Schall aufzuklären und zu beobachten. Und dann natürlich die Aufklärung auf der Wasseroberfläche. Hier spielen unbemannte Systeme auf der Wasseroberfläche auch eine Rolle. Und dann natürlich die Dimension Luft, auch wichtig. Hier denkt man sehr konkret darüber nach. Aufklärungsdrohnen, die sich im Zulauf befinden. Die Eurodrone ist das prominente Beispiel. So mit einem Auftrag auszustatten, dass sie eben auch arktische Aufklärungsaufgaben übernehmen kann. Und dann nicht zuletzt der Weltraum. Natürlich, der Weltraum ist eine kritische Infrastruktur für Beobachtung und Überwachung. Gerade um den Pol herum laufen wenig Satellitenbahnen. Eine wichtige Anstrengung wird sein, Satelliten so zu platzieren, dass eine polare Exploration auch tatsächlich möglich ist. Eine Navigation, nicht unter Wasser, sondern über Wasser oder in der Luft, ist am Pol auch nicht ganz so einfach wie in anderen Weltregionen.
Ja.
Das heißt, technologisch ist hier ein breites Feld aufgespannt.
Lassen Sie uns zur Navigation noch mal ein bisschen später kommen. Ich würde gerne mal ein Beispiel sagen. Also Sie haben es eben erwähnt, gefährlichsten Waffen, damit auch mit der größten strategischen Abschreckungsfähigkeit sind atomar bestückte U-Boote in der Region. Sie können sich dem Feind lange unentdeckt nähern, sind unter Wasser sowieso auch nur schwer auszuschalten. Nehmen wir das mal als Beispiel. Wie funktioniert die Ortung eines solchen, womöglich auch atomar betriebenen, nicht nur atomar bestückten, sondern atomar betriebenen und deswegen sehr leisen U-Boots? Wie funktioniert das?
Also U-Boote versuchen, die bedeutend und besonders wichtig ist das akustische Spektrum. Unter Wasser kann man nur hören, da kann man nicht gucken. So nutzt man also Schallquellen. Aktives Sonar heißt, dass man sendet einen Schall aus und hört auf das Echo, das der Schall an Objekten im Wasser produziert. Das Problem bei aktivem Sonar ist, dass derjenige, der den Schall aussendet, damit verrät, wo er ist. Man muss ja nur die Schallquelle orten, dann weiß man, wo man ist. U-Boote wollen das nicht, denn in dem Augenblick, in dem ein U-Boot ein aktives Sonar einschaltet, weiß der Gegner, ein potenzieller Gegner, wo das U-Boot eigentlich ist. Und damit ist ein U-Boot hochgefährdet. Also will man möglichst passiv orten. Passivsonar spielt hier eine ganz große Rolle. Da ist die Idee die folgende. Man nutzt nicht den Schall, den man selber aussendet, um Objekte zu orten, sondern man benutzt andere Schallquellen. Zum Beispiel die Schallquellen von einer Fregatte, die auf dem Schiff über Wasser fährt, die sich so nicht verstecken kann, wo man weiß, wo die ist. Und die erzeugt nun sehr kontrolliert Schall im Wasser. Dieser Schall breitet sich aus, wird reflektiert an U-Booten zum Beispiel, an gegnerischen U-Booten zum Beispiel, wird dort reflektiert und aufgenommen von einem anderen U-Boot, sodass das aufklärende System hier nicht aktiv Schall aussenden muss und das U-Boot selber, das aufgeklärt werden soll, kann gegen diese Art von Ortung auch kaum etwas unternehmen.
Ja.
Das nennt sich multistatisches Sonar, spielt eine sehr große Rolle. Und hier hat Deutschland auch eine gewisse technologische Reife, würde ich sagen, sogar Führerschaft innerhalb der Familie der NATO-Mitgliedstaaten.
Ja, da gibt es doch bestimmt dann aber auch Störmöglichkeiten, oder?
Ja, stören und täuschen, genau das, ja. Also das ist natürlich immer so, ich kläre auf und jemand macht etwas dagegen und dann gibt es wieder etwas und dergleichen. Das ist dieses Thema Electronic Warfare oder in diesem Fall Acoustic Warfare unter Wasser ist ein Gebiet, das sich gerade im Kontext der künstlichen Intelligenz sehr, sehr stark wandelt. Mhm. Denn was können künstliche Intelligenzen? Künstliche Intelligenzen können Sprachen verstehen, Sprachen lernen. Und was macht ein Aufklärungssystem, ein Sensorsystem anderes, als durch eine Wellenform eine Frage in die Welt hineinzuwerfen? Und das ist eben ausgedrückt in Wellenformen, die ausgesendet werden. Mhm. Und das Echo ist die Antwort, das die Welt gibt. Und die Umwälzung, die im Augenblick gerade stattfindet, ist, dass man KI-Systeme nutzt, um diese gegnerische Sprache zu erlernen. Und wenn man diese Sprache erlernt hat, man hat sich selber erlernt, das KI-Modell hat es erlernt, dann kann man gewissermaßen Fake News aussenden, um den Gegner zu verwirren. Das macht natürlich der Gegner auch. Und deswegen muss man schauen, dass man diese Fake News, wenn sie vom Gegner kommen, selbst erkennt. Das ist ein schwieriges und anspruchsvolles Forschungsfeld.
Dazu braucht man wahrscheinlich auch eine unendliche Menge von Empfängern, also von Stichwort so Hightech Microphone Arrays, die überall verteilt sind.
Also das ist, unendlich braucht man es nicht, aber eben auch viele. Oder am besten aber auch mobil. Bei der Aufklärung, Unterwasseraufklärung spielen Unterwasserdrohnen, könnte man salopp sagen, eine große Rolle. UUVs, Unmanned Underwater Vehicles, eine große Rolle. Das sind also sensorbestückte U-Boote, in denen sich keine Menschen befindet, die eben geschickt operieren und Aufklärungsdaten sammeln. Und auf das geschickt Operieren kommt es hier an. Also man muss die Ressourcen, die Aufklärungsressourcen, die man hat, effizient steuern, sodass man ein möglichst umfassendes Lagebild gewinnt. Und auch hier bei der intelligenten Ressourcenplanung spielen eben auch KI-Verfahren eine große Rolle.
Ja. Sie hatten eben beschrieben in dem einen Beispiel, dass, sagen wir mal, die Fregatte, die jetzt auf dem Meer schwimmt, so eine Art reflektierende Schall...
Also die Fregatte sendet Schall aus. Also die schleppt hinter sich Hydrophone hinter sich her und sendet auf sehr kontrollierte Art und Weise Schall aus. Und dieser Schall breitet sich im Wasser aus, wird reflektiert an Objekten von Interesse oder an Objekten, die stören, also die Bergen und dergleichen. Mhm. Das ist eine schwierige Aufgabe, aus diesem Schallsalat, den dann ein passiv horchendes U-Boot erkennt, herauszufinden, was ist relevant, was ist nicht relevant. Ja. Auch das ist eine Welt, das ist die Welt der Algorithmen, die genau genau hier die Stecknadel im Heuhaufen sucht. In der Arktis ist es natürlich auch so, dass das Seewasser sich im Augenblick stark verändert. Wir sprechen hier von der Salinität zum Beispiel, Salzgehalt im Wasser. Ja. Der Klimawandel spielt sich auch unter Wasser ab, indem sich hier das Ausbreitungsmedium verändert. Deswegen ist es auch wichtig, hier das Ausbreitungsmedium zu erforschen und zu verstehen, wie breiten sich Wellen in den veränderten Umständen tatsächlich aus. Also auch Disziplinen wie Ozeanographie spielt eine Rolle, nicht? Also wie sieht das unter Wasser ozeanografisch gesehen eigentlich aus und wie verändert sich im Laufe der Zeit?
Ja genau, ich hatte mir gedacht, dass akustisch ein unglaubliches Konzert im Meer vorherrschen muss und habe dann bei der Vorbereitung gelesen, dass eben der Seegang als solcher bei der Aufklärung mithilft, quasi auch als reflektierendes akustisches Signal. Ja, genau. Das ist schon irre. Ja, man muss jede Art von Schallquelle nutzen. Natürlich muss man die Schallquellen auch gut verstehen. Das ist im Grunde wie bei dem Schiff. Beim Schiff ist es einfacher, weil das Schiff, die Fregatte, sendet eben sehr definierte Signale aus, die man dann auch wiederfindet im Echo. Bei diesen anderen Schallquellen of Opportunity, über die man nachdenkt, man denkt auch über Schiffsschrauben nach von anderen Schiffen, die da fahren. Da wird es immer schwieriger, jetzt genau herauszufinden, was ist die Ursache des beleuchtenden Schalls. Aber Sie haben vollkommen recht, man muss alle Schallquellen nutzen, die es gibt. In der Degon geht es um Ortung und um Navigation. Ich habe das eben so ein bisschen nach hinten geschoben. Das ist ja mehr als ein Schiff von A nach B zu fahren, Navigation. Welche Rolle spielt die Navigation bei der maritimen Sicherheit?
Also ein ganz zentrales Element sind Unterwasserdrohnen, UUVs. In der Luft ist es ja relativ einfach möglich, mit den Drohnen auch Kontakt zu halten und sie zu steuern und die Kommunikationsverbindungen aufrechtzuerhalten. Das ist unter Wasser sehr schwierig. Unterwasserkommunikation ist möglich, aber mit sehr geringen Bandbreiten, mit großen Ausfällen und dergleichen ist schwierig. Deswegen sind Unmanned Underwater Vehicles in besonderer Weise darauf angewiesen, in einer hochautomatisierten, man könnte es autonomen Weise zu operieren und auch lange zu operieren. Wer also über lange Zeit unter Wasser operieren möchte oder in sein System operieren lassen möchte, muss natürlich sicherstellen, dass das System immer weiß, wo es ist. Navigation heißt, wo bin ich selbst? Aufklärung heißt, wo ist jemand anders? Aber beides gehört zusammen. Nur wer weiß, wo er selbst ist, kann dann auch lokalisieren, wo Objekte von Interesse sich befinden. Und das ist unter Wasser schwierig. Hier gibt es natürlich eher traditionelle Möglichkeiten wie Kreisel, aber da läuft man schnell in Engpässe hinein. Bei der Unterwassernavigation scheinen in besonderer Weise Quantensensoren eine große Rolle zu spielen. Da ist man natürlich schnell in einem Bereich, über den man dann nicht mehr so leicht sprechen kann. Aber was man sagen kann, ist dies. Quantensensoren, die relevant sind für Unterwassernavigation, sind in der Lage, hochpräzise Magnetfelder und Schwerefelder zu vermessen und auch Beschleunigung zu messen, also die Eigenbewegung zu messen. Und wer nun Magnetfelder und die Schwerefelder extrem genau messen kann und auch eine entsprechende Karte hat, also weiß, wie sich die Schwerefelder unter Wasser verändern und dergleichen, der kann dann im Vergleich, das autonome System, kann dann im Vergleich dessen, was es misst und dem, was an Kartenmaterial, digitalem Kartenmaterial zur Verfügung steht, herausfinden, wo es tatsächlich ist. Und das ist auch weit fortgeschritten. Und ich würde auch sagen, dass hier ein Bereich ist, in dem Deutschland viele technologische Fähigkeiten hat. Und zwar in allen Bereichen, sowohl im zivilen Bereich, im Bereich der Offshore-Industrie, aber auch im militärischen Bereich. Aber wie das oft so ist, sind diese Entwicklungen, die entwickeln sich so unabhängig voneinander. Es gibt keinen, der das irgendwie mal zusammengeführt, ein Forum schafft, wo man sich austauschen kann, wo man die richtigen Fragen stellt. Und der Sinn dieses Fachausschusses Ortung und Navigation für Unterwasserthemen in der Degon ist so ein Rahmen, um die Player erstmal nur in Deutschland zusammenzuführen.
Das ist super interessant. Ich würde gerne jetzt noch mal einen weiteren Punkt ansprechen, Herr Professor Koch, und das betrifft das All. Die Bundeswehr, Herr Koch, hat zur Erdbeobachtung von SpaceX 2 Satelliten der Reihe SAR ins All transportieren lassen. Sie heißen SAR-Ra, etwas veränderte Technik. Sie sind mit modernsten wetterunabhängigen Radarverfahren ausgestattet. Die Kosten lagen bei 870 Millionen Euro. Nur leider funktionieren diese beiden Satelliten nicht. Und das wird sich wohl auch nicht mehr ändern lassen. Von der Spitzenüberwachung der Meere, weil Sie sagten, Deutschland ist da sehr weit vorne, kann man an dieser Stelle, glaube ich, nicht so wirklich reden. Was genau ließe sich denn mit diesem funktionierenden SAR-System im maritimen Bereich eigentlich sehen?
SAR ist ein abbildendes Radarsystem. Man kann also über große Entfernungen hinweg hoch aufgelöste Bilder erzeugen, also durch Wolken hindurch Bilder erzeugen. Man kann dort also alles sehen, was auf dem Wasser passiert. Also Schiffe, bemannte Schiffe, vielleicht wird man sogar unbemannte Surface Vehicles sehen können und dergleichen. Aber eben nur mit großen Abständen zwischen den unterschiedlichen Aufnahmen. Die Satelliten bewegen sich um die Erde herum und überstreichen das Gebiet von Interesse, in unserem Fall also die Arktis, nur in relativ großen Abständen. Das bedeutet aber, dass man dann andere Sensorquellen nutzen muss, um die Kontinuität der Sensorbeobachtungen aufrechtzuerhalten. Denn wenn erst eine Erdumrundung eines Satelliten erfolgen muss, bis man ein bestimmtes Schiff von Interesse wieder sieht, dann mag es sein, dass man das Schiff wieder verloren hat. Schiffe bewegen sich in der Zeit und es ist also hier wichtig, einen Multisensor-Ansatz zu betrachten, der alle möglichen Sensorquellen verknüpft. SAR ist da ein wichtiges Backbone, ein wichtiges Element, aber allein mit SAR wird man kein kontinuierliches und verlässliches maritimes Lagebild erzeugen müssen. Aber es ist eine wichtige Säule. Naja, und natürlich fallen auch mal Sensoren aus und manche Sachen funktionieren nicht so richtig. Ja, das ist der Fall. Man wünscht sich, dass die Dinge besser funktionieren. Aber generell würde ich sagen, dass in Deutschland technologisch viel Wissen vorhanden ist. Ob wir das immer so pfiffig umsetzen, das ist eine andere Frage.
Das spannendste Thema nach diesen einzelnen Bereichen, die Sie jetzt immer erläutert haben, wie das funktioniert, das spannendste Thema ist im Grunde genommen doch das Zusammenfügen all dieser gesammelten Informationen auf die verschiedene Art und Weise. Wo und wie werden die unterschiedlichen Datenströme, die die Hardware vom Meeresgrund bis zu Satellitenbildern aus dem Weltall liefert, simultan zusammengefasst? Wer kann so ein System steuern, damit es die gewünschten Auswertungen errechnet? Und gibt es dieses maritime System der Systeme schon? Ähnlich vielleicht wie der geplante Air Combat Cloud beim deutsch-französisch-spanischen Flugabwehrsystem FCAS. Gibt es das fürs Meer?
Das wird aufgebaut. So reif, wie das bei FCAS zurzeit ist es noch nicht. Aber solche Systeme wie FCAS, Future Combat Air System, sind natürlich Systeme, bei denen man sehr viel lernt und viele Dinge weiß, die sich dann auf andere Dimensionen übertragen lassen. Aber Sie haben vollkommen recht. Die entscheidende Aufgabe ist es, aus einer Fülle von Einzelinformationen unterschiedlichster Art ein Gesamtbild zu erzeugen. Man könnte hier von einer kognitiven Maschine sprechen. Eine Maschine, die das menschliche Wahrnehmen unterstützt, indem so Funktionen, die wir so natürlicherweise intuitiv immer machen, wenn wir unterwegs sind, auslagert auf eine Maschine. Und sobald man kognitive Funktionen einer Maschine überlässt, dann werden sie skalierbar. Keine Maschine kann etwas, was der Mensch nicht auch könnte. Aber sobald sie auf der Maschine ausgelagert sind, kann die Maschine sehr viel mehr, sehr viel schneller und sehr viel massenhafter verarbeiten. Insofern, kognitive Maschinen erlauben es, mit diesen riesigen Datenströmen, die von unterschiedlichen Plattformen gesammelt werden, ein Lagebild zu erzeugen. Und Lagebild ist nun ein Abbild der Wirklichkeit, so wie es sich darstellt. Und wichtig ist bei einem Lagebild, dass man auch die Grenzen dieses Lagebilds aufzeigt. Also Wissen und Wissen um die Grenzen des Wissens. Und wer weiß, wie lückenhaft, wo die Lücken eines Lagebilds sind, der kann auch entsprechend nachsteuern im Sinne von Ressourcenmanagement, Aufklärungssysteme in der Weise einsetzen, dass die Lücken sich immer mehr füllen. Aber immer beides. Wissen und Wissen um die Grenzen des Wissens. Und diese Lagebilder werden durch Algorithmen erzeugt. Und wenn wir heute von KI sprechen, dann würde ich sagen, sprechen wir eigentlich von der Welt der Algorithmen, der vielfältigen Welt der Algorithmen, die aus bruchstückhaften Signalen, bruchstückhaften Messdaten Informationen gewinnen. Und Informationen sind die Bausteine für Lagebilder. Und nur so ist man handlungsfähig.
Wenn das Lagebild sich aus so vielen verschiedenen Dingen zusammensetzt, müsste doch aber die maritime Combat Cloud der Zukunft dann auch Empfehlungen letztlich geben für die am Ende stehende menschliche Entscheidung.
Ja.
Wo fusioniert denn die Cloud mit dem Menschen?
Die grundlegende Voraussetzung für klug getroffene Entscheidungen ist Lagebewusstsein. Man muss wissen, wie steht es um die tatsächliche Lage. Der erste Schritt wäre herauszufinden, wo die Lage unvollständig ist, unvollkommen ist. Und dann wäre eine der ersten vorausliegenden Entscheidungen diejenige, dass man dafür sorgt, dass die Lagebilder vollständiger werden. Aber auch bei den Handlungsoptionen, die sich dann stellen, werden Algorithmen helfen, Entscheidungsoptionen zu erarbeiten. Genau. In der komplexen Technosphäre gibt es eben viele Möglichkeiten, sich zu entscheiden. Und man muss sich schnell entscheiden. Also helfen Maschinen auch dabei, Entscheidungsoptionen aufzuzeigen und vielleicht abzuchecken, welche Entscheidungsoptionen kompatibel sind mit dem Völkerrecht, welche sind nicht kompatibel mit dem Völkerrecht. Das sind alles so Dinge, in denen die Maschine immer mehr die Rolle eines Experten, eines Spezialisten übernimmt, die dann dem Entscheider Vorlagen liefern. Und die Rolle der menschlichen Vernunft, der natürlichen Intelligenz, ist es also, auf Grundlage dieser Vorlagen richtig zu entscheiden. Insofern bleibt die Verantwortung des menschlich Handelnden im Zentrum, unterstützt durch die Assistenten, die wir jetzt KI-basierte Maschinen nennen.
Ja. Mir fällt so ein, dass in diesem Land oft keine Züge mehr fahren, obwohl eigentlich auch die Informationen dazu da sein müssten. Wie kann die Datenfusion so komplexer Zusammenhänge das leisten, dass die Entscheider weise Entscheidungen treffen in Bezug auf all die Dimensionen? Wir haben ja gesprochen über umweltschonende, über wirtschaftsfördernde und über sicherheitsbewahrende Handlungen. Schwer, ne? Also ganz einfach ist es ja nicht.
Naja, es ist natürlich so, wer Daten fusioniert, muss natürlich weise, haben Sie gesagt, weise vorgehen. Die Daten, die man fusioniert, müssen intakt sein, müssen integer sein. Fusion wird schnell zu Konfusion, wenn die Daten, die man verknüpft, nicht mehr das halten, was sie versprechen. Das heißt also, bildlich gesprochen, eine KI, eine künstliche Intelligenz, muss ergänzt werden durch eine gewisse Fähigkeit von künstlicher Selbstkritik. Wir nennen Menschen ja auch nur dann intelligent, wenn sie die Fähigkeit zur Selbstkritik tatsächlich besitzen. Insofern müssen Systeme, die reif sind und auf die man sich verlassen kann, die dann auch zulassungsfähig sind, die müssen so ausgelegt werden, dass die Daten, die man verknüpft, auch den Erwartungen entsprechen. Wenn das nicht der Fall ist, etwa weil die Sensoren kaputt sind oder weil jemand sie stört, absichtlich stört und täuscht, der wird durch die Verfahren der Datenfusion auch Fehlinformationen bekommen. Es kommt also darauf an, hier Datenintegrität im umfassenden Sinne zu gewährleisten und sicherzustellen.
Dass man die Computer auch teilt, das ist ja auch ein Ursprungsgedanke vom Internet gewesen, damit auch nicht an einer Stelle, wo Daten gesammelt werden, zum Beispiel irgendwie, sei es durch eine Bombe, was weiß ich, der Computer stört, gehackt, was auch immer wird, dass man das aufteilt. Also diese Sammlung dieser Daten findet wahrscheinlich, ich sag jetzt mal, an geheimen Ort statt, muss dann aber doch an die Entscheider auch weitergegeben werden, vielleicht auch auf See oder auf einem Flugzeugträger. Ist das eine Problematik?
Wo werden die Daten verarbeitet? An unterschiedlichen Stellen. Man darf sich das nicht so vorstellen, als ob es da eine zentrale Datenverarbeitungsunit gibt und die weiß dann alles und wer die zum Beispiel zerstört, der hat das ganze System blind gemacht. Das meine ich, ja. Auf allen Ebenen werden Daten verarbeitet. Also schon an Bord der Sensoren, schon sehr nahe an Erfassungsorten muss man ja Datenrate reduzieren. Also die Signale, die Wellenformen, die aufgefangen werden, müssen vorverarbeitet werden zu einer gewissen Form von Information, die dann Information enthält, aber nicht mehr alle Daten, aus denen man Informationen gewinnt, überträgt. Man spricht ja von Edge Processing, also am Rand. Und dann irgendwas dazwischen, da spricht man von Fork Processing und da muss es natürlich auch Möglichkeiten geben, Daten umfassend auch verteilen zu können und zwar auf eine Weise, die sicher ist, resilient ist gegen Stör- und Täuschversuche. Das ist eben beides zusammen. Datenverarbeitung und Datenkommunikation, das ist ein eng verwurzeltes und ein eng verzahntes System, das ineinander greifen muss. Technologisch ist das sehr anspruchsvoll, ja, ohne Frage. Aber wir kommen nicht drum rum. Wir brauchen solche Systeme. Wenn wir sie brauchen, müssen wir sie so bauen, dass sie robust sind. Und wir haben es ja am Ende ja auch geschafft, robuste Maschinen zu bauen. Wir werden auch diese kognitiven Maschinen robust und zuverlässig bauen können.
Wir sind bei der Kooperation von Wissenschaft, Militär, Wirtschaft und Politik angekommen. Bildungsministerin Bettina Stark-Watzinger, FDP, hat sich für eine engere Zusammenarbeit zwischen der Wissenschaft und dem Militär in Deutschland ausgesprochen. Insbesondere die selbst auferlegten Zivilklauseln zahlreicher Universitäten und Forschungseinrichtungen müssten im Sinne der Zeitenwende überprüft und teilweise abgeschafft werden. Das Grundgesetz schreibt ja die Freiheit von Lehre und Forschung fest. Nur, was heißt das in Bezug auf militärische Hochtechnologie? Wie stellt sich diese Debatte aus Ihrer Sicht an der Spitze der technologischen Forschung, der KI, der Datenfusion im Moment da?
Ich habe mich ja sehr gefreut, als die Forschungsministerin das in der FAZ geschrieben hat. Und damit spricht sie einen wichtigen Punkt an. Und Sie haben ja auch gesagt, es sind selbst auferlegte Klauseln, die meines Erachtens nicht zeitgemäß ist. Ich habe Anfang diesen Jahres einen langen Artikel in der FAZ gelesen mit dem Titel Zeitenwende in der Forschung. Ich denke, so eine Art von Zeitenwende müssen wir einfach denken. Zumal die Technologien, über die wir sprechen, ja inhärent Dual-Use-Charakter haben. Man kann ja gar nicht sagen, was ist hier eigentlich militärische Forschung und was ist zivile Forschung. Das lässt sich gar nicht auseinanderhalten. Aber ich hätte noch einen eher grundsätzlichen Aspekt, den ich gerne anbringen möchte. Die Bundeswehr ist doch eine Parlamentsarmee. Sie handelt ausschließlich im Rahmen eines parlamentarischen Mandates. Das heißt, wenn die Bundeswehr handelt, handelt sie im Namen des deutschen Volkes. Steht auf dem Bundestag obendrauf, dem deutschen Volk. Das heißt, die Bundeswehr handelt im Namen des deutschen Volkes und auch im Interesse des deutschen Volkes. Es geht nämlich um die Sicherheit, äußere Sicherheit unseres Staates. Und die Sicherheit ist die Voraussetzung für alles andere. Für jede Art von Nachhaltigkeit, für jede Art von wirtschaftlicher, kultureller oder gesellschaftlicher Entwicklung. Insofern tut die Bundeswehr etwas, was dem gesamten Staat nützt. Also ich weiß nicht, ob jetzt gemeinnützig hier das richtige Wort ist, aber so in dem Sinne vielleicht. Und jetzt kann es doch nicht sein, dass staatliche Forschungseinrichtungen, Universitäten und dergleichen, die ja auch im Interesse unseres Staates handeln, forschen und lehren und dergleichen, jetzt es verbieten wollen, Forschungen zu betreiben, die der Bundeswehr bei der Erfüllung ihres parlamentarischen Auftrags nützen. Das kann ich einfach nicht verstehen. Und das muss unbedingt in einer zivilisierten und öffentlichen Debatte zur Sprache gebracht werden. Hier brauchen wir einen gesellschaftlichen Diskurs. Ich verstehe die Zivilklausel nicht.
Aber die Diskussion ist ja nicht so sehr, dass die Forschungsergebnisse dem Militär nicht zur Verfügung gestellt werden könnten, sondern die Frage ist ja, ob die Rüstungsindustrie direkte Forschungsaufträge an die Universitäten gibt und damit Einfluss darauf hat, was überhaupt erforscht wird oder nicht erforscht wird. Und darin könnte eine Beschränkung ja durchaus zur Folge.
Damit sprechen Sie natürlich die sehr grundsätzliche Frage der Drittmittelforschung an, nicht? Ob wir das eigentlich wollen. Wollen wir eigentlich unbedingt, dass die Pharmaindustrie die Forschung entsprechend beeinflusst, die Automobilindustrie die Forschung entsprechend beeinflusst, der deutsche Maschinenbau die Forschung im Interesse beeinflusst? Insofern haben wir diese Beeinflussung ja schon längst. Und ich würde mal sagen, Rüstungsindustrie, das ist diejenige Industrie, die die Voraussetzungen schafft, damit die Bundeswehr einen Auftrag erfüllen kann. Also man kann grundsätzlich die Frage nach der Berechtigung von Drittmittelforschung stellen. Das kann man schon stellen. Aber wenn man sagt, Drittmittelforschung ist akzeptabel, dann möchte ich gerne verstehen, warum aber Drittmittelforschung zur Sicherheit unseres Landes nicht akzeptabel sein soll. Und also wird ja niemand gezwungen, solche Forschungsgelder anzunehmen. Aber man darf nicht verbieten, sie anzunehmen.
Eine Frage, die in Bezug auf die universitäre Ausbildung auch eine Rolle spielt, ist der Abfluss von hochtechnologischem Wissen. Es gibt ja teilweise Kooperationsverträge mit anderen Staaten, wo man sich manchmal schon fragt, ist es eigentlich richtig? Und wenn das also geostrategisch rivalisierende Staaten sind, da Leute in der Spitzentechnologie zu haben. Haben Sie dieses Problem schon mal gehabt, vielleicht bei Fraunhofer, im Fraunhofer Institut?
Naja, wenn ich mir so auch bei Fraunhofer nicht, wer bei Fraunhofer arbeitet, das haben wir in der Hand. Aber wenn ich im Hörsaal so gucke, also Sensordatenfusion ist ein heißes Thema, interessantes Thema, spannendes Thema und ich freue mich, wenn viele Studenten kommen, aber wenn ich so in die Gesichter gucke, weiß ich auch nicht, woher die Studenten kommen. Und gerade auch die ganz besonders pfiffigen Gesichter. Ich weiß nicht, wo das Wissen aus der Vorlesung abfließt. Das weiß ich, kann ich nicht sagen. Aber ich kann ja auch keine Zugangsbeschränkung machen, ohne Frage. Bei Fraunhofer, also Fraunhofer FKE, überlegen wir uns natürlich, wer bei uns mitarbeitet und wer nicht.
Die Deutsche Gesellschaft für Ortung und Navigation ist der Versuch, für die Dimension Seehürden bei der Zusammenarbeit zwischen Politik, Militär, Forschung, Wirtschaft abzubauen. Das hatte ich schon gesagt. Können Sie beschreiben, ob und auch vielleicht bei welchen Projekten das aus Ihrer Sicht schon gut funktioniert hat? Ich meine, sie ist jung, die Tegon, aber...
Ja, also besonders spannend ist natürlich das Thema kritische Infrastruktur in der Ostsee. Da gibt es Interesse seitens der deutschen Marine, da gibt es Interessen seitens der deutschen Offshore-Industrie. Man möchte einfach genau wissen, was passiert unter Wasser, zum Beispiel in der Ostsee, aber auch in der Nordsee. Und hier kommen sehr verschiedene Wissenschaftsbereiche zusammen. Wir haben sie bereits umrissen. Wir haben Sensortechnologie, wir haben Plattformtechnologie, wir haben auch entsprechende Unterwasserrobotik in dergleichen. Und hier gibt es nun in Deutschland viele Institutionen, die bisher weitgehend unkoordiniert Forschung und Entwicklung vorantreiben. Und ich habe die Hoffnung, dass durch diesen Fachausschuss sich die Kräfte bündeln. Also gewissermaßen die bisher unkoordiniert vor sich hinschaukelnden Photonen zusammengeführt werden in einen kohärenten Laserstrahl, der also dazu führt, dass das Forschungswissen und das technologische Wissen in Deutschland zusammengeführt wird, um auf diese Weise auch in praktische Anwendungen gelangt. Und in unserem Fachausschuss sind 3 Gruppen von Stakeholdern, kann man sagen. Es sind die fordern, also Bundeswehr, die fordert, aber auch die Industrie, die fordert, die Technologien haben wollen. Und dann gibt es die forschen und dann gibt es die fertigen, die es umsetzen, die es realisieren, also 3F, Triple F, Förderer, Forscher und Fertiger. Die müssen zusammengeführt werden. Und in dem Ausmaß, in dem dieses Dreieck, die Seiten dieses Dreiecks gewissermaßen supraleitend sind und man sich persönlich versteht und sich austauscht, in dem Ausmaß wird auch Hochtechnologie in unserem Lande dann umsetzbar und praktikabel. Da ist viel zu tun, aber ich bin ja nicht ohne Hoffnung, dass es gelingt, die unterschiedlichen Fäden in einen Zopf zusammenzuflechten, der dann auch Lasten tragen kann.
Also Sie beschreiben das ja so, dass die Qualität der Werften und auch das Forschungsniveau in puncto Ortung, Navigation, Strahlentechnologie, dass das alles eine hohe Wertschätzung genießt in der Welt. Und dann erinnere ich mich an solche Sachen wie die Fregatte Bayern soll in Indo-Pazifik und der Chef vom Bundeswehrverband sagt, ja, schwimmen tut die dahin, aber also mit den viel mehr auch nicht, hat er nicht gesagt, aber in diese Richtung ging die Äußerung. Wie groß ist die Lücke zwischen der Realität und den notwendigen High-End-Zielen deutscher Werften und Forschungskompetenz in diesem Punkt?
Naja, das mit der Fregatte Bayern, das war ja nur rein politisch, nicht? Da hat man ja unser Museumsschiff hingeschickt, nicht? Also hätte ja auch die Gorch Fock hinschicken können. Also das ist so ähnlich. Wenn es darum geht, Hochtechnologie bereitzustellen, ist es ja schon so, dass auch innerhalb des NATO-Rahmens der deutsche Beitrag sehr hoch geschätzt wird. Und nicht zuletzt zum Beispiel von den Ukrainern hoch geschätzt wird. Also wir verfügen über sehr leistungsfähige Systeme. Wir verfügen über diese hochleistungsfähigen Systeme nicht in der Anzahl, in der man sie bräuchte. Aber das ist weniger eine Frage an die Industrie oder die Forschung, sondern eine Frage an die Politik, welche Weichen sie stellt. Also würde ich sagen, also das gibt hier noch das zu dem Dreieck, was ich gerade gezeichnet habe, eben auch noch das P, die Politik, die dann die entsprechenden Richtungen vorgibt. Aber ich würde sagen, dass die deutsche ingenieurswissenschaftliche Forschung hat extrem hohes Niveau. Und gerade, wir haben ja angefangen, über die Arktis auch zu sprechen. Denken Sie nur an das hohe Niveau der deutschen Arktisforschung, an den Forschungseisbrecher, Polarstern, an die anderen Schiffe, die unterwegs sind. Aber auch an die Leistungsfähigkeit der deutschen Werftindustrie beim Spezialschiffbau. Also andere Länder bauen vielleicht ganz große Containerschiffe. Aber der hochspezialisierte Bau von Schiffen für spezielle Anforderungen, das wird auch gerade in der Arktis eine große Rolle spielen. Insofern, da gibt es auch Chancen für die deutsche Werftindustrie. Gerade auch im Kontext der polaren Exploration und Nutzung arktischer Rohstoffquellen. Denke ich mal.
Militärische U-Boote sind ja aus Deutschland auch hochgeschätzt, ne?
Sind hochgeschätzt, ja. Und es tut sich auch hier unter Wasser viel. Zurzeit baut man ein Mutterschiff, ein großes UUV, das gewissermaßen wie ein Mutterschiff andere UUVs aussetzen kann, mit zahlreichen Anwendungen in der zivilen Industrie, Offshore-Industrie, mit einer militärischen Dimension, die man auch nicht leugnen kann. Also das ist fußt auf der hochentwickelten Technologie für konventionelle U-Boote in Deutschland, Brennstoffzellentechnologie und dergleichen.
Also besonders leise sind ja im Unterschied zu traditionellen U-Booten die atomar betriebenen. Das bauen die Deutschen, soweit ich weiß, nicht. Sie bauen zwar atomar bestückbare U-Boote, aber eben nicht atomgetriebene. Gibt es da Alternativen schon?
Ja, schon lange. Die Brennstoffzellen spielen eine große Rolle. Ja. Brennstoffzellen in Kombination mit Lithium-Ionen-Akkus für Spitzenlasten. Das ist vollkommen leise. Und man kann
also da wären wir nicht raus, dadurch, dass wir auf atomare Produktion verzichten.
Überhaupt nicht. Ja. Es ist auch leichter zu handeln. Und da ist auch schon lange eine Spitzenposition erreicht, die man natürlich halten muss und pflegen muss, das ist ja verständlich.
Wenn Sie abschließend nochmal alle 3 Felder in den Blick nehmen, Ökologie, Ökonomie und Sicherheit, glauben Sie persönlich dran, dass sich bei der Fusion von Daten und den daraus abgeleiteten Empfehlungen zur arktischen Region Moral und Vernunft am Ende gegenüber Partikularinteressen und Autokratiebestrebungen behaupten werden? so ganz rein vom Herzen oder frei von der Leber weg?
Naja, Technologie ist inhärent ambivalent. Aber wir müssen uns doch darüber im Klaren sein, dass ich nenne das mal die westliche Staatenfamilie, sich doch bestimmten Werten verpflichtet weiß. Und auf dem NATO-Gipfel in Washington jetzt im letzten Sommer wurde ja ausdrücklich betont, die NATO ist eine Community of Values. Man mag ja im Einzelnen darüber nachdenken, was das für Values sind. Aber im Prinzip treten wir doch mit einem moralischen Anspruch auf. Und das bedeutet doch, dass wir im Falle einer Bedrohung, aber auch im Falle der Durchsetzung von Interessen an diese Werte gebunden sind. Das heißt, für uns, sage ich jetzt mal, für uns gilt, dass wir von Hochtechnologie einen verantwortbaren Gebrauch machen müssen. In einer Weise, die sich auch konkret manifestiert. Verantwortbarer Technologiegebrauch. Natürlich kann man Hochtechnologie auch in einer unverantwortbaren Weise gebrauchen. Für uns gilt das aber nicht. Wir sind verpflichtet, diese Technologie verantwortbar umzusetzen. Und hier können wir vielleicht auch von Entwicklungen profitieren im Kontext von Future Combat Air System. Das fiel ja auch in unserem Gespräch einmal. Bei Future Combat Air System war es von Anfang an klar, dass man ein solches Systems of Systems aus bemannten und unbemannten Komponenten nur dann beherrschbar machen kann, wenn man KI-basierte Systeme in einer verantwortbaren Weise auslegt. Und ich denke, die Entwicklung, die sich bei FCAS abzeichnet und die sich in gewisser Weise auch in den Entwicklungen innerhalb der Europäischen Union widerspiegelt, heißt, dass Verantwortbarkeit von Systemen, von Waffensystemen im Kontext von FCAS, aber auch von umfassenden Surveillance-Systemen im Kontext von Arktis, dass dieser Begriff der Verantwortbarkeit einbezogen werden muss in die allgemeine Zulassbarkeit von Technologie. Wer also Technologie zulassen möchte, und die muss zugelassen werden, da gibt es längst schon Regeln, und zu dieser Zulassung gehört eben auch der Aspekt der Verantwortbarkeit. Das verpflichtet uns als westliche Staatengemeinschaft. Das steckt in unserer DNA. Und dass andere Länder das nicht machen, ist für uns kein Argument, das nicht zu tun.
Und es steht ja auch im Grundgesetz, ne? Der Begriff der Verantwortung.
Bereits in der Präambel.
Eben. Das war der Atlantic Talk Podcast mit dem Leiter der Abteilung Sensordaten und Informationsfusion SDF am Bonner Fraunhofer Institut, Professor Dr. Wolfgang Koch. Haben Sie ganz herzlichen Dank, Herr Koch, für diese, wie ich finde, sehr spannende Folge unseres Atlantic Talks. Alles Gute für Sie.
Gern geschehen. Auf Wiederhören. Tschüss.
Und das wünsche ich auch Ihnen, die Sie heute zugehört haben. Vielen Dank für Ihr Interesse. Mögen Sie gesund und hoffnungsvoll bleiben. Das wünscht Ihnen herzlich Ihr Host und Moderator, Oliver Weiland.
Atlantic Talk. Sicherheits- und außenpolitische Analysen, Strategien und diplomatische Optionen. Ein Podcast der Deutschen Atlantischen Gesellschaft.
So, ich nehme an, wir können die Türen gleich zumachen und starten. Sehr schön. Wunderbar. Vielen herzlichen Dank, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren hier.
Ladies and gentlemen, here in this room and joining us digitally, NATO Talk 2024 is going to continue. And I would like to say thank you to Public Diplomacy Division with NATO for their financial support throughout the years. And as I said at the beginning of this conference, we are today also going to celebrate NATO's 75th anniversary. I think we can put it like this. NATO has been the most successful alliance in history. Vigilance is the price of freedom. This is NATO's motto. More up to date than ever. And there are two special publications that I would like to mention again. 75 years of NATO, decades of a unique transatlantic security partnership. The author is General Retired Dr. Klaus Naumann, and the other publication is NATO 75 Developments, Challenges, published by General Retired Heinrich Braus. If you do not have these publications yet, please take a copy from the desk right at the entrance. And now I would like to welcome the author of the first publication, General Retired Dr. Klaus Naumann and Dr. Jacques Schuster, Editor-in-Chief of Welt am Sonntag. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome from my side too. I am going to interview General Naumann, something that I'm very pleased about. Well, generally, journalists don't say that they are happy to be able to interview someone, but this is really an honor for me because I've met General Naumann a while ago and he has always been a role model for me due to his intellectual acumen. He has a sense of justice. Sometimes he's skeptical in his judgment, lately more so, but he never hits the wrong tone. He's never an agnostic. So these are qualities that have become rare in our times because so many people talk a lot and know so little. So nevertheless, they try to use many words to convey small messages. But this will be different today in this interview. General Naumann. This morning was dedicated to the question, what's the impact of the re-election of Donald Trump? So I would like to ask you something else. Do you agree with me? Because it seems to me that our federal government, which had always stated that it had a plan B and was prepared for just anything, does not have any plan at all and is pretty helpless right now. Meaning that crisis management here in Germany is never based on initiatives, but purely reactive. And in our foreign policy, well, we've basically lost 2 years. Now, we are faced with a new situation and our hands are empty. So is this too gloomy? I only read the newspaper and you know more about the government than I do. But from what I hear and read, I'm getting the impression that the government is not well prepared. They've put all their eggs in one single basket, Kamala Harris, and whether they had entered into contact with Trump, people, I don't know. They are well prepared. I mean, it's their second run. Then they have the majority in both houses of Congress. It will take Trump no time at all to set up a government. All his bills will be passed. And I think by the end of January, we will be having a fully functioning U.S. government, which will not leave NATO to its own devices, nor Europe, but it will try to make America great again. And that means the Americans will expect us to do more, which might translate into a 3% share of our GDP invested into defense. And we will be relying on the United States to keep China within boundaries. Okay, a few more words on our internal situation. Is this maybe a German trait to always react and never try to come up with an initiative? And if this is so, what can be done about it? I agree with you, unfortunately, but there's one more thing that I have to add. We are not only purely reactive, because that is typical of most Western countries and typical of organizations that rely on unanimity. But we don't have a strategy. Vis-à-vis Ukraine, we support Ukraine as long as possible. Well, that's not a strategy, that's empty words. And the basic elements of crisis management, that's something we still have to learn. I remember the Kosovo conflict. You have to take up the initiative, not be afraid of escalating the situation, run a risk. Only if you start acting, you'll be able to push the opponent into a corner. And this is something which this government has been unable to do. Olaf Scholz, the federal chancellor, mentioned in his Zeitenwende turning point speech that there would be indeed a turning point. Does that mean that this government has been trying to achieve this or not? Zeitenwende, turning point, is the perfect word. It characterizes a drastic change, something which we might have seen coming, because from Georgia up to the war in Ukraine, there has been a whole chain of violations of boundaries, treaties, and the like by Russia. But we created a term, Zeitenwende, an empty word, because we haven't done anything in this respect. People are still these fanatics caught up in their complacency, you know, the ones who need a hot shower every day and want a pleasant life, and that's it. Johannes Gross, a publicist whom I admire very much, said in the 1980s, the Federal Republic can be described as a negation of a possible worst case. Is that true today, or are we being too strict here? Well, I have experienced the Cold War, so I might have contributed a little bit to its successful outcome. We have not negated or ignored the possible worst case. We were prepared. I still remember every tree and bush in Hesse. I know all their first names. But yeah, the population in Germany did not want to open its eyes and face a worst-case scenario. And when back in the 1990s, we started to use terms like we need to be able to defend ourselves, well, that was the kind of statement which was not welcome. But we had a functioning Bundeswehr, our armed forces were in good shape, so we were credible, and it seemed to the population that they could really rely on the armed forces. But today our politicians shy away from clear statements. Russia is a systemic threat. So what? Who cares? Madame Wagenknecht talks about negotiations. You are, somewhat pessimistic. Okay, I remember at the beginning of the 1980s, a book was published by Hans-Peter Schwarz. He's the author. It means from being crazy about power, a certain tendency started when no one was interested in power anymore. So it seemed that Germany had wanted to become some happy Switzerland. Then there was the false alarm, so to say, Saddam Hussein. But in the meantime, things have changed. And the analysis done by Scholz in his turning point speech had consequences, which translated into Germany's defense budget. So the détente policy, when no one was thinking that the Soviet Union posed a threat, so we haven't learned anything since? Oh, yes, we have. And I'm very pleased that there is a large discrepancy between what young people think and what the establishment thinks. Young people seem to have understood how serious the situation is and that we are indeed running out of time. Defense Minister Pistorius talked about being fit for war. Sounds terrible to German ears, but that's exactly what it takes. And we need to be able and make it clear to Putin, cross a line, and Russia will be the one facing an existential threat. Only if Putin gets that message, there is a chance for peace. So what are the biggest weaknesses in Germany's defense right now? Well, the Inspector General knows better than I do, and he gave an interview to another newspaper, a competitor of yours, but I can only agree with what he said. And he was very clear when he pointed out that at the turn of the decade at the latest, Russia would feel fit to attack the rest of Europe. So if we are not able to pass the message that we will do anything to defend ourselves, he might feel tempted to test us. Where are our weaknesses and vulnerabilities? Ever since I've been retired, I've never been worried about the state of the federal government. But there's one thing that seems lacking. What about our capabilities to use drones and fight against drones? Because that's today's warfare. The Bundeswehr has drones, but are not allowed to use them the moment they carry weapons. I don't know why. There's one more thing that seems missing. We need to have the capability to be active and offensive in our cyberspace actions, not purely defensive. And of course, always within the framework of the alliance, always with green light from Parliament. And we do need artificial intelligence in order to create surprise effects. That's the great thing about them. AI needs a few seconds to figure out which options the opponent has on his list, and the moment we find another way, we will get very far. After Russia's attack on Ukraine, I talked to many people, and even those who had been adherents of Egon Bahr's policy, it seemed they started to change their opinion. I remember my conversations with Rolf Mützenich, who was not particularly pleased with the situation. So, should we still use words such as arms control? Is that a word that makes sense today? Whenever you need to face an opponent today who has broken all treaties, committed war crimes, there's a list of 100,000 war crimes committed by the Russian Federation. You think you can, negotiate with these people? Well, then you're living on another planet.
Now, I have seen that the arms control and arms reduction treaties, I have experienced them, and also I have co-authored some of them. Now, the basis for negotiations was trust, confidence-building measures, Helsinki, the Helsinki agreements, and the OSCE, all the way to the treaties. But you need confidence, because otherwise there's no arms control, there's no arms limitation, because you need a verification process. Otherwise, the treaty does not mean anything unless a treaty can be verified, especially when it comes to arms control and arms limitation. But today there is no confidence as far as Putin is concerned. There's no trust. No one trusts Putin. So how do you see Mrs. Wagenknecht's opinion in this light? Is there a pacifism that correlates with anti-Americanism? Now, I have really been upset about the way sometimes Americans are being treated, and they are being blamed for things. The Americans are not angels, of course. I mean, there is no great power that acts like an angel, because sometimes we have to act. And if you are powerful and if you have to take responsibility, then sometimes you need to act, you need to use force in order to reach your objectives. Now, under Brandt and Schmidt, at that point, only a very small percentage, 3%, up to 3%, different percentages were spent on defense. Why is it so hard today to introduce a new level of defense spending? This has to do, again, with the comfort zone in our society. Political actions today depend on statements. Usually politicians want to do something good for the population in order to gain votes. And this is something we have to change as well, because no one was able to pay for the social system that we have created. And we can only promise what we can pay for. So this is something we need to change. We cannot protect ourselves and at the same time hand out goodies left and right. Now, in the early phase of the Federal Republic, democracy was actually correlating to an increase in prosperity. Democracy and prosperity went hand in hand. So there wasn't really this battle on spending for defense or spending for other areas. But what does that mean in today's world when there is basically a battle about spending? There is no other way but to actually argue about these things, because at that point we live in a society, our economy is relatively weak or weaker than before, and it's going to be hard to simply have the monies available for social prosperity. Now, Willy Brandt said, security is not everything, but there is nothing. You have nothing without security. So if you don't have security, you cannot pay for prosperity either. How about the conscript system? After all, it was abolished. What do you think about that? Should it be reinstated? I have had conversations about that in the past, and one defense minister said, we do not have the training capabilities for the conscript system. We do not have the possibility to really, in the end, use these conscripts because of the way the system was set up, and therefore the decisions came about to abolish the conscript system. I think it was actually a very important instrument in during the Cold War and also in Germany after the war, because young people via the conscript system, and if they are conscripts, understand that you need to fight for your democracy and you need to learn how to fight for your democracy. We need to understand that defense is something where everyone has to take their share, men and women equally. We do not have very much time available, unfortunately, so I would like to sum up. You have not sounded optimistic, to tell you the truth. Well, I'm actually only responsible for the questions. Now, if you had to analyze yesterday's events, the coalition, the traffic light coalition that is now done with, was that basically done at the right point in time? Did it come too late? Or was it really a bad point in time to start this new process? What do you think about that? Well, if a link is broken, it needs to be done away with. So I think what happened was right, because you cannot continue with a broken link. But how it was done, maybe that's another question. At the same time, I do have my concerns, because at a time when the transatlantic connection was ended, if you will, and that happened yesterday. Now we live in a Pacific Asian period, which means that the United States will look towards the Pacific and Europe will have to do its own homework. Now, and if Germany cannot contribute, because literally until next June we will not have a government that can function. Now that is going to really destroy Europe, because we become a playing ball of the Putins and the Trumps, and it really makes me sad. We do not have much time left, but one more question, although this question probably deserves a long answer. Wolfgang Schäuble, in one of my conversations before his death, in one of these conversations, he also predicted events around Trump. And what do you think about, basically, after all, France is a nuclear power in Europe? What about giving France more funds in order to make sure that France can do more for European security in the future? What do you think about that? I think this proposal needs to be discussed, although I have my concerns. I consider it a bit out of the question, because after all, the French nuclear system at this point could not withstand Russian nuclear arsenals. And also, if we think in terms of Russian nuclear brutality, this is something I would not even want to explain to the Germans. Because after all, we have to think also about what our soldiers would be experiences in such a war. Thank you very much for the conversation, and it was very enriching. All the best to you. Thank you very much. I think there were a lot of interesting ideas and statements being brought forward. Herr Schmidt has the floor. You should never ask a politician to come to the microphone. Mr. Schuster, thank you very much for leading this interview. And of course, I do not want to intervene or interfere with the German media, but I would say that Klaus Naumann is always someone whose opinion is very important for the German media. You do not need to expand the group of my friends and supporters. While listening to you, I would say that you can never have enough friends and enough good insights. Now, talking about the French nuclear arsenal or a French nuclear protection, which actually is not defined in such a way by the French because they see it more as a national defense system, but nevertheless, there is an important point that we have heard. Politically, we need to come to an understanding that the nuclear umbrella and can no longer be guaranteed. It is the United States safeguarding this nuclear umbrella, and this is a discussion that we can never leave out of the equation. There is hope that this is going to be reflected upon. There will be a new government in Germany at one point, but I hope that the government will not only look at compromises, but will look at very clear statements in terms of defense and security policy for Germany. Because Wagenknecht is bowing before Moscow in order to keep some sort of peace, but I think that is no long-term strategy for coalition negotiations for the next government. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and we are going to continue right away. I am very happy to introduce the next panel to you because it's the Young German Atlantic Association that is organizing this time for the first time a panel. I am going to use my role in order to welcome young people, not only here in this plenary, but also young people online to join the Young German Atlantic Association. We are going to continue, and we will be talking about hybrid warfare, about hybrid tactics by Russia and by China. Dr. Nicholas Fischerek will be moderating. This discussion. Now, just a few words about this particular podium, and then I will, while we change here the panel and the chairs, I will say a few words about the discussion. We will be talking about hybrid warfare. We will be talking about the military and military strategies. We'll talk about wiring systems in the Baltic. We will talk about economic espionage. There is a whole list of things that are pertaining to hybrid warfare. Hybrid warfare is a term that is being used time and again. It means there's a combination of classic military operations in connection with propaganda, in connection with cyber attacks. Now, as far as the economic damage is concerned for 2023, it's 148 billion. So it's a huge harm that is being done, and Russia and China are responsible for it. Now, Russia is here first and foremost focusing on Europe, whereas China is focusing on its own region with hybrid warfare operations, for example, Taiwan. Both are using a lot of different operations, and also Germany is being targeted simply because Germany is supporting Ukraine. So that is why here at the NATO Talk we are talking about hybrid warfare as well. Books have been written about it time and again. I would like to invite the panelists to the podium. Now, as far as hybrid is concerned, is that just the start to more escalation? How about disinformation campaigns? Can we prevent them? Can we talk about hybrid warfare? What does a no-limit partnership mean, and how can we strengthen resiliency? We won't be able to talk about everything, the entire list of operations that are part of hybrid warfare, but first and foremost, I would like to talk about the critical infrastructure. Now, Commander Rachel Gosnell, working at the George C. Marshall Center, and she is also an expert on hybrid warfare in the Arctic. Tobias Bachele, a member of Parliament, a member of the Bundesweh, responsible for the digital committee, and then we have Daniel Weimert, who is the co-founder of Coditech, and then Antonia Hamaidi, a senior analyst at the Mercator Institute of China Studies. We will now have our discussion, and then we will have time for questions and answers. Antonia, I am going to start with you.
I'm under the impression that we in Germany have become more aware of Russian sabotage, espionage, disinformation, but concerning China, we are not really aware of that. And we do not like the word war, in particular hybrid war. But what about China's leadership? Is China involved in a hybrid war against Germany? And if this is so, what are the consequences? China is in a conflict with the US and with the West as a whole. Is it a war? That remains somewhat vague. There are concepts that try to somehow combine peace and war. So it seems like preparing for war or preparing for a situation when it should be possible to prevent a war. China sees itself in a large-scale conflict, a systemic conflict with the US, with the West. NATO defines this as hybrid warfare. This approach is something that China opted for without running the risk of basically having to wage a conventional war against NATO or the West, because then China might end up on the losing side, they feel. So Germans are hesitant to use the word war. In China, it seems that this is a permanent state, this conflict. It might evolve into a war or not, in a certain kind of war. It might be more economic pressure, cyber attacks, economic coercion. Maybe this is already part of war. And it is in China's interest to make the West believe that this is not war yet. So China has been interested in critical infrastructure in Germany, such as maps, which is why they started an attack against the Office of Cartography and Geodetics. So that is a very precise attack. Well, it makes sense. China is a country that sees itself in a conflict. So if France had the opportunity to get such dates about China, they would love to have them. And China is now in the preparation phase. It needs to prepare the terrain to sow destruction in the future. Germany might become the victim, or the United States or another country using similar technologies, countries that use the infrastructure provided by German companies. They are all a potential target. Now, if Russia and China are serious about creating a new world order, then it would make sense to really put hybrid warfare into the context of the armament process going on.
The Arctic is a region where, due to melting polar ice caps, we have seen increased power competition. The Arctic heats up 4 times faster than other parts of the world. In addition to that, since 2023, there's a Chinese-Russian Memorandum of Understanding, and it also covers cooperation in Arctic waters. So we thought it would be fascinating if we could extend our discussion to the Arctic, which is a concrete example of a region that is becoming more and more important, and where hybrid activities are also increasingly important. So what hybrid activities are you observing in this area, and what qualifies them as hybrid?
So I think those are great questions. I first want to highlight why the Arctic is actually important, and why does NATO care about the Arctic? Because I think this is a really important baseline for looking at the activity in the region and looking at where the alliance is heading. And I think over the past few years, you've seen some dramatic geopolitical changes in the Arctic region. When the invasion of Ukraine happened in 2022, that effectively halted or froze the cooperation that was happening amongst the Arctic 8 nations, mostly because Russia was chair at the time of the Arctic Council. And you see then, with the accession of Finland and Sweden into NATO, we now have a very different looking Arctic. You have 7 out of the 8 Arctic nations are now NATO allies, and that's incredibly significant. But about 53% of the Arctic coastline is still Russian. So you are seeing this sort of emergence of a Russian versus a NATO Arctic. And I think we need to be mindful of what the implications are of that strategically, so that the alliance, as the center of gravity shifts northward, has an effective approach. Now, also remember that the eastern flank is now joined with the northern flank of NATO because of Finland. And so we have to look at this comprehensively and holistically as a European issue as well, which I don't think it was previously done to that extent. Underpinning all of the changes in the Arctic, you have climate change. As you mentioned, the region is warming at least 4 times as fast as the rest of the world. That's driving interest in the maritime domain and of the natural resources. The Arctic is incredibly rich in natural resources, oil and gas, of course, but also critical mineral resources. You have iron, copper, zinc have been mined for hundreds of years in that region, but you also have a number of rare earth elements. And as we're looking to sustain the green transition, the Arctic is a likely source of those materials outside of Chinese control, although they are trying to get control of some of that mining efforts. So I think when we're looking at the potential there for the future of the Arctic, it becomes much more clear that strategically this is an area of growing importance, and it's one that NATO should be looking at from a proactive rather than a reactive approach. Now, as we see this Arctic opening up, drawing more interest, we are seeing increased amount of vulnerabilities in the region. And I think that's really the target that we have to look at for hybrid warfare, because the region is incredibly remote, it's desolate, there's a lack of infrastructure, very small population. You have about 4 million people residing in the entire Arctic region. That's incredibly small. The Arctic is about 8% of the Earth's surface, about 15% of the landmass, but with minimal abilities for things like communications, deep water ports, search and rescue. And so military operations in that region are inherently challenged, particularly for NATO. Something as simple as GPS navigation doesn't function very well in the higher latitudes. And so we have to look at our own capabilities and our vulnerabilities. And when you look at hybrid vulnerabilities in the region, critical infrastructure is certainly at the top of that list. When you have things like pipelines, so in the North Sea, you have over 10,000 kilometers of pipelines that are very, very vulnerable to hybrid activity. You have challenges with a lack of redundancy, so data cables that extend either to Svalbard, for instance, or connecting Iceland, Greenland with the continents of Europe and North America are very limited, which makes them very susceptible to hybrid activity. And I think we're starting as an alliance to be more aware of this, but we need to get in front of this a bit more. The region's vulnerable to information operations, particularly because those small remote communities tend to be very isolated. And you also have a preponderance of cyber attacks happening that can be very disruptive, not just in the Arctic, obviously more globally, but these are the areas that we should be looking at when we start to understand the impact of hybrid activities in the Arctic, because I think it's important to recognize that the Arctic had long been viewed as an area of high north, low tension, really for decades post-Cold War. Now it is very much firmly at the centerpiece of the global chessboard. You have Russia with a strong stake. It relies quite heavily on the Arctic for its investment purposes, for exports, for making money. And China is increasingly looking to the Arctic to be part of its Polar Silk Road, investing, trying to build up its own capabilities in the region. So the Arctic shouldn't be excluded as this area of northern cooperation and peace anymore, but it's very much a realistic part of the global chessboard.
Thank you. Tobias, ich bin sehr froh, dass wir mit dir natürlich
I'm very glad to have you on board as a politician.
Ich wollte mal eine ganz breite Frage stellen. Muss die Manipulation unserer öffentlichen Debatten, wenn wir uns jetzt mal ein kleines bisschen wegbewegen von kritischer Infrastruktur hin zur ganzen Frage der Desinformation, aber auch ein Teil, ein weiterer Teil,
also endangering our critical infrastructure. Now, is this a national security issue? Yes and no. You sound, of course, alarmed when you talk like this, but a national security issue, now that's a big word. So in this respect, it's maybe not the right word to use. We are a liberal society, we need free debate. Of course there are fake news, there are lookalike campaigns,
die einfach nur nach dem Benschen-Prinzip Flood the Zone with Shit dazu dienen, jegliche...
Flood of Shit war Steve Bannon. Ja,
genau, Steve Bannon, die dazu dienen, jegliche ernsthafte Debatte aus dem Diskursraum rauszudrängen, oder ob das eine wirkliche Manipulation der Debattenräume ist, in dem Sinne, dass die Art, wie Dinge verteilt werden, manipuliert werden. Also, dass ein Gefühl erzeugt wird, ein falsches Gefühl von Zustimmung zu bestimmten Beiträgen. Ganz simpel gesagt, in Deutschland braucht man nur ein paar hundert Accounts, um den Tweet eigentlich halbwegs viral zu machen. So, und wenn ich denke, der ist jetzt viral oder der ist unter dem Hashtag Glanz, sind die 5 Top-Tweets ja alle, die sagen, Sarah Wagenknecht ist top, dann finde ich das vielleicht super weird.
Sarah Wagenknecht is Wonder Woman, then okay.
Und wenn man jetzt noch bedenkt, dass die digitalen Debattenräume immer wichtigere Infrastruktur und insofern würde ich vielleicht eher sagen kritische Infrastruktur werden, um unsere Demokratie und freie Debatte zu erhalten und zu führen, dann kommen wir so ein bisschen an den Punkt. Aber wie gesagt, ich glaube, der Kern ist es eher ein bisschen als kritische Infrastruktur zu sehen und dann aber auch zu verstehen, wir haben eine enorme Veränderung in den letzten 15 Jahren gehabt, aus einer analogeren Debattenkultur in eine digitale Debattenkultur. Das müssen wir alle als Gesellschaft lernen. Als Koalition übrigens auch. Aber das müssen wir alle als Gesellschaft lernen, alle Akteure. Aber wir haben auch innerhalb dieser Digitalisierung krasse Sprünge gehabt. Von Textbasiertheit oder wenn wir ganz zurückdenken, wenn wir noch irgendwie Quick und ICQ hatte, das waren irgendwie alles nur Messenger eigentlich und sehr private Räume. Dann ist das immer öffentlicher geworden auf den Plattformen, erst textbasiert, dann bildbasiert, dann sprachbasiert, gab es nur kurz, aber vor allem videobasiert und jetzt kurzvideobasiert. Dass die Logiken haben sich auch nochmal total verändert. Und das ist eine große Herausforderung für uns. Und jetzt kommt noch dazu, dass diese Betreiber dieser kritischen Infrastruktur eben sich auch erst in den letzten 15 Jahren, 20 Jahren im Falle von Meta in der Form entwickelt haben, zu diesen wichtigen, relevanten Akteuren geworden sind. Das heißt, anders als bei anderer kritischer Infrastruktur haben wir noch gar nicht verhandelt, was wir eigentlich genau von denen erwarten. So, und eine Sache, die ich von denen zum Beispiel erwarte, ist, dass sie nicht lauter Fake-Accounts bei sich grasieren lassen, die dann eben genau diese Manipulation der Debattenräume vornehmen. Und das ist, glaube ich, eine kritische Grundlage, für das die Demokratie überhaupt funktioniert. Warum sind mich aber so ein bisschen Skepsis gegenüber so hart klingenden Debatten, weil ich wirklich glaube, Demokratie braucht auch diese Freiheit, sowohl in der Meinungsäußerung als auch in der Meinungsbildung, die Privatsphäre in der Meinungsbildung, damit überhaupt Meinungs- und Willensbildung richtig gut funktionieren kann. Und da die Balance zu finden, ist, glaube ich, eine schwierige Sache, aber eine enorm wichtige Sache. Und genau, deswegen würde ich, glaube ich, eher sagen, der Begriff kritische Infrastruktur passt da noch mal ein bisschen besser.
Infrastructure is probably, yes. Better than
Daniel,
issue of national security.
Wir haben uns im Vorfeld ja auch nochmal über die Techniken der Desinformation unterhalten. Und da würde ich dich ganz gerne auch nochmal fragen, was sind denn die wichtigsten Techniken der Desinformation, deren sich Russland, vielleicht auch China bedienen? Wie genau gerät denn Deutschland hier
tatsächlich würde ich mich erstmal auf Herr Bachle beziehen, ist ja auch ganz gut im Panel, wenn man ein bisschen Bezug aufeinander nimmt.
So I would like to refer
to what Tobias
Bachle
said. Vor 2-3 Jahren, als ich noch bei Twitter
gearbeitet habe,
da war auch schon viel Gutes dabei. Tatsächlich würde ich dem zustimmen, dass wir Social Media oder diese ganze Thematik Desinformation nicht unbedingt als nationales Sicherheitsthema hauptsächlich verwenden. Und ich habe auch schon öfters erwähnt, ich glaube, es ist ein Thema, das sehr stark verteidigungs- und sicherheitspolitisch auffällt. Und ich würde auch immer sagen, dass diese Community einer der ersten waren, die dieses Thema wirklich ernst genommen haben. Aber gleichzeitig ist es kein Thema, dem wir hauptsächlich verteidigungspolitisch begegnen können. Und ich glaube, genau das macht es zu so einer Herausforderung. Das heißt nicht, dass man nichts machen kann, aber vielleicht so ein bisschen als Framing vorab. Ich würde nur vielleicht noch eine Sache sagen, ein bisschen mehr als 100 Accounts braucht es für Twitter, damit es sozusagen trendet, aber ich verstehe natürlich, in welche Richtung es gehen soll. Ich wäre vielleicht ganz kurz ein bisschen frech und würde sagen, es geht vielleicht nicht so sehr um die Strategien von Desinformation, sondern um die Strategien von Manipulation öffentlicher Meinung. Und das hattest du ja auch eben gerade schon ein bisschen angesprochen, weil Desinformation als solches eigentlich nur die Spitze des Eisbergs ist. Und auch so ein bisschen das Buzzword, was man jetzt auch verwendet, um diesen ganzen Themenkomplex einmal abzudecken. Desinformation, 50% von Ihnen werden das jetzt vielleicht schon wissen, die anderen 50% noch nicht. Ich arbeite mit der Definition, dass es sich um falsche oder verfälschte Informationen handelt, die bewusst gestreut werden, um ein politisches oder ökonomisches Ziel zu erreichen. Man kann jetzt ganz, ganz platt auch einfach sagen, zur Simplifizierung, es handelt sich um Lügen. Das ist aber nur ein einziger Aspekt von dem breiten Arsenal, was man nutzen kann, um eine Öffentlichkeit zu manipulieren.
that exists to manipulate public
die auf diesem
opinion.
Gefechtsfeld
And there's more to
Informationsdimension,
that.
Social Media und auch natürlich die psychologische Dimension sich abspielen. Beispielsweise, und das soll jetzt nicht zu lang werden, deswegen
I don't want to go into too much detail, so stop me anytime.
Geben. Es gibt beispielsweise authentische Netzwerke, die sich ideologisch sehr nahestehen, ob jetzt rechts oder ob regierungsnah, wie auch immer, die sich gegenseitig sehr schnell retweeten oder gegenseitig dieselben Posts posten oder dieselben Inhalte.
Or the same contents. At some point in time, it seems, well, this is a hype. Everyone's taking part. Everyone's agreeing with what they're saying. Then the same system, but not authentic, is coordinated unauthentic activity. So these are fake grassroots movements. They use the accounts that pop up suddenly, but they are not people's accounts. They are fake accounts. There is not even a person or a network behind it, maybe a non-existent network, if you will. Comments, likes, and shares are something that you can buy. I worked in the social media area. I know how they function, but it has always been a challenge to put a limit to that. Then there is information laundering. You take propaganda, spread it throughout different news channels until they seem serious and end up in the big daily newspapers. Or there are deep fakes. You can never tell what you're seeing. People are saying things which I have never said. It's not even disinformation, it's just propaganda. It is more down to an emotional level. And there's a difference between Russia and China, although I'm simplifying now. China, it seems to me, is a system that communicates positive things about itself, makes itself look good, like travel to China, see how great we are. So it was different during COVID, during the problems we had finding out where did it originate. But Russia's propaganda is different. It's much more aggressive. It lists the shortcomings of the West. It has a polarizing influence. And then there's the lookalike campaign. Well, this is one of the campaigns Russia likes to use, so they copy existing newspapers and used their websites to place pro-Russian articles there. They look like the original newspaper. You can never tell that what you're looking at is a fake. It's very sophisticated. It's well done. And there was a network that popped up in the summer in Germany with the aim of undermining support for Ukraine. So the Russian approach is different. And finally, I would like to say that at the end of the day, we try to make sense of everything that we're dealing with. We need strategies to better cope with this. I don't think that the Russian government says, okay, let's start an information laundering campaign. No, they're trying out different things, seeing how far they can go. It is not so organized. So the next question goes to Antonia. And I thought this was very interesting when you said there are indeed examples of cooperation. One side profits from the other, or even active cooperation. Workshops where censorship experts from China go to Russia to learn. I'm not exactly sure. Is it a happy weekend where they talk to one another about how to reinforce each other's fake contents? So Russia has this approach, China has another one, but they learn from each other and they reinforce what the other side is doing.
So basically, they are reinforcing each other. Right now, this is actually targeted towards the global south. For example, Russia talks about Ukraine, and it's only Nazis in Ukraine, and that there would be a laboratory somewhere in Ukraine where COVID originated. Then China writes, yes, we heard that too. It's true, there was a lab, because after all, it could not have come from China or from a market. It was from a lab, so that makes way more sense. So during COVID, we saw that there was kind of an interaction and a reinforcement, a mutual reinforcement that we didn't see before. Russia and China are partners. They are not necessarily willing partners, but they have turned into partners. They have lots of resentments against each other because China looks at Russia as the Soviet Union, and Russia looks at China also with concerns. But nevertheless, the two leaders have closer and closer relations, and somehow they are trying to integrate that into the operative level. This means that we see more that the Chinese censorship authorities work together with Russians and Russian censorship authorities. And then they talk about workshops that they held together, things like that. When Nancy Pelosi was in Taiwan 2 years ago, then China used a hacking campaign against Taiwan. Those IP addresses were from China, 60% of those. 40% of the IP addresses were from Russia. So that means China used Russian infrastructure for the hacking campaign. And it was basically state-sponsored infrastructure. It was not just a server farm in Russia, one that would be comparable to Amazon. No, it was like a server system that is considered state-sponsored. So we see developments in some areas where China learns from Russia, and in other areas Russia learns from China. At the same time, they do have different approaches, they have different objectives as far as disinformation is concerned and as far as their cyber attacks are concerned. China, for example, has never simply done a campaign in order to create chaos. There was one event where Chinese actors tried to use an unauthentic network in Canada in order to change climate activists' opinion or climate activism, a climate movement. They wanted to make sure that rare earths could be harvested in Canada. So there was this Chinese clear-cut interest. They wanted to gain access to these rare earths. In Russia, you do not always see this very concrete targeted interest as we see in China. So with China, it's more focused than with Russia, but it could change. But we also see an expansion that there, for example, China is targeting more and more political processes in Europe because of their expanded interest. We also see more preparatory work. There's more preparatory work in the sense of destructive objectives, especially with regards to the United States. So we see a bit of a shift, but China does not create chaos per se. Chaos is not per se the objective of hacker groups. Also, China has more control over Chinese hacker groups. Russia has less control over their hackers. So there is less Chinese ransomware than Russian ransomware. Thank you very much. Tobias, my next question goes to you. Now, China and Russia.
October 8th, the Baltic Connector gas pipeline between Finland and Estonia was severed. Damage was also done to communication cables between the Norwegian mainland and the Svalbard archipelago in January 2020. 1922. And according to Western authorities, this was done by the Chinese ship Nu Polar Bear. You said to me during our preparatory conversation that the ship that damaged the Baltic Connector pipeline was Chinese but operated out of Moscow. What is your assessment on the origin of the damage, and if China and Russia colluded, does this mean that both pursue a common strategy when it comes to naval sabotage?
So excellent questions, and I think it's really important to highlight that this is happening now, and it's not something then to the future, but we need to really improve our responses now so that we can be prepared. And the two incidents, I do want to clarify, the Svalbard cable that was cut from the mainland of Norway to the archipelago still hasn't formally been attributed. There was a Russian fishing trawler that spent a lot of time where the break happened, but it was potentially very devastating because there are only two cables, and when you lose one, you lose that redundancy, and that a tremendous amount of data from satellites is transited on that data cable, so potentially very, very devastating for the loss of data, looking at everything from climate effects to communications. Now, when we look at the Baltic Connector and the Nu Polar Bear, it's a fascinating story, and you really have to peel back the layers because it's complicated. And I think this is a hallmark of some of the activity that we're seeing in the hybrid. It's very difficult to know exactly what happened and to give attribution, which is one of the biggest challenges that we face. So the Nu Polar Bear was a vessel flagged in Hong Kong that was, when they applied for permission to transit the Northern Sea Route following departure from St. Petersburg, the sailing permissions from the Northern Sea Route Administration were given to a Russian company with headquarters in both Moscow and Shanghai. And so there is some potential collaboration there, and we're seeing this vessel transited through the Baltic and happened to drag anchor for an exceptionally long period of time, which anyone who's ever served on a naval vessel will know that you don't drag anchor accidentally. You can pick up very quickly that that's happening. And so it did quite a bit of damage in terms of the Baltic Connector, so the gas pipeline. You had some communications cables that were damaged as well. And I think that this was something where that ship immediately went into the Northern Sea Route, pulled into Russia for a bit, and then transited on its way and crossed again through into the Pacific region. And so was that a test? Was that a determination of how can we look at hybrid activities? I think as an alliance, we are working to improve our critical infrastructure. We've set up new centers to look at strengthening our critical infrastructure, but those two incidents in particular highlighted how vulnerable we are, because a lot of the pipelines, the data cables that we rely on for our energy security, for our financial data transiting on these data cables, for communications that are transiting from continent to continent or to Iceland, Greenland, these remote locations, they are incredibly vulnerable. And we need more of a public-private partnership, I think, to counter that. And we need to look forward to how do we first give presence to counter any potential activity, and then how do we look to deter? And we can certainly talk about that more. But I think those are really the steps that need to be taken, because those incidents were relatively small, but I think they highlight the scope of the capabilities that have been developed by Russia and now China as well. And China is certainly taking notes about what works well for Russia and putting that into their playbook. And I think while it was highlighted that they're uneasy partners, I think that's very accurate. There's a tremendous amount of strategic mistrust between Russia and China, with good reason. But they are partners of necessity. And I think as long as they both are seeking to undermine the Western rules-based international order, they will collaborate where it makes sense.
Thank you. Ja, lieber Daniel, wir gehen mal zurück zu deinem Expertisenthema sozusagen, also wieder etwas zurück zur Desinformation. Hast du dir eine Frage überlegt?
Eine Frage ist gut.
Also eine darf auch zwei stellen.
Okay, dann würde ich mich auf zwei reduzieren. Zum einen ist es jetzt gerade das digitale Dienstegesetz auf europäischer Ebene. Das ist ja auch eine Art von rechtlicher Resilienz, wo man versucht hat, das Ökosystem, in dem Desinformation auftaucht, zu regulieren, wenn man schon nicht Desinformation selbst in einer freien Gesellschaft gut regulieren kann. Und da würde mich interessieren, was da deine Einblicke sind, jetzt vielleicht auch im Prozess mit Elon Musk. Also man hat ihm ja öfter jetzt gedroht, dass die Plattform nicht sicher ist, dass man sich leicht in die Irre führen lassen kann, wegen gewissen Aspekten, die nicht umgesetzt werden. Würde mich interessieren, glaubst du, wir können Elon Musk hier wirklich dazu bringen, dieses Gesetz auch umzusetzen? Und wenn nicht, kann man da eventuell nachjustieren von deutscher Seite bei dem Gesetz? Und die zweite Frage, auch wenn ich jetzt vielleicht ein bisschen da riskiere, in Parteipolitik einzutauchen, ist das Demokratiefördergesetz. Ich glaube, dass die Politik die Zivilgesellschaft hier mehr stärken müsste eigentlich zu dieser Zeit, dass wir mehr Unterstützung brauchen. Und das sage ich als jemand, der eine allgemeinnützige NGO gegründet hat und jetzt auch führt, weil der zivilgesellschaftliche Sektor gerade eine Rolle übernimmt, die die Politik nicht immer übernimmt.
The civil society is very important, especially to implement things that are difficult to implement at a government level. So why was this particular law to promote democracy, why was that not adopted? It was not adopted because it was only being discussed one time as part of the 100 million of the special budget. And at that point, that particular law basically was not integrated. We understand that this particular special budget that was set aside was used differently for very important reasons, but at the same time, now we have a type of recession, we have a debt break, and we are not sure how to deal with that. And as you can see, and this particular law was stalled. I personally think that the debt break should be reformed because any debt means that sometimes in the future you have to pay for it. At the same time, we need to look at our current society. Everything is changing very quickly. For example, I worked in graphics, and it took me an hour to do what today's graphic designers do in 3 seconds. Those are developments that we all need to keep up with. For example, it was different when my grandmother was 92 years old, but at this point everything is very, very quickly done, and what is happening is changing. What I learned in school 15 years ago is nothing that is relevant today, and now we have to basically reach all those as well that do not want to deal with the changes and the new times. There are people that say, oh, I'm not interested in that, I only use WhatsApp, but still it's via the social media and via all these networks, basically all the information that leads to disinformation ends up in all social media networks. It is very difficult to have and to create oversight. At the last Munich Security Conference, this was mentioned as well. It was said that artificial intelligence and those tools should be clearly marked. Now, the issue is that a lot is being manipulated, a lot is being edited, if you will, using AI tools. There are certain standards that we can introduce, for example, that you can basically, when a document is being altered, that all these steps are being introduced in the document, that you can look at it and see who did what. So a lot of things are AI generated, and what we need is that the entire line of tools needs to be somewhere documented. That starts with the tool itself so you can have the individual labels. So you see this was photoshopped, this particular program was used in order to change the content. So things like that. That is the infrastructure that needs to be set up. So on the one hand, I don't want to overregulate things, but at the same time, you need to introduce some form of control. I do not necessarily want UBC regulation at the European Parliament level, but if somehow things cannot regulate themselves, then at one point politicians come in, parliaments come in and implement these particular oversight and control settings. Otherwise, the civil society will not be able to use these instruments in a proper way. As far as Elon Musk is concerned, I think that's a difficult case. I'm not sure that we will be able to make him comply, but after all, we live in a rules-based system, so maybe we'll have to make him comply via the court system. The question is, Twitter going to be in Europe, or will it no longer be in Europe? This is one question, and the second question is, if you cannot even offer an email address, if we have to basically, if we don't know who to even address, if we want to invite someone for a conference, for example, if no email address is even associated anymore with an account, then this is a problem. So I think Elon Musk has not has not complied with the particular regulations at the European level, but it will be interesting to see how Twitter will react in the future, how the particular priorities will be set, what content can be flagged, and what content where you have basically a red flag that this is an important content. So we sometimes, as experts, when it comes to Islamism or left and right-wing extremism, or if there is some sort of hatred being propagated, for us, this is very important because that triggers the court system. So if Elon Musk wants to continue doing business in Europe, then there will have to be changes. Now, you mentioned that in Europe you can buy likes, and that there are companies that do so, and they do legal business with likes, although this completely goes against the user agreements of these platforms, then this is really something that we have to deal with. Because it truly is a problem. If Russia, for example, can manipulate our public domain spaces, but every influencer can do that too, with more or less political content, and we have a lot of gray zones. So if we say it's okay that 30 or 80,000 likes can be bought by one or the other individual, well, then we are running into problem. Once again, the state comes into play. How much regulation do we want? To which extent do we want to have here precision-guided rules? Thank you very much. I think you said you have to leave, Tobias. So if you have a question for Tobias, then please ask your question now, because he will have to Thomas Heidenwang, the president of the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, said that Chinese espionage is shifting because China is trying to be a global player, a stronger and stronger, ever stronger global power. So what do you think? How does China's espionage change? What is the general thinking on that in China?
Aber ist das Teil eines Trends?
Ja, ich glaube, es ist auch Teil eines Trends. Ich glaube aber trotzdem, dass es oft noch so ein bisschen mehr, also es ist noch eher so eine klassische Spionageansatz und weniger so ein brachiales Stören der öffentlichen Ordnung, nicht so sehr dieses komplette Unterminieren von Vertrauen in demokratische Institutionen, wie das die Foreign Interference, die ausländische Einmischung aus Russland, dort, wo wir sie klar attributieren können, ist und dort, wo wir sie vermuten, eben auch, ja, wir den Anschein davon haben. Deswegen würde ich da zustimmen, da gibt es noch immer einen Unterschied. Ich glaube, es gibt aber noch eine andere Dimension, das ist, und das ist natürlich sehr, sehr sinnvoll, dass unsere Geheimdienste die auf dem Schirm haben.
Das ist so eine vorbereitende Dimension. Und deswegen bin ich
auch nicht so happy damit, dass wir jetzt 5 Jahre über Huawei 5G-Netz diskutiert haben und jetzt sagen, discussions on 5G
at Huawei.
Ich finde die Idee von Datenabflüssen, die ist unangenehm, aber die ist nicht das große Problem. Ich glaube, jeder hier benutzt verschlüsselte Messenger und am besten Signal oder andere.
Exists. It's not the biggest problem. I hope all of us are using secure channels. But, you know, to send something via internet which is not protected, well, then you might create bigger problems. But the problem is China might get the possibility
unserer digitalen Kommunikation zu stören und zu beenden,
or rather disrupt part of our communication for days, for weeks, because this would mean paralyzing us. Okay, this is something a state can do just once. But nevertheless, let me be frank about it. When you feel under attack, then this is what you're doing. And then there is no special conference with discussions like about the 100 million special assets fund. Well, then you need to be more proactive. Would you like to react to that, or should we move on and then give others the opportunity to say something? Oh, I've been waiting to be able to ask this question. General Naumann has his opinion on cyber attacks, but there's the attribution, the collateral damage problem. So if there are security gaps, do they absolutely have to be closed? So these offensive cyber attacks, are they an option for us to use? Okay, let's have another question. Well,
so I will ask this question in English. When we are looking into the challenges of Russia and China in the stage of in the international security sphere, one of the other organizations we have to pay attention to is the Shanghai Cooperate Organization, which started to building up its impact and its capacity within Central Asia and has been proven becoming more and more unignorable forces in Central Asia when it comes to anti-terrorism-related sphere. Central Asia is also a very important working partner with NATO, and NATO has a special envoy, a special office set up to deal specifically addressing the collaboration between NATO and Central Asia. My question is, with the power of rising Shanghai Cooperation Organization being more and more influential within Central Asia, how can NATO further advance its cooperation with Central Asia as a region? Thank you.
But that's not specifically a question that pertains to hybrid warfare, is it? You mean more generally?
It is more generally, but then in the same time, looking even into a Central Asia sphere, we are looking ISIS using cybersecurity, using cyber recruitment, specifically targeting Russian speakers. Russian speaker at one point was the second biggest group within ISIS, which therefore hybrid warfare in itself still plays a very important role in Central Asia, and NATO as a member, as a collaborative effort, as a part of the effort in international anti-terrorism. I'm wondering how NATO is going to address this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ja. Da ich vor 5 Minuten los wollte,
okay, I wanted to leave the room 5 minutes ago, but just give me a few more seconds. Putin's visit to Pyongyang, we are all talking about these Korean soldiers. I just returned from South Korea, and people are worried that there is not only a monetary motivation for North Korean hackers who've been targeting Germany for a long time because the regime needs money, but now there is a strategic dimension to that problem. The Indo-Pacific and our partners there, their security interests might be endangered. And I think we have to close ranks, also due to the developments we have witnessed over the last 2 years. And we need to be prepared. Prepared in cyberspace? Well, that's something defensive. I'm not an advocate of proactive or aggressive cyber attacks. Also fake an attribution. You think this is the server, they started the denial of service attack, which tries to paralyze websites. Well, in Ukraine, this happens in combination with kinetic attacks. And there was one situation when hackers had cracked the power supply system. So it was taken offline, and at the same time, Ukrainian government homepages were paralyzed through such an attack with too many requests at a time. So most of the time, this comes from networks that have hacked private computers. So it is difficult to find out who's behind these things. Attribution takes somewhat longer than 10 minutes. So you cannot hack back within 10 minutes. And even if you really find out who's behind such attacks, now you want to start your counter-attack and hack the opponent's server. You can do it, but then things start escalating, and the other side is going to take 5 hospitals off the grid. And then it's going to take 3 years until I find out who's behind those attacks. Add to this the kinetic opponents. You hack the Russian server, and Putin says, okay, now 10 hospitals have been paralyzed, and this makes me angry. Then we are ending up in a situation we don't want. It sounds like a good idea, but we don't know what it is going to lead to. We should not distract from the real problems, because, counterattacks don't really help. So it's a great discussion, but I have to go. I really must. I don't want to, but I have to. Two more questions, or is there anything? Okay, the questions first, yes. Try to save the government. I wish you good luck. I'm a student at the Zeppelin University in Friedrichshafen at Lake Constance, and I wanted to ask, even if we are not trying to wage a hybrid war, I mean, China and Russia have partners such as India, Turkey, for instance. Why not create closer ties with them to make it more profitable for them to cooperate with us? So this is an economic aspect you're talking about, okay? We talked about how the EU might regulate platforms. Most of this is done from an economic perspective. We want to make sure that we have a fair environment for free competition. Is there anything we can do to make these measures more effective? Not only to keep the economy going, but to integrate the security aspect into these things. I mean, to simply paralyze Twitter or kick them out of the European market. This is something what Brazil has done, so we should be able to do that too. Or if not, maybe we should learn from them. There's another question. Start with the answers or take another question? I think this was a couple of questions at a time, so I start with the answer. We have 13 minutes, 30 seconds, so countdown is on. You're from the Zeppelin University. Why aren't we doing the same thing, like try and create closer ties with other partners? Yes, we are trying to do that, and it's a bit like this panel here. It's maybe not so important what we are saying, each of us. The most important thing is the message people are taking home. Even if disinformation is focused on Germany, there's the Global South watching, and they are spreading the message. See, even in Germany, there are people, it's NATO's own fault. Well, look at that. And there are people, no, I want to have my pension safe. I don't want this money to be spent on weapons for Ukraine. It's like in a Shakespeare play. So we are trying to spread our narrative in the Global South, but so far we haven't been particularly successful after many years of diplomacy from a superior point of view. And China and Russia have been investing in these countries' infrastructure for decades. We haven't even started. We're trying to get our foot in, but it is very, very difficult to win this hybrid war in the Global South. And there is, talking about the law you mentioned, the security aspect, because the law says that in a crisis situation, however you define it, the European Commission will have a lot of power on how to regulate social media. I was responsible for Twitter the moment the war against Ukraine broke out, and I had a meeting with the European Commission like every week. They wanted to know what is the content, what are the different narratives, because they had no idea. So if you have too much competence on one side, Russia Today and Sputnik, well, censorship worked against them. We could basically have used our point of view to make them look smaller, but it was difficult. They were closed down. Maybe that made them even more resilient. I think the security perspective plays an important role in these decisions. Thank you so much. These were great insights. This was a very interesting discussion. My name is Alita Smeal, and we heard so much on information warfare from the Chinese and Russian side. But we have not heard so much about how Europe is planning to defend itself against that. The Ukrainians have proved to be very resilient against Russia's disinformation campaigns. They know how to counter disinformation, and they know how to develop their strategic communication. It's very professional. From the Ministry of Defense, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they know how to spread their message. We have a law on how to promote democracy. We want to promote resilience. And civil-military partnerships have been mentioned. So what would they look like? Which models would be good for Europe? Which would help to defend ourselves against disinformation warfare? This is a question that goes to all panelists.
Interesting question, because we can talk about the problem, but we have to get to the solutions as well. And one of the things I think when you look at building resilience, the Nordic countries actually have looked at this in terms of comprehensive security, the total defense concept as some refer to it. And I think there's a lot of lessons that can be taken away. Because it is a whole of society requirement. It's not just a military, it's not just a kind of private sector societal challenge. And building up those partnerships, I think when you look at a country like Finland and how they have established this long-standing culture of working together across the society and into the defense infrastructure, that's really important. And I think building that resilience and aligning with Article 3, of course, is also really important to enhancing deterrence. Because in order to have deterrence, you actually have to increase your capabilities, but you have to demonstrate resolve across the society, I think it's been demonstrated. And then one aspect I think that we're perhaps not as good at is clear signaling of both our commitment and our capabilities. So it's holistically tackling each of those components. And starting with that civil society partnership, I think, is very much an important component of that. And improving the societal resilience in terms of the education, making sure that the populations are aware of what is happening, because I think, a lot of these challenges that we're facing, particularly on the cyber attacks, the social networks, there's not a greater awareness within our societies. And so I think that education aspect is incredibly important, and that engagement. And so I think that's a starting point, but looking at it from a comprehensive security perspective.
And if I just may jump in, because you mentioned Article 3, this is an expert audience. A lot of people are familiar, though most people are familiar with Article 5. Article 3 is NATO's article that asks of the parties to the treaty to maintain and develop their individual and collective capacity to resist armed attack.
Yeah.
Just to specify that. Yeah, Antonia.
Vielleicht, also direkt dazu, was mir jetzt auch bei diesem Panel zum Beispiel...
So what I noticed during this panel discussion is, it seems we don't like to consider this an issue of national security. To me, everything has to do with national security. Germans don't like the term. It doesn't sound good. They are hesitant to use it. No, we should redefine it. National security, that's too much of everything. And at many German universities, we still have basically this stressing of civilian factors, but there are many things that I can use in civilian life and in a war. Dual use is something like, these vessels, they were never meant to destroy things. So maybe our way of thinking is a bit, maybe we have to rearrange it a bit. Germany might have to learn that the term national security is something positive. Thomas Schneider from DAG. I have a comment on offensive cyber actions, or rather reactions. Let me remind you, there's an agreement within the European Union. The cyber diplomacy toolbox sounds like a toy, but it is something the countries have agreed on, how to react against cyber attacks. So you have the toolbox in place. I mean, there was the hacker attack on the German parliament. Until you found out which person in some eastern country was behind this, it took 3 years. Then we have the White Book on Defense, written when Kramp-Karrenbauer was Minister of Defense. And there we have a clear differentiation. The Bundeswehr can only become active if there has been an attack on the infrastructure of the Bundeswehr. Other attacks come under the competence of either the federal police or the Office for the Protection of the Constitution. So who is allowed to do what? We have a white book, but maybe we need to redefine the competencies. So we have 3 more minutes. I think this was more of a comment, so I would like to give an answer to the lady's question because it was very important. We could have a panel solely on this question.
Now, as far as Ukraine is concerned and the resilience of Ukraine against Russia, remember I talked about the theater, like everything is on a stage. So as a matter of fact, it's not Ukraine that is being targeted by the disinformation. It's rather those people that are watching this theater, are watching this stage. It's us in the West. So for Ukraine, it's probably easier to build resilience than it is for us. Now, we do have, for example, in the Foreign Office, we have a department for strategic communication, but as a matter of fact, strategic communication is part of communication, of cultural communication. So at the same time, at the Ministry of the Interior, we are expanding the departments dealing with strategic communication, but in general, it's a very holistic topic, because all of a sudden you have a challenge, you have hybrid warfare, and then you are, for example, in the Bundeswehr, and an officer would be saying, well, you cannot just use a tank or an aircraft in order to counter this problem. No, you need to change the laws, and also you need to integrate civil society. You need to reach out to the schools, to organizations, civil organizations, and then all of a sudden ministries have to come together, and they are having this challenge in front of them how to find a solution. For example, I am a representative of an NGO. Many NGOs, for example, would not even come today or would be part of these discussions. My background is different because I worked for Twitter. Also, I've experience with the EU level, and I have seen that everybody talks about these topics differently. And sometimes you need a mediator between all these groups. And in the best possible way, it would be not on a stage like today, but somewhere else where actually there can be joint actions.
US citizen, when you look at the German society, I asked MdW Bachele earlier, what would you wish of him? What would you wish of Germany in order to get resilient and to make an effort to strengthen NATO's resilience?
So I think it's a great question.
And you have 43 seconds.
Yes, 43 seconds, excellent. So I'll defer to a quote by George Marshall: "The price of peace is eternal vigilance." And I think that's a lesson we can all take away. peace and security don't just happen. We have to work for it. We have to improve, strengthen our resilience, strengthen our deterrence, working together. That's, I think, the strength of NATO. It's an alliance that has been incredibly successful for 75 years. It has many more years to go. And I think we have to work together. These are very challenging issues that require investment, and it requires collaboration and cooperation.
Dieses Schlusswort haben wir nicht abgesprochen, aber es war perfekt. Vielen Dank. Und
This was a wonderful concluding remark. Thank you very much.
Ja, vielen herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much for this round of discussion.
Bevor wir unsere Kaffeepause starten,
and
möchten
before
wir
we
auf dieser Bühne
start
auch
the
noch etwas
coffee break,
feiern.
we would like
So,
to
und zwar,
have
Herr
a
Dr. Karl
short
Lammers,
celebration.
der Deutschen Atlantischen Gesellschaft Heidelberg-Mannheim, hat auch in diesem Jahr
This year,
mit IATA zusammen
an essay competition was started, and today we would like to present to you the winners of this particular competition. The foundation, Dr. Karl A. Lammers Peace Foundation, has been in existence for quite some time, and this foundation wants to promote young people and want to support their idea of freedom, law and democracy. I would like to give the floor to Christian Schmidt first, and then I would like to ask Dr. Lammers to come to the podium. Thank you very much for moderating this event. Now I need to say, the panel that has been organized by Mr. Fescherek was very impressive. After all, we see how young people think, what their ideas are, and that we are in a situation where we need change that is promoted by young people. So promoting the young and their thoughts is very important, because we don't understand the future without having the input of young people. Dr. Lammers is doing exactly that. He has a great deal of experience in the area of security policy. He has held many positions, and he also has done a lot for the German Atlantic Association and has worked together with NATO and with the partner states. His idea is that young people need to come to the fore, they need to be promoted, and he is doing so by his own impetus. He's using his own capital, his own assets. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you, Karl, for building a bridge to the next generation, building a bridge between the generations. And that way, you are building a foundation for peace and security for the next generation, and for reflecting on peace and security within the next generation. I'm really happy that during today's NATO talk, we can give the floor to you. Thank you so much for your support. Mr. President, dear Christian Schmidt, General Naumann, General Braus, Frau Kublaschwili, ladies and gentlemen, and ladies and gentlemen who are watching online. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to be here today in this forum during the traditional NATO talks in Berlin, and I'm really happy to be able to announce the winner of the essay competition. Together with our president, the High Representative for Bosnia and Herzegovina, Christian Schmidt, I will honor the work and the essays that have been done, and I will hand on the certificates, and I will also transfer the prize, the monetary sum that is connected to winning this prize. It has always been very important to me to contribute to peace and security, and introducing the essay competition is something that is dear to my heart because it honors people and young people that promote peace and security. That's why in 2008 I introduced and founded my foundation. This foundation wants to strengthen students in the mindset of peace and security. The Mykolas Romeris University in Lithuania, the German Atlantic Association, NATO, and also the organization IATA and the University of Heidelberg are organizations that I am working with in this competition of essays and in announcing the winner. After all, peace and security is something you have to fight for day by day. We have heard that before. So the DAG, the German Atlantic Association, and the young DAG come together for this essay competition. We see in the essays that young people are great minds. They send in their essays, and every year we have a different topic. The three best contributions are being honored. 1,000 euros, 600 euros, and 400 euros are the monetary sums associated to this prize. This year we have two first winners. So this year we have two first prizes, each with 2,000 euros, a second prize with 600 euros, a third prize with 400 euros. The topic was 75 years of NATO. Is the strongest alliance fit enough to defend all European member states against security threats and deter all potential aggressors? The students between 20 and 30 years of age contributed their essays. Each essay was comprised of about 3,000 words, and thank you very much to the jury. Mariam Kubashvili was in this jury. She's moderating this event. Thank you very much, by the way, for guiding us through today's event. Mariam, thank you so much. Leonard Simon, Michael Simon, both from the German Atlantic Association, Ms. Zirconido and Anna von Soest, the Netherlands Atlantic Association. So this expert team has come up with 4 essays that should receive the prize. I will start with the third prize. Veit Niklas Vogler from the Nova School of Law in Lisbon. He will receive 400 euros. In his essay, he is looking at the strategic submarine system, and he is analyzing the threat situation in terms of submarine infrastructure. On the 26th of September, when two Nord Stream pipelines were damaged through an underwater explosion, this was being described, and there are 485 cables, 900,000 kilometers of length, and he thinks that you need a maritime submarine rapid deployment force in order to protect these lines and these cables. He says that the resilience of NATO has to be definitely strengthened in the future. These threats are against the cable system is very real. The essay was excellent, and he will receive a certificate and 400 euros. Congratulations. The second prize of this goes to Anthony Roney from the Paris Lodron University of Salzburg. According to his estimate, NATO is a great alliance. Of course, we like to hear that, coming from a young person. And in his estimate, he thinks that collective defense is being achieved by this alliance. At the same time, the question that is being posed is, how can NATO adapt to a changing security environment and changing geopolitical conditions? This critical essay talks about the strengths and weaknesses of NATO and democratic system. After all, NATO supports and strengthens democratic systems, and NATO at the same time needs to adapt to new challenges. The second prize amounts to 600 euros. Congratulations. The first prize, one of the two first prizes, goes to Martina Trukaviciuta from the Mykolas Romanos University in Vilnius. For her, NATO, since its foundation in 1947, has been a very important element to secure international peace and international security. It is indispensable when it comes to international relations. She's using the example of Russia and says that NATO needs to deter Russian aggression and actually is efficient in doing so. But at the same time, after the Cold War, NATO has lacked a coherent deterrence strategy. By the way, a lot was being said about that this morning. So what she wants is, or wishes to see, is a new strategic concept introduced by NATO, so that NATO lays down the objectives and the points on how to adapt to the geopolitical changes. Her essay is excellent, and she will receive 1,000 euros. Now, the second first prize goes to Nikolai Maximilian Ott from the University of Dresden. The author thinks that the invasion of Ukraine has increased NATO partners to raise their defense spending, it has also increased the desire to change from out-of-area operations to homeland and NATO area defense. The essay describes and explains that NATO needs to focus on its military components, but not only. It also needs to have a comprehensive approach. This first prize winner will also receive 1,000 euros. The German Atlantic Association will post these 5 essays, and each and every one of you is invited to read these essays. They're really excellent. And if you desire so, we would gladly accept your donations for future competitions in terms of these essays and in terms of supporting young people. Thank you very much for your attention. I would like to invite Christian Schmidt to the stage so we can hand over the certificates to the winners.
Das ist ja noch besser. Ja, das wurde mir.
Thank you very much. Now we will have a coffee break. Please be back at 16:30. Thank you so much.
So, bitte nehmen Sie Platz. Gleich machen wir weiter. So, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, wir machen nun weiter mit dem vierten und dem letzten Panel.
Let's continue with panel number 4, our last panel for today. And we are going to concentrate on the political role and responsibility of the Federal Republic of Germany. The things we have discussed, what do they mean for the Federal Republic of Germany and the Bundeswehr? Marco Seliger is a German journalist and editor for defense and security policy with Neue Zürcher Zeitung. He is going to lead this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to be here with you. So we're living in interesting times. And you have already heard a lot about these times. Maybe we can go into a bit more detail now. I'm happy to see familiar faces. And I'm also glad to ask my panelists on stage in the order as listed in our program. For this reason, not ladies first, but Roderich Kiesewetter, a member of the German Bundestag of the CDU-CSU, with a focus on foreign and security and defense policy, member of the CDU-CSU parliamentary group in the Bundestag. Then let me welcome Iris Lienhardt, Action Officer, Defense Policy and Planning at NATO headquarters in Brussels. And I was told, I knew it, but it got confirmed, that this is the division where Heinrich Braus used to work for many years. So, a warm welcome to you too. Then we have Sina Maria Schweikle, the Berlin correspondent at the Parliamentary Office of Süddeutsche Zeitung. She is a colleague of mine. And then let me welcome Dr. Karl Kamp, former director of the Foundation of Security Policy. He is a former research director of the NATO Defense College in Rome. And I got to know him in the 2000s. He used to write articles for us every once in a while, yeah. Please forgive me, I couldn't be with you throughout the day, because for a political journalist, there is just too much going on at this very moment. And I heard that you've already discussed Trump, NATO, impact on Europe, but not really. You have not really discussed yet in a lot of detail what happened in Germany last night, which is as important for us as the events, or rather the result of the US election. So the traffic light coalition broke apart, and we have elections coming up. So what does this mean? A new German government? What might be the consequences for Ukraine? Roderich, let's start with you. Thank you for inviting me. We are not acting in Ukraine. We want to integrate Ukraine into our Euro-Atlantic security structure and make sure it won't become part of the Russian, North Korean, whatever you may call it. But there are many challenges. Our current government has squandered a lot of the public's trust. It's not only the political parties which do not really trust each other, and a motion of no confidence in January, well, that date is just too late. We need to make sure our budget is effective. People are afraid of rising prices, expensive rents, and uncertainty about our security. If we want to be credible, and that also concerns the Bundeswehr, and if we want to be part of an effective security architecture, then we need new structures. Like at the times of Willy Brandt, when defense spending was higher, or under a chancellor like Helmut Schmidt, who took himself back as a person to make sure that Germany would really become a part of NATO and meet its obligations. But lately we have squandered trust. We need to find a new orientation. We have to do some rethinking to become credible again. And Sarah Wagenknecht said, well, she said that basically these alliances were just ridiculous. It would make more sense to talk and find a compromise with Russia. This is for her much more important than NATO. And this is a leading party in the opposition. It seems like we need to face new challenges and we need new priorities because the budget cannot be increased. Our security, and this is something we need to make clear to the public, has a price. And in the end, it's so much more expensive to give up Ukraine and give to Russia what it wants to get. In the end, that will be more expensive. And we will have to make this clear to Trump as well before he decides which deal we need to take. Ukraine is important. Its freedom is important. Ukraine is an asset, and that is part of our security order. And this needs to be in the focus over the next few years. We are going to talk in more detail about what you just said. Ms. Schweikle, will defense and defense policy, security policy play an important role in the debates before a new government can be elected? It has already become part of the discussion for all political parties, but sometimes I'm getting the impression that people are getting sick and tired of the subject. They've heard so much about defense, security. People are afraid. They no longer trust the coalition. Basically, they're losing trust in political parties. The political parties need to take the public's fears seriously. People are afraid, will I be able to afford the rent I need to pay every month? And Mr. Kiesewetter mentioned it, winter in Ukraine is coming. We've been supporting Ukraine as well as we can, but many people in Germany think they are more Ukrainians will arrive in Germany as a result of the deteriorating situation, and this will mean that things get taken away from us. So defense is important, but politicians need to regain the public's confidence. That is the first priority. So what are they saying in NATO about developments in Germany? What are comments on the failure of the traffic light coalition? Well, NATO counts on Germany as a strong member. And from NATO's point of view, it is a leading nation in NATO, not only since the turning point Zeitenwende and the 100 billion special assets. So basically, Germany should become the backbone of collective defense in Europe. Germany has done a lot, so it hasn't been hibernating. So there still remains a lot to be done, but Germany has become part of the NATO force model after Russia's attack on Ukraine. Germany's defense plans have been redefined to defend every inch of its territory. Capabilities are required, and Germany goes along the same way as all the other allies. Money matters. As always in NATO, if you don't have it, nothing will happen. And Germany has become active. 1.46% were spent last year. This year we have 2.12%. NATO knows that this is due to the special assets, which are limited to 2027. But still, a lot has happened, and I repeat, NATO counts on Germany. NATO is observing what's happening in Germany, but is confident that Germany will become capable to act rather quickly and fulfill its role in the alliance. Now, we will soon have a new government. There are several constellations possible. But according to opinion polls, it's becoming more and more evident what the new government will be. And what do you think will be its position towards Russia, also in view of the war in Ukraine? We've heard a couple of things on Russia today, and the ideas spread throughout the Social Democratic Party based on thoughts such as, let's build confidence with Russia. With this Putin regime, no way. You're not going to get anywhere. You will not be able to have negotiations with a good result. Russia will not go away, but to think that by being friendly, you might be able to work out a compromise, well, forget about it. Confidence, how to regain confidence, public trust. The citizens want to remain in their warm bubble. Who says that? Is that true? Right after the turning point speech, 100 billion, well, that's quite a sum. People have understood that there is a threat coming from Russia. So sanctions against Russia, that goes without saying for the majority of the population. Okay, with hindsight, you're always smarter. And the Minister of Defense, the only person in this government able to explain things, well, he was left high and dry. We've never had a Minister of Defense who was the most popular politician, and he talked about being fit for war without being forced to resign afterwards. So let's not underestimate the population. If you want to be clear, like our Minister of Defense was, and support these people, then you will be able to regain public trust. Then the public will be interested. And if you think, well, people will find out for themselves, they won't. Then they will be checking the internet, getting information from you don't want to know which sources, because as a political leader, you need to explain what you're doing and why you're doing it. And this is what a new government will have to do. It will have to keep its promises, deliver Taurus, more support for Ukraine, increase in defense spending. I keep hearing 2% in the law on the special assets, on the sum of 100 billion euro. The law reads, once this money is spent, then the federal government will pass a defense budget sufficient to meet NATO's plans. So that means a much more than just 2%. So is the CDU aware of that in case it gets elected? It will be confronted with a whole mountain of tasks. We know, because over the last 3 years we haven't been idle. In 2022, the government convinced us that it would make sense to change our basic law, which is why we have now these special assets, but a couple of things went wrong. 70 billion euro got lost because inflation had picked up and we were too slow in spending the money. So basically only 2/3 of that money will reach its destination. And in 2030, in order to meet NATO's minimum capabilities, we need 3 divisions, have new brigades, need new capabilities at core level, and we have also promised to provide 10% of NATO's overall capabilities. And Friedrich Merz said that another 300 million euro will be required for the Bundeswehr, for taking care of our infrastructure. Let me just mention Deutsche Bahn in this context. And we don't want to discuss the debt brake at this moment. Albert Kolbe told me in May this year, our employers have 12 days of leave, you have 30, we have 11 aircraft carriers, you have 0. So the Americans will not give up part of their prosperity to make sure we get our weapons. They are trying to minimize dependency on China by controlling supply chains. And more countries will go nuclear, such as Iran, Iraq, China, Serbia, Kosovo. We need to be careful when we make assessments. We don't want to look populist. But it seems that the special assets will be spent in 27, I think in 26. So the next government will have to make sure that our budget will increase by 30 billion. How can you achieve such a goal? That means you need to cut spending. Maybe we can find a compromise with Russia. Ukraine is going to leave some of its territory to Russia. Ukraine is not going to join NATO. But this is an illusion. It is not going to help us save money. if we invest into our security, we need the public support. More than 60% are in favor of supporting Ukraine. They are even in favor of doing more. So our next political leadership will need to be very clear about that. The current leadership has been somewhat vague about that, unlike Pistorius, which is why he was the most popular politician.
Ms. Schweigler, when Pistorius, after all, he said that quite some time ago, and maybe some people say these rankings are not that important, or is that after all proof that the Germans are actually ready to spend more money for defense? Do you think people are ready and willing to spend more money on defense? That's a very good question. I think Pistorius is liked because he makes clear statements. He talks about objectives in a very clear and concise way. He says what he needs and what he wants. And people like that because there's a lot of talking when it comes to politicians. But Pistorius says, this is what I want, this is what I need, this is where we want to be. Also, his line of argumentation is really what makes him so popular. It is very important that people trust their government, and also people need to understand that there is a challenge that needs to be solved. I don't think that people, the German population, has understood what is at stake. People do not know where they would have to go if there were an emergency situation, if there were a war situation. So people turn a blind eye to these possible emergencies. I think it's very important that politicians explain why it is so important to support Ukraine, what is at stake. And of course, this is like a marathon. It's not something that can be achieved easily. We have been trying to do that for the past 2 years, but we cannot get tired. We need to continue our work to make people understand. Ms. Lienert, you are dealing with defense planning as well, and of course I am a journalist and I like investigative journalism, and the question is for me right away, 5 divisions, is that enough, or will there be even more? Now, let me make a few fundamental points. As far as the defense planning process is concerned, it's a very complex process. Usually the press talks about it very briefly and in a nutshell. The NDP, the NATO defense planning process, was introduced in 2009. Why was it introduced? It was introduced as an instrument for harmonization between countries and in order to create synergies within the alliance. There are several steps in this 4-year process, and the 3 main steps are the political guidance. So you need objectives, clear-cut objectives. And NATO, after all, consists of 32 countries. So it's not some organization or some group that decides what will happen. It is actually 32 countries sitting together and deciding on a political guideline. The last political guideline was issued after Russia's invasion into Ukraine. Now, based on the political guidance, military capabilities are being developed. So you might have great guidelines, but as a matter of fact, it needs to be implemented into the minimum capability requirements, MC24. And many of you will have read about that. So these minimum capability requirements state, and this is being discussed as we speak. This is a distribution process, and the MCRs are being distributed down to the individual NATO nations. Why is it all new? Why is it all of a sudden interesting for the media? This is simply because NATO is within a transformation process, and although we have been transforming since 2014, but after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, things have changed even more. Everything has become very urgent, and crisis management is, after all, something that used to be the case at the end of the Cold War, but now the transformation process is changing. Sweden and Finland have joined NATO, and there needs to be resilience in all domains. This is a major step. First, we used to have limited operations, and it was the war of choice, as it was called. So NATO had some decision making in terms of operations. But today, things are different. We need different capabilities. Therefore, operative planning has become way more important. So you asked me very specifically about this particular planning process. The MCR 24 is at this point confidential because we do not want to share it with Russia. Nevertheless, there are certain guidelines that we can publicly share. Air defense, for example, is very important, not only for Germany, but also for other nations as well. So air defense capabilities need to be strengthened and improved. And when talking about a leadership role for Germany, when talking about the geography of Germany, then definitely we need more land maneuver. We need more mobile forces. We also need more enabling forces that make it possible for these mobile forces to move forward. This is medical support, this is logistical support. There is a lot of enablers that are necessary, enablers that we didn't have or didn't need after the end of the Cold War. Dr. Kamp, one question. Coming back to Trump's victory, I think it has demonstrated that Americans look at the world differently than Europeans. Migration and economic issues are very important for Americans. So to which extent can we speak about a continuing transatlantic link? Well, when it comes to NATO, and I think during the day we have talked a lot about Trump and about the end of this classic transatlantic link that we have seen over the course of time. But speaking about the point of view of the average American, then truly there is a focus on domestic issues. There's also a focus on China, on the impact of China's economy on the American economy. So there's a different threat analysis in the mindset of the United States and the average American. I think this morning we heard a lot of doom and gloom about Trump. I mean, yes, Trump is a specific personality, but also within the Republican Party, you see a lot of people that understand transatlantic security, that understand security issues in general. There will be a new transatlantic bargain, because the old bargain was that Americans protect Europeans. Europeans are good partners and Europeans will support the US, but this is something that hasn't been the case, or it hasn't been lived in this particular way, because there was a big challenge, which is called China. So for the Americans, the Asia Pacific has become very important. The United States are right in saying that security threats in the Asia-Pacific area are also a vital threat for Europe. So if the Straits of Taiwan were to be closed, 80,000 ships after all pass through this strait per year. So that would mean for Mercedes that simply cars could no longer be shipped abroad. So we do have common challenges, common security issues, but as far as the threat assessment is concerned, here there is not only one issue that America is looking at. So it's kind of like looking at scales, and these scales are shifting. Sometimes it's more deterrence, and also when we talk about the Republicans that will be working for Trump, I think many will come to the same conclusions about security issues as we do here in Europe. I would have liked to see a different result with the American elections, but this is not the end of the world. Now that Donald Trump has won the elections, what is going to change with respect to Ukraine? In case the United States withdraws their funding, is Germany going to jump into this vacuum that will be created? Well, unfortunately, I do not have a glass ball in front of me. This is really a difficult question. The Wall Street Journal wrote that Trump has said supposedly that Ukraine will not join NATO for the next 20 years. Now, in February, our Chancellor went to the United States and tried to convince the United States to free up 60 billion for Ukraine. We also met with congressional members of Congress, and in the past, so Scholz, by the way, went to the US by himself, so he did not really go with a delegation of other European politicians. But at the same time, he made it very clear to the United States, if America does not help, we will not be able to do it by ourselves. So there was a resonance in Washington. The question, of course, is why do you not organize it yourself? Why don't you make these funds available, and then we can later on jump in and help as well? But we see the mindset that we have heard from, for example, Hungary or Slovakia. So that is another issue. And often also we hear voices that say Europe cannot support Ukraine if the United States withdraws from this support. I think it's very important that Europe sends a signal, and this signal needs to be trifold. First, saying to Putin, you will not be able to split us up. We are going to continue supporting Ukraine because Putin is trying to escalate the situation. We are trying to de-escalate the situation. And last week, for example, the proposal was made if there is more if there are more attacks on Ukrainian infrastructure, then the Taurus, the plans with Taurus and training troops for Taurus will be continuous. So no blackmail, and Putin needs to understand that. Next, a signal for the United States. We need the nuclear umbrella, but we want to continue supporting to support Ukraine. But we also understand that you, the United States, you need more resources for the Asia-Pacific area. But we, as Europeans, want to take on responsibility for the Balkans, for Ukraine. For example, KFOR is still being headed by the United States, and I think Europe should take over. And then the third point, as far as NATO membership and EU membership is concerned, here I think it is undoubted that this particular issue, Ukraine joining these European organizations, that needs to be addressed. Zelensky has mentioned that time and again. And I think we need to make people understand what is at stake. I think many understand that if Ukraine fails, then we will see even more migration. 10 to 15 million people will flee from Ukraine if Ukraine will fail. So our offices are also thinking in terms of 10 million. I mean, of course, the question would be how many people would come. But so the price of a failed situation with respect to Ukraine would be very costly. As far as the occupied territories are concerned, horrible things are happening in these regions. So people in the regions basically have to hand in their Ukrainian passport and they get Russian passports. Also, people are being forced to work in the armament industry. Also, prisons are being transferred from Siberia to the eastern territories in Ukraine, or they are being forced to fight. North Koreans are now fighting. You have ethnic minorities that are fighting. You have mercenaries. So it's a very difficult situation. In Europe, we need to understand that we must make sure that the war does not spread, because Putin might not wait 5 to 8 years. Again, coming back to the 30s and what was being before the Second World War, this testing of the waters and occupying more and more territory. So we need to convince Trump that Putin will continue to test the waters. And therefore, I would also ask the German Atlantic Association to communicate very clearly that security needs to be for all. It can't be the case that Turkey is focusing on BRICS, that Ukraine fails, and that the southeastern flank of NATO is being left alone. I think we need to be very clear in our communication, and we need to communicate these points clearly towards the United States, but also with respect to our own citizens. Now, Mr. Kiesewetter, you visit the region regularly, so what do you think about what we have just heard? In terms of Putin's interest, So if he is occupying territories, what will Trump do? Will Trump offer him to keep these territories? Well, after all, it's going to be Ukraine that decides the terms of a peace. Yes, it might be that Ukraine is militarily in a situation where it has no choice. But if I were to put myself into Putin's shoes, and I would say, okay, I got Crimea, I got part of eastern Ukraine, then also the question might arise, has it been worth to sacrifice 600,000 people for this war? So if in 2022 a pro-Russian regime, occupation of Ukraine, denazification of Ukraine, if that was the long-term strategy in 2022, then right now Putin is truly in his thinking somewhere else. So if we take a global view, we cannot say that Russia was successful. Russia's economy is in ruin. Its military was completely ruined. So I'm not sure, considering its economic situation, after all, it's only oil and weapons that are products that Russia can sell globally. So I'm not sure whether Russia will be in a position to revive itself. So the price for its own strategy was extremely high. Sometimes, for me, it's difficult to hear that Ukraine is losing, Russia is winning. What does that even mean? What does winning and losing mean in today's world? If I were Putin, I would also think about the following. Irrelevant of the United States, of Trump, and what the US will be doing, the European NATO members, the GDP of NATO, of all NATO states, is about 15 times larger than Russia's GDP. So if I have an enemy that has a GDP that is 15 times larger than my own, and if billions are being made available for defense, then I, as the Russian president, would have concerns that whether this is a competition that I can ever win.
So there isn't any winning or losing in that sense. If the number of Ukrainians killed was worth the effort, that's for Ukraine to decide. Do you think that the Ukrainians will actually have a decisive say in either a truce, ceasefire, peace agreement? The Ukrainian population? I don't think so. Because it's busy surviving. It's been in crisis mode for more than 2 years, with an incredible resilience. The poor Ukrainians, they're defending their country, but, I mean, they no longer have the strength. They're under constant pressure. People close to the border, I talked to members of the International Rescue Committee, those who had been to the front, they can no longer fight. They are withdrawing, but even further away from the front, there is no electricity, nothing, but the population suffers. But whether once we have negotiations, the population will be heard, I don't know. Maybe others will make the decisions for them. Now, who is going to decide about the future of Ukraine? Who is going to pull the strings? We hear about these strings that might be pulled. What are we talking about? Well, basically, everyone says that Ukraine should decide for itself. You cannot simply trade territory for peace, because territory means people who live there. It needs to be security and peace. And once you've agreed on that, look at the reverse side of the medal. I used to be a member of the German-Russian Forum and the Petersburg Dialogue. So there is a certain dialogue. There might be attempts to talk to Russia. I mean, there are negotiations on maybe make it possible for these 10,000s of children who were abducted to return. Will there be a recompense for all the wheat, the harvest that got destroyed? And in Germany, there's been a long tradition of cooperation with Russia. I'm thinking of Clausewitz, 19th century, but I'm not talking about the 20s, Ribbentrop, Molotov, and so on. Okay, they could also be quoted as examples of cooperation. And Putin's house philosopher is building on other philosophies, so they develop their own view of things. But if behind the back of Ukraine, if there's a negotiation process is going on, which is as bad when Biden and Putin met and discussed Europe without any European present. You cannot negotiate and treat Ukraine as an object by trying to revitalize old connections. That will not be possible, should not be possible. In Russia, there's a new generation growing up, and these young people will then be even more aggressive than Putin is today, because they've grown up in Russia as a colonial power, and they won't give up whatever that colonial power has gained. But we cannot ignore that Ukraine has the right to decide. We've talked about the global south, although I hate the term, like Egypt or the Philippines. They take a close look at the rules-based order. Japan and Australia are part of that world. Is it reliable, or is that rather a fortress who is ready to sacrifice its neighbors in order to find some guarantee for peace? Well, we have to make sure over the next few months that such attempts to have negotiations without Ukraine, this needs to be stopped. Okay, let's leave it at that, because the subject will remain important for the next months to come. But I'm interested in the following thing: the stationing of medium-range missiles in Germany beginning in 2026. Ms. Lehnhardt, what is NATO saying about these aspirations? Has NATO been involved in this issue, the stationing of these missiles? Will NATO be involved if these systems are ever used? Well, there's been some controversy about this subject. NATO knows about these plans of the US and Germany, and NATO is very much in favor of this because it strengthens deterrence. It's setting the plank very high to make it clear to the enemy that he won't get far. For NATO, it's not a provocation, it's adding to its deterrence capabilities. Let's be realistic. Russia has such weapons, and not only conventional ones, and they are stations that they are 500 kilometers from us. So what we are doing, what Germany and the US are doing, is trying to prevent an attack. And that's very important from NATO's point of view. Germany does not have any such missiles. We dismantled them, hoping that Russia would do the same thing, which never happened. And now a lot depends on how to procure such capabilities again, such as the ALSA program, long-range strike approach. But at the moment, we do not have these capabilities. And once we are getting them, NATO is very much in favor of this. There's been some debate about this stationing. There has been some criticism because these missiles can carry nuclear warheads. Did something go wrong in the communication, or is it true that they cannot actually use nuclear warheads? Well, we are talking about medium-range missiles, and there are many old decision makers who remember 82. It's not that there was poor communication, there just wasn't any. The decision was a short-term decision. The US had other preferences, wanted to station them elsewhere, but a short-term decision was made. But if you have a Minister of Defense who says we need this because 1, 2, 3, we need deterrence, and deterrence works when we can put that in danger what our enemy needs most, like Russian airports, for instance. But the cynical aspect of this is that, and this would have made communication much more difficult, that Germany is now getting the capabilities which Germany denies to Ukraine, because this is exactly what Ukraine wanted to be able to reach. The airports where Russian planes with gliding bombs on board would take off. If it wouldn't be that cynical, it would be dubious at best, but no, that's not the case. It is important to make people understand why such decisions are made. In June 2022, 4 months after Russia's attack on Ukraine, there was an opinion poll in Germany, and 52 of the Germans were in favor of having US nuclear weapons on their territory, and most of these people had voted for the Green Party. I thought, okay, so, because I also remember 82 and Hofgarten. Well, if things can be explained, people will be in favor. If now Wagenknecht talks about it, well, then people get confused. They remember there used to be these medium-range missiles, and they would have represented a threat to Germany once stationed there. But people are not as stupid as politicians tend to think, you know? And one more thing. The situation, and along with it, the debate on security policy has changed in Germany. There's more awareness, but we're still not where we need to be. What people need, because they are not watching all these late-night talk shows or whatever. People want their chancellor or minister or president to explain why something is important. But no one's doing that. So why is that so difficult for the federal government to explain things? Because the SDP within, well, they have the Minister of Defense, but not all members of the same party agree. So there are these internal differences of opinion. People understand what's going on, but they don't understand why politicians cannot be straightforward. Why the hell not? So people realize that communication is poor. So to improve communication strategy might be a good thing for all politicians to do. And I think we're all aware of that. That's a general statement. It doesn't not only apply to our current federal government. Now, before we move on to the questions from the public, one last question to our panelists. How is the Bundeswehr going to generate the forces it's going to need in the future? I mean, these 5 to 6 more brigades or equivalents, that means 20 to 30,000 more troops, but does that mean we need conscription again? We are confronted with the brake that Germany has pulled. We have a federal president who developed his favorite subject 2 years ago, like the year of voluntary work, which should have been mandatory for all Germans, to do something for the society for 1 year. But one of the coalition partners would not agree to that. So it was not made part of the national security strategy. And those who would have had the decisive say in that, Merkel and Scholz, have not tried to change the situation. And it is an absolute must that we, as a country with many immigrants, need something like this. I'm not simply talking about conscription. We have 250 barracks, and we don't even have the space for many more soldiers. But we need to encourage people to do some service to their country. We have 80,000 doing that in the civilian sector, 20,000 in the Bundeswehr. And many leave the Bundeswehr because it does not meet their expectations. So we have 95,000 people doing a service for their country, but the remaining won't. So we need to build also a civilian reserve. for integration, protection against disasters, and also, of course, build the military reserve who get further training after they have left the Bundeswehr. They could do object protection or support the Bundeswehr. And we need to develop programs that have a certain appeal. And then the society would also understand that this kind of voluntary work makes sense. We shouldn't make it a must. 800,000 people, we cannot draft them. And what about those who will logically go to court because they don't want to be drafted? Well, General Naumann is present and others. I mean, it's like walking through, a factory on a Friday afternoon. We won't see anyone because they fell asleep underneath a car they were repairing. We don't need that. We need to have volunteers who do things that make sense and are useful. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now let's move on to the questions from the public. We have about 14 minutes left. Please tell us who you are, and then please formulate your question.
I have a question about Clausewitz and society. I do not think that there's a communication problem per se. I cannot see that. Scholz and Pistorius are communicating very well. There was an article in the newspaper Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, and it talked about Mützenich and his efforts to go against Pistorius. So I think that's an article worth reading. And in this article, the article talks about the conscript system. It talks about how to recruit for the Bundeswehr and so forth. Now, Mr. Kiesewetter, I have a question for you. If we are going to have a new coalition, probably it will be led by the CDU, CSU, and SPD. So what will you do in order to make sure that Pistorius can actually implement his objectives so that his party is not, or some in his parties, are not going openly against him in parliament? Thank you for the question. And by the way, I do not want to speculate about who is going to be in the next coalition, because after all, it all will depend on the next elections. It's not good to simply talk about promises, or the one party only talks about the Bundeswehr, another party only talks about different issues. But in general, less is more. I think we need to prioritize. And without talking about the future, we all can agree that we need to be as strong as possible. And we shouldn't say we are not going to form a coalition with this party or with that party, because that will not help us. A lot is going to change. Our structures are going to change, and it was said in the Bundestag that we did not want to have actions that will lead to a frozen conflict. And as far as the Greens are concerned, they also share the same opinion as far as the actions about Ukraine are concerned. But we need to have compromises in the future as well. I'm from the DAG. Quick question about the medium-range missiles. In the 80s, we had a strategy that was such that the medium-range missiles were not only stationed in Germany, but in other countries as well. So there was a type of burden sharing in this respect. Now, my question is, why only in Germany? And does NATO think about stationing medium-range missiles in other countries as well? And will Trump even support such a policy? As a matter of fact, these are national, bilateral agreements. And depending on the agreement, NATO will come to its conclusions. And NATO will basically continue its strategy based on these agreements. But it is up to the NATO members, the individual NATO members, to formulate these agreements. So you have a framework within NATO, and the 32 allies can discuss to which extent they want to contribute to deterrence. Now, this is a measure that will involve Germany, Great Britain, and also Poland. It's an initiative, at this point, the ELSA initiative, ELSA standing for European Long-Range Strike Approach. I think Germany here has to take on responsibility, because after all, it needs to be communicated. In our party wanted to talk about that last June, but it wasn't publicly discussed. In 2018, Stoltenberg wanted to lead this discussion, and Dr. Kamp, please correct me if I'm wrong, or General Browse. NATO renounces nuclear and capabilities and will withdraw if Russia does that too. But that wasn't the case. So the office of the Chancellor, as a matter of fact, has expressed this wish early on, simply because it took a while. Also within the United States, there was a long process of discussion. Yes, the United States wanted to integrate other countries as well. So as a matter of fact, it was not a NATO operation or operative business per se. It had to do with other countries as well, but it ended up being a bilateral agreement. So the number of systems is limited, and Americans are thinking about it. If Americans are concerned about the Asia-Pacific area, then they also think about what can we station in Europe if we might need it ourselves for the Asia-Pacific area. We have several questions. Please be very brief. A question to Mr. Kiesewetter. I like your openness and your clarity. You are talking about 3 to 4% of the GDP for defense spending. even 2% is very difficult, especially if the special funds are going to be exhausted by 2026. You talked about Willy Brandt and Schmidt, and it's true, there was a lot of defense spending back then, but as a matter of fact, there was also a high amount of debt back then. We could also say, for example, if we have now still our coalition, we could simply do away with the debt break. Maybe that would be a solution. Well, you're right, and some might actually applaud such measures. When we were in the coalition, we actually were in good shape as far as our debt situation is concerned. So I think we do have we have room for maneuver. Now, the traffic coalition no longer exists. It's red and green, and there is really nothing we can do, red and green at the same time. It doesn't work. In April, I said very publicly that we need 300 billion euros. And at that point, it was written in the newspapers, Kiesewetter wants new special funds. And as a matter of fact, I was criticized for that majorly. But I think we have to reflect on what to do, on how to proceed. Friedrich Merz said that as well. He also talked about 300 billion, because we need new measures to finance our defense spending. New debts are not the only possibility. We cannot talk about increasing the social welfare system when at the same time we have a lot of monies that are necessary for defense spending. At the same time, we have a lot of 18 to 24, 25-year-olds that are unemployed. Here again, we need to do a lot for this group. So simply, we need a general, comprehensive approach. Doing away with the debt break is not the only solution. It might be one of the instruments. So we have to find compromise. We have to look at everything comprehensively. We need to improve our railway system. We need to build apartments and accommodation for our people. We need a lot of creative digital new digital technology. We need to improve everything, basically. So we need, if you will, a revolution from above. Herr Braus has the floor. First of all, I would like to say thank you so much for this very important and very interesting discussion. Secondly, as far as medium-range missiles are concerned, I think a lot of clear statements have been made. We are talking about conventional weapons. We're talking about improving and strengthening our air defense, and also the air defense of the alliance. We need to improve all our domains. And now there's still one issue that we need to discuss, which is nuclear capabilities. Trump said at one point, if you, the Europeans, are not paying up, we will not defend you, and we will no longer defend you. And he also meant that in terms of nuclear deterrence, of providing a nuclear umbrella. Now the question is, do we have an alternative? And if so, what would this alternative look like? I think that's a very good question for Dr. Kamp. Now, independent of what Trump is going to say, there is a consensus in the United States between the parties that the nuclear umbrella will be upheld for the European partners. So a group of Congress members, Democrats and Republicans, signed this particular paper on providing nuclear protection for Europe. I do not see a danger to that. As a matter of fact, there's no alternative. Also, there are no extra costs. There is nothing where you can save money. It's a promise that was given by the United States, and I do not think that Trump will do away with this promise so that Putin can say, all right, now there's no longer any protection of Europe, and now I can invade Poland. I do not see such a scenario. Now, worst case scenario, Trump might say, I do not like the Europeans and I will not protect them with my nuclear forces. We do have British and nuclear arsenals. They are much smaller than the American nuclear arsenals. But deterrence has to happen in the head of your enemy. It's a mental thing. So if Putin, for example, were to attack Poland, could he really be sure that France would not react with nuclear weapons? And that has been the French logic for quite some time. The French have said, well, yes, we have less nuclear weapons as far as the number is concerned, but that doesn't matter. These nuclear weapons could still hit the Russian Federation and harm it considerably. I think in the future, we want to continue with the nuclear transatlantic link, and I think it's very strong. After all, let's not forget that in the past we had one time in a coalition agreement that the parties could foresee the withdrawal of American forces and the withdrawal of the nuclear arsenal and the nuclear umbrella. But we are far from that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pretty much at the end of our event. It is very late. I guess I should have kept your statements a bit briefer, but that is pretty much impossible considering the topic and the heated arguments. We also looked at a lot of content. Thank you so much for the questions. Thank you to our panel members. It was a very great discussion. A lot of expertise was brought forward. And I would like to give the floor to General Retired Braus. I'm here, I would like to announce General Braus. You see that I here have only one moderation ticket left. We are concluding today's session, NATO Talk 2024. Reinhold Rube, Vice President of the OFTAG and General Retired Seguin, Director of the George C. Marshall European Center of Security Studies, And also, General retired Heinrich Braus is invited to come forward to the stage. General Braus, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my task now to bring forth a resume of today's discussion. Now, this is part of our program, but I'm not sure how to do that. I think I can say the following right away. I think it was a great decision to organize the NATO talks 2 days after the US presidential elections. That means everything is very topical, everything that has been discussed today. Also, we really talked about all issues comprehensively. The discussions were manifold at a very high level. I really had to pay attention. It was interesting, it was emotional, it was simply great. And that's not only because of the results of the US presidential elections. I think we cannot say what the future will bring and what a Trump presidency will mean. Trump did say that he would stop the war in Ukraine on his first day of his presidency. He said he would do that the first day of his presidency. So my question is, what is he going to do on his second day of his presidency? So we do not know that. But I think not only the Ukrainians are concerned. But one thing is for sure, that Trump, as future president, will emphasize the contribution that the Europeans have to pay. This will mean that all countries, all European countries, but especially we, the Germans, will have to increase our defense spending. Whether or not he said that expressis verbis during the campaign, and whether this also extends to the nuclear arsenal, that is what we will have to see. I'm really grateful to know, and Dr. Kamp said that as well, that Trump in the United States is not making all his decisions single-handedly, after all. Ms. Lina talked about the operative plans of NATO. She talked about defense capabilities, and these defense capabilities are being contributed to being actually to the individual NATO allies, and it's not simply an overall strategy, but in the defense planning process, it is being stated very clearly what each country can contribute. It's a fundamental change. Now, as far as the strategy is concerned, the force planning is concerned, we will see a great increase in every respect. The increase will be manifold. For example, if you only think about air defense, now we have to protect the entire NATO territory. So the objects and the territories that you need to protect, and the number of these territories has increased exponentially. At this point, we do not yet have the capabilities to provide this protection. So we have to act fast. It would be 6 years as far as short-term planning is concerned, up to 2030. That would be basically the first date that we are envisioning, and Pistorius has been talking about it time and again. 2030 as the time when NATO is fully capable to defend its entire territory. Now, as of 2025, also, with the new political guidelines, the defense spending will have to increase, and our current defense spending will simply not be enough, because it's a minimum of 2%, which means that it actually should be more. I think it might be 3% or even more in the future. President Trump will insist on that. He will say, pay up, this is your bill. And I think he actually is right in stating so. This is really all I have to say as far as in my conclusions. I think a lot has been said. All of you will come up with your own conclusions and with your own reflections. I would like to add only a few things. The former Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg left NATO in September of this year in a glorious celebration. So with the end of Stoltenberg's office, a 10-year office, his 10-year work came to an end. After all, the Secretary General is the face of NATO. He is a manager for creating consensus between 32 nations. Stoltenberg has done a lot to create consensus. He also gave a speech at the end of his office. He said that the world has changed completely, and NATO has changed considerably within one generation. NATO has increased its defense capabilities on its eastern flank. That's what he said. There is increased force readiness, increased defense spending, and it is really a lot has been done to help NATO's defense. NATO's defense spending overall and defense budget has doubled. Sweden and Finland have joined NATO. So basically, NATO is protecting the entire Baltic region as one geographic strategic area, at least vis-à-vis the Russian Federation.
Ukraine got closer to NATO, and Ukraine, as an allied country, got a lot more support. Cooperation with the European Union was improved and increased. New relations started with New Zealand, South Korea, and other partners in the Indo-Pacific. Stoltenberg basically set the foundation for what the alliance should do in the future in order to continue being history's most successful alliance ever. There are 5 challenges to meet for the allies. Let me talk about them. This is kind of a summary and a conclusion of our conference, as well as lessons to be drawn. First, security has a price. We've discussed that in detail. The defense of the whole area of responsibility is in place, and for the implementation of the plans, certain goals have to be met, and many more resources are required than the 2% of the GDP. Next year, new tasks will be allocated, new targets will be allocated. Each ally gets a parcel, smaller or bigger. Second conclusion, freedom is more important than free trade. So the allies shouldn't be completely dependent on other countries, on autocratic countries, for raw materials, because this can be used for political blackmail and reduce the capability to act. Past experience with Russia shows what needs to be avoided in relation with China, but protectionism won't help either. Third point, strength is the basis for a successful dialogue with countries such as Russia. Giving up in the war in Ukraine is not an option. The more weapons Ukraine receives, the stronger it gets, the better the outcome, the better the result of any negotiations. So we need credible security guarantees, assured support for Ukraine with an option to join NATO. NATO has decided that even twice, first in Vilnius, then in Washington. Long-term security for Europe requires stability in Ukraine. Military power has its limits. The Operation Afghanistan proved this. It started out as a campaign against terrorism. It evolved into a long-term war, an attempt to create a unified democratic state. Then we had a mission creep. And then, basically, we were asking too much of everyone. And after the withdrawal of troops, the newly created state simply collapsed. So any military operation outside NATO's area of responsibility needs to have a clearly defined goal, and this goal needs to be realistic and must be implemented within a reasonable period of time. Next point, the transatlantic tie between Europe and the US needs to be maintained and strengthened to the advantage of both sides, because NATO's strength is the result of decisions of political decisions and political will. Geopolitical reasons make it clear that without the US, and NATO's allies, there are no security guarantees for Europe. So many strong allies are non-European allies, not to mention the US and its nuclear deterrence. None of the large powers has more allies than the United States. These allies are parts of the foundation on which the US built its global strength. But there are now so many challenges out there for the West that the allies need to cooperate in order to meet them, because even the means of the United States are limited up to a point. So this is what Stoltenberg said. Now let me continue with Braus, who was merely the Assistant Secretary General. So the US is a global power, and it will have to remain a global power. And I'm sure Trump would agree with that. The alliance, which has existed for 3/4 of a century, is one of the foundations for this, a prerequisite. Europe and the US support each other, and they are each other's most important trading partner still. Their economy accounts for half of the global economic output. And stationing troops in Europe gives the US the option to have soldiers deployed closer to the Middle East, North Africa. But the presence of these troops can only be maintained if Europe remains free and outside the hegemony or sphere of interest of Russia and China. And this is in the United States' interest. And let's hope that Trump's future advisors understand this. As far as we, the Europeans, are concerned, the US military presence is important and remains important. But the United States, in its relation with Europe, will have to accept Europe as a partner. Then there's also the European Defense Union and its role. And even if Europe would be able to fend itself conventionally, it would still require the United States' nuclear potential as a deterrence for Russia, except if France changed its doctrine and Britain joined the Defense Union. Then we and other European states might also rely on European nuclear weapons, British and French ones, but that does not sound realistic. Political and military capability to intervene in the Middle East, that's also in the Europeans' interest, because no European country would be able to do that. It would no longer be a credible partner in negotiations. And it's also in the Europeans' interest that the US will be able to contain China's hunger for power globally, and in particular in the Indo-Pacific. So these two rationales are linked. So if seen from this point of view, it would be desirable if the US would remain a Euro-Atlantic and an Indo-Pacific power. Let's hope Trump sees this in the same way. But much of the United States military potential will be required and earmarked, so to say, for interventions in the East. In case of a military conflict with China or Iran, the US would need its maritime and air forces in the Indo-Pacific, even those that are still kept ready for the defense of Europe and are part of Secure's plans. So the allies, the European allies, would have to close the gaps and ease the burden on the US in the Euro-Atlantic area. So that would change the landscape. So in the long term, there might be drastic changes. And the burden sharing would have to be fair. Because it's also in our vital interest if the US takes on responsibility for stability in the Near and Middle East. But that would mean that the Europeans will have to take up more responsibility for their defense. Because, well, after all, shouldn't be a question of money, because the second largest GDP is that of the European Union. Add to that Britain and Norway. So any change in burden sharing within Europe should be possible. It's not a favor we are doing to the US or to Trump. And this was already mentioned during the first panel. The idea is we need to understand that this is in our interest, and we as the Europeans need to act accordingly. A lot depends on those capabilities that are lacking in Ukraine and that are so desperately needed, because even the Europeans don't have much to offer as far as air defense, drones, artillery are concerned. So we need a new transatlantic agreement after 75 years. The European allies could, for instance, commit themselves to provide high-level capabilities by 2030, capabilities which the US needs, which means a strengthening of the European pillar. And this is where the European Union comes into play and will have to contribute. So these two planning processes would have to be integrated to increase capabilities. If Stoltenberg's lessons will be really learned, then we might need a new agreement against the autocrats, China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. NATO has many strengths. It is a very special alliance. And in the year of its 75th anniversary, well, that's a good point in time to remember them. So we are equal partners, the large and the small ones. There is the promise of protection. Sometimes it's hard to find a consensus, but it's required. In the staffs and committees of the alliance, it has already developed a certain culture, and this has promoted internal cohesion within NATO. NATO's command structure, the headquarters in Europe and North America, give the alliance a permanent planning, analysis, and guidance capability, which is unique, with the United States at the top. And I think that Trump will like that. Generations of great officers, men and women, have served in NATO and are still serving in NATO. So they have developed this common, this shared military culture. And all these factors which I just mentioned are important for NATO's credibility and for its capability to act. This is why in the 75 years of its existence, NATO has met many challenges, has adapted without ever changing its core. And this core, its raison d'être, is laid out in the few articles of the North Atlantic Treaty. When on April 4, the ministers of foreign affairs met on NATO's birthday, former Secretary General expressed it like this:
with so few words, meant so much to so many people. So much security, so much prosperity, and so much peace. Nicht zuletzt deshalb ist die Allianz.
And this is why the alliance, originally 12 members, has grown. There are 32 now, others waiting to join. Thank you for your attention. And now, at the end, I would like to say thank you to my team for preparing this conference. Will you please join me up here front, the double team DAG, George C. Marshall Center, because they deserve our thanks. I hope the team will forgive me. I would like to thank Dr. Fescherek from the DAG team. For weeks and months, we've been preparing this conference. And more often than not, it had been difficult. There were some disappointments, but in the end, we got all these great panelists and moderators to come here. And we have done a lot of work on these brochures with General Naumann's support, and you know, it was a nightmare to actually edit, proofread and edit all these PDF files. And all the others from our DAG team, there's one sitting in the back, Dario, who's got a cold, and he is responsible for our media coverage. And the technology involved. You've met Miriam Kublashvili, she's also a member. And then, if I may, I would also like to say thank you to the two team members of the George C. Marshall Center. Colonel Dr. Hagemann and Ms. Katrin Bastian, who has left the Marshall Center. So she now works for the Ministry of Defense. She was here in the morning, and these two were our most important partners. We developed the program via VTC, developed the concept, and did the preparatory work. And the others that you see here up front are those that Mr. Fescherek called the helping hands. These people in the background to make sure that things are going to work. Thank you very much. It was great to have you work with us. I need to digest all of this, and then we will see how we'll do things next year.
Vielen Dank, General Secretary. Richtig?
Okay. Guten Abend. I feel like I've been placed in a really bad position as one of the last two speakers between yourself and a Bavarian beer, which I'm told is the best in Germany. I know this is probably the wrong crowd to say that, but my Bavarian friends assure me of this. There's obviously a few here. Unlike General Brous, I didn't think 2 days after the US election was a good time to have NATO talk, mostly because I didn't think we know the results of the election 2 days afterwards, but I also didn't want to be roped into a panel to talk about the US elections 2 days after. But I was proven wrong. It was most appropriate, and the dialogue was most valuable. When I go to a conference, I have a very simple definition of good to great. A good conference is a day's worth of notes, about 5 pages worth in my notebook that I revisit and digest. A great conference is 10 pages of notes. And today I walk away with 14 pages of notes. So I think we can easily swing the gavel and pass the judgment that this indeed was a great conference today. I want to give special thanks, not mentioned, to our interpreters, Claudia and Melita, part of the Marshall Center team, who couldn't step forward because they're busy still, without whom I don't think I would have made it through today. So resuming my notes, for me personally, the leitmotif of this conference could be summarized with one word, and that word is change. We see this reflected in the recent political developments on both sides of the Atlantic. We discussed it this morning, analyzed the impact on the security architecture, as well as the ongoing war in Ukraine. Addressed autocratic actors like Russia and China, who are challenging us from a security perspective in trying to change the rules-based international order. In doing so, they're using means of hybrid warfare, which attack our traditional concepts and ideas of war and peace, from Europe to the Arctic, as we heard about today, and beyond. I think in times of change, two things are essential. First, we need to assess how to adapt our concepts. We visited that during our fourth panel today. Second, we need to recall which resources we can rely on in times of change and disruption. For me, our transatlantic relationship will always remain foundational to global security. And there's no place that we get to live it each and every day like at the George C. Marshall Center, European Center for Security Studies, with our unique German-American partnership and the conversations that we have daily. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to go through all 14 pages of my notes with you, and I think Heinrich's already done a tremendous job summarizing, but I did want to give you just a few quotes that I actually circled within my notes for takeaways. 6 November was a day of historic change for the United States and Germany. The changes will be with us for a long time, a day full of surprises, not political West versus East, but left versus right. There will be a new transatlantic bargain. Secondly, with these changes, what will Germany's leadership role be in the midst of a need for greater responsibility to support Europe and Ukraine? In Europe, we heard this morning the questions, what do you want? What do you need? And that Europe must act now with respect to Ukraine and not wait for the U.S. to lead, potentially in a direction not palatable to Europe nor the Ukraine. We also got the chance to highlight some tremendous talent via the Dr. Karl Lammer Peace Prize. I don't know if he's still with us, but what a tremendous idea and effort that he's brought about, and my personal commendation and congratulations to the recipients. I also thank General Naumann. A pleasure to meet you, sir, and for sharing your invaluable insights and very clear-sighted recommendations. Thanks to all the panelists, our organizers, the partnership that we have with DAG, the members who have already been recognized from Team DAG and Team Marshall Center. This was not possible without your dedication and hard work over many, many months, as Heinrich pointed out. To the young participants today, I'll kind of end with something that I stated at the beginning, but a little bit differently. Your questions and engagement in today's NATO Talk affirms the inspiration I receive from you, from our youth, and restores or retains my confidence that I have in the future of our respective countries. Thank you for your interest in something greater than self and the tremendous participation today at NATO Talk. I really enjoyed meeting and interacting with so many of you. I appreciate you introducing yourselves to me, and I look forward to future interaction. To Heinrich, thank you, sir, once again for partnering with us. This is the second year in a row, so I think we can clearly say it's a tradition. So thank you, sir. Thank you all for joining us today for these, as you can attest to, really important discussions and dialogue, but are but the beginning, not the end. These events, these gatherings are crucial today, more so, in my opinion, than they've ever been. As I've stated before, together we are stronger. Together we can and will address the complex security challenges of our time and work toward a safer, more secure future for the generation that follows. Vielen Dank. Schönen Abend.
Lieber Herr General Seguin,
General
meine sehr verehrten
ladies
Damen
and
und Herren,
gentlemen,
keine Angst.
do not worry, I will not talk another hour about NATO. But I have the honor to work on behalf of Christian Schmidt. Christian Schmidt is flying to Sarajevo, so he asked me for concluding remarks on his behalf. I really like doing this. It's a great honor for me. I truly think that today's NATO conference was the most productive one that I have seen so far. This is due to the contribution of the podium's discussions, of the expertise that we have heard. And also it is because, after all, historic events took place yesterday and on Tuesday. The elections in the United States, the unexpected results, and then on the very same day, the changes in our national government. This will be discussed in the next few weeks. This is also going to be discussed within the German Atlantic Association. And the last panel was really very interesting in this respect as well. How will we proceed with respect to Ukraine? What will happen in the Near and Middle East? This was not at the focus of our discussion, but nevertheless, this is on top of our agenda, together with other issues that we need to address. Nevertheless, it was really an interesting day. Also, the interview with Klaus Naumann was very interesting. So we had a multitude of interesting topics and discussions that we have had, and they will be with us for the next few weeks. Next year, we will have one topic on the agenda, and I'm really happy that once again we will work together next year with the George C. Marshall Center. This is a great tradition that we have established. I'm looking forward to the next NATO talks in 2025. I think that's a great format to have our two organizations cooperate and work together intensively. We have the same issues, and it really makes sense to continue our cooperation during the NATO Talk conference. So next year, one of the topics will be 70 years of Germany's membership in NATO. This is a very important topic, and this will be discussed next year. And I hope that more service members will be present next year. I looked around, and we do have some in uniform present. We do have some retired military here as well. But during the break, I talked to a few service members from Büchel, and they are here doing a professional development, and I really need to say that I hope there will be a more systemic approach, that we will actually focus on the Bundeswehr, that we will invite more service members, because after all, it is the Bundeswehr, the service members, that give their health, their time, and possibly their life for our security. That is why for next year I would like to specifically invite more service members from the Bundeswehr. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for coming. I think everything has been said, and thank you to each and everyone for coming, for listening, for applauding, for your questions, and I hope that you will tell others about what happened today, and I hope you will come again next year and bring even more of your friends. Thank you so much.